Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. This video includes a self-recorded human introduction in the first 30 seconds, followed by AI generated narration for creative storytelling purposes. So in this video, we're gonna see second part. What if Harry Potter became the unexpected savior summoned by Dumbledore? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then please support subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Now let's start the video.
Here is short summary. When Dumbledore performs a desperate summoning ritual, the last person he expects to answer is Harry Potter. Pulled from another world, Harry returns not as a boy, but as a powerful and indifferent savior who may just change the fate of the Wizarding War forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. As Harry stood, surrounded by several of his subordinates illuminated in the light of his Patronus, a single quote he had heard back in the primary school came to the forefront of his mind. Courage is not the absence of fear, but rather the judgment that something else is more important than fear. As he observed the utter chaos that was this room, he had to say the people here didn't seem to understand that one. The people were running around wildly, some even trampling others. The only ones who seemed to understand it somewhat were the parents who had picked up their children and were protecting them. Then again, he really shouldn't be surprised. They hadn't exactly embraced another courage-themed quote he heard when he was younger, so why this one? Courage is what it takes to stand up and speak. Courage is also what it takes to sit down and listen. No, they definitely never embraced that one, he thought sourly. The sheep stand up and speak. Ridicules. The Wizengamot stopped blustering and listened to new ideas. Heresy. Harry sighed. He should stop letting his mind get sidetracked. Really, dead bodies were most likely lying around him, and he was thinking about quotes he had had in primary school. Then again, did he really have to be worried? He was not alone. From his first inspection of the room, the intel was right, and no inner circle Death Eater were here. Only some cannon fodder Death Eaters, and those Dementors the Patronuses had already driven off. Hell, so far those Death Eaters hadn't even noticed him and his group, so absorbed they were in grabbing several of the younger people here that they hadn't even spared him a glance. He wished he could have led one of the other teams, but unfortunately they hadn't been able to be sure if the intel was correct and the other teams were stationed in public places. Places he had been trying to avoid for these last few weeks. Still, at some level he wished his intel had been wrong and at least someone worthwhile had been here. Alas, that didn't seem to be the case here. In all honesty, the most worrying thing in this room was what he had witnessed when he had entered. He had witnessed Alex wandlessly blow a Death Eater's head off. This was in honesty a pretty impressive feat, but the problem was how would she take it? Talking was easy. They deserve it after all they did. An eye for an eye. Such were some of the exclamations he had heard from militia members before their actual first fight, but once they actually came face to face with one and they had actually had to do the action, they realized it wasn't that easy. He would know. The aftermath of his first real kill was not pleasant at all for him, as he had been plagued with nightmares for quite some time. Boot. Bark. Stay here and make sure no one leaves. Trough the flow. The rest of you, subdue them, he ordered quietly, knowing that he really couldn't get away with permanently removing those Death Eaters from his list of problems just yet. And try avoid getting those people involved, he added as an afterthought. Harry nearly face-palmed when one of the Death Eaters turned to him, recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Potter, get him." Upon hearing this, literally all of the assembled Death Eaters turned from their target to the one who shouted, and upon seeing who he was pointing his wand at, and then turned to Harry, seemingly ignoring his allies. If they weren't his enemies, Harry would have pitied them for such a pathetic performance. Really, how the hell did people with such a sloppy performance overpower Aurors? The ones he had worked with weren't that incompetent. Then again, one Auror wasn't necessarily equal to the next, so who knows who they put up to guard duty. Mentally shrugging, he decided it really did not matter right now. What mattered right now were the wands aimed at him. After quickly shooting 2 stunners and downing 2 nearby Death Eater, he raised a moderately powerful shield to block several from what he could see were incapacitation spell, before he had to step to the side to avoid the dark red Cruciatus curse. While sidestepping, he aimed his wand in the direction of the caster of the Unforgivable and landed a bone vanishing curse to his wand arm. Meanwhile, his subordinates weren't idle either. While the Death Eaters were standing still and firing at their boss, they were Ridicule's easy targets, and before they even realized what was happening, they had been stunned and tied up. All in all, the battle only lasted minutes, and was pleased to see that the people he brought with him had done well, even if the enemy was weak, and hoped that the rest of the teams were doing as well as his had done. He also made a mental reminder to give his thanks to his new spy for the correct intel, even if he hoped the intel had been wrong. Their little firefight had attracted the attention of several other people in the room. Most of them were openly gapping at him. If that was annoying, then Harry did not even know how to describe the feeling he got when still a considerable amount of people were running around like headless chickens. After ignoring his annoyance and his strong urge to turn around and just leave, Harry made a mental command to his Patronus to fade away. It was no longer necessary, as he doubted the Dementors would return. Plus, the drain on his magic, as minuscule as it was rather unnecessary, and to be honest, he really did not like looking at his own Patronus. He hadn't liked looking at it since it changed from the stag it had been when he first learned how to cast the Patronus. After the Patronus disappeared, Harry addressed his people. "Boot," he said as he addressed a blonde male, "keep your eyes on the flows. If ores arrive, tell them what happened. Bark, check the ores. Glacé, McGrath, Davis, see if you can calm those people down and check if they have any injuries." After getting an affirmative of all 5 members of Hydra Enterprise Security Team 3, He's 3, Harry quickly made his way over toward the place where Alex was laying and Rose standing, with a shell-shocked look on her face. Harry couldn't really blame her. It is not every day one sees Death Eaters nor see someone's head explode. Unfortunately, before he could get there, he heard someone run toward him. Shooting a glance in the direction, he saw that it was the Elder Potters. Why were they running toward him and not toward their daughter? Bloody imbeciles, he really did not have time for them now. Harry, ignore, Harry. He raised his wand in the general direction of the footsteps and heard the footsteps stop. Nice. Finally, some common sense. There might be some hope after all. By now he had reached the 2 girls. He quickly scanned them both with his eyes. While Alex was down, she did not have any physical injuries from the looks of it. He wasn't sure why she was down, but he suspected magical exhaustion of some kind. As far as he knew, she couldn't do the simplest of wandless magic. So what she did was most likely uncontrolled and thus very taxing. After several seconds, he concluded there was nothing he could do for her right now with his current level of knowledge regarding the healing magical arts. Still, despite not being able to help her in any way, Harry could not help the proud smile that tugged his lips. "You did well," he muttered before turning his attention to the redhead, and the smile was replaced with a frown. The girl did not show any visible signs of injury, although her clothes were covered in blood. No, that was not the problem. The problem was that she was staring at the headless Death Eater body and her eyes were unnaturally vacant. Shock, Harry suspected, again not something he could heal with his magic. Well, technically he could erase her memory, but that was more of a last resort kind of thing. Still, even trough magical means failed didn't mean that there was nothing he could do. He pointed his wand at the Death Eater, and one non-verbal spell later and the man was covered by a white sheet. He then gently grabbed hold of Rose's shoulder and turned her away from the body before giving her a light shake. This caused her somewhat glazed over eyes to sharpen slightly. For a moment she looked confused, but then she seemed to recognize him. "Harry." He nodded. "Harry," she exclaimed as pulled him in a hug. "You're alive." As he gently returned the hug, Harry said, "Of course I am. I don't die so easily, you know." The truth was he nearly did die, but he also knew that was not something he should voice out loud right now, or perhaps ever. It was definitely not his finest moment. He hadn't survived that day due to skill or planning, but merely due to luck, and if it was one thing Harry hated, then that was to have to rely on something as unreliable as luck. The mere memory of it made him grimace. Flamma Scelestus. The moment the incantation left his mouth, a powerful stream of magical fire left his wand. That was when he started to hear it, the hundreds of voices of the spirits that fueled the dark magic. They called for destruction. They called for death. They wanted to consume everything in their fires, even the one who was foolish enough to summon them. Harry knew this was the time he needed to tame them, to dominate their will and control them, and by extension the fire, but he also knew he wasn't capable of that, and so he let them loose. Let the flames destroy as they saw fit. And destroy they did. Dozens of vampire lives were extinguished in seconds. All Harry could do was watch as the all-consuming fire spared none, not even the ones he rather not have killed. Suddenly Harry spit out a blob of blood and fell down on a knee while panting hard. He knew what was happening. It was something he had learned in his first year at Hogwarts, as it was covered in practically the first theory lesson of magic he had received. A witch or wizard is to never use up all of their magic. That had been their warning he had received back then, and at the time it was a simple warning to follow. Usually when you are close to magical exhaustion you will feel too tired to cast that last spell that will drain what remains of your magic, but after he had learned how to channel magic to enhance spells, that became a lot harder, as he had to be careful not to channel too much. Right now, however, in this do or die situation, or to be more precise, this do and die situation, holding back was pointless. There was no chance he was going to survive this, so he may as well give it his all. For breaking on of the fundamental rules of how to access magic be damned. It was then that he noticed two things that shocked him. There, standing in the middle of the flames, was the unmistakable form of Laurent Desmarais. The sight of him was both gruesome and at some level of awe-inspiring. The flames of his fiendfire was constantly burning the flesh of the vampire, while at the same time his accelerated healing factor was restoring all the damage done to him. It looked like the destroying and the healing were more or less equal. What one destroyed in seconds, the other brought back just as fast. Just what was this man capable of? For a moment he and the vampire locked eyes, and to Harry's surprise the vampire actually gave him a light bow. Such power. Such a shame that you choose the path you choose, but as sign of respect for the power you displayed, I will allow you to die by the fires of your own creation. Having said that, the vampire slightly bended his knees and jumped up and went straight through the stone roof of the room, and by extinction out of Harry's line of sight. If the vampire's actions had been shocking, then something else had been equally shocking. The fires had slightly receded. Not by much, but enough to be noticeable. That shouldn't be possible. Even if his magic was no longer fueling the fire, it shouldn't start to lessen for hours if not days, unless something or someone else was interfering. He closed his eyes and ignored the heat the best he could. Then he concentrated on his magical senses while feeling grateful they at least weren't powered by magic. It took a second or two, but then he sensed what was happening. It was the wards. There must have been some kind of fire extinguisher ward woven in the wardsham, as the magic that was powering the wards was combating against the magic of the fire. Harry knew the wards wouldn't succeed. There wasn't a ward in existence that could extinguish fiendfire. No, this could only lead to one thing, and that is exactly what happens mere seconds later. The wards failed as it had used up all its magic. As he felt the wards fall, he felt the strong urge to laugh. He wasn't sure if it was the heat, the magical exhaustion, or if he just had finally lost it, but he couldn't help but want to laugh at the irony that the same wards who had prevented him from leaving and thus had driven him to use all his magic in one last spell were now gone due to that very spell. As his death grew nearer and nearer, Harry couldn't help but wonder if fate really existed, and if she was pissed because he had called her a bi.ch one more than one occasion. After all, if she did not exist, then how the hell had he managed to get himself in such an impossible situation? Surrounded by his own fire, unable to escape via apparition as he didn't have the magic available to do it, unable to have his elf do it due to him not having magic of his own and instead needed to drain it of him. Seriously, how did he get in this situation? It was then that he heard a sound he did not expect. From slightly behind him, at one of the few places that wasn't burning already, he heard the familiar sound of human apparition. Knowing that his wand was useless, Harry grabbed his knife from his back, and after moving around as quickly as he could in his pained state, he came upon a sight he really did not expect to see. Standing there dressed in her Hogwarts uniform and looking like her being there was the most normal thing in the world was a bee. He was pretty familiar with. Zonaby? He asked in a shocked tone. He knew there was something off about from the first meeting he had with her, and he had told himself to keep an eye on her, but due to various reasons, the most notable being a lack of time, he had completely forgotten about it, and now she was standing here. He would be the first to admit he had not seen this coming. The bee. Owen smiled in such a way that Harry had to wonder if she was all the way there considering their surrounding before saying something that pretty much confirmed it for him. It's Blaze, remember Harry? Why are you here? I have a proposal, she said as her visage turned slightly more serious. I help you with your problems and you help me with my problems with my mother. Upon hearing this, Harry knew there was more to this deal than he knew. He knew that at the very least this young woman in front of him was not normal. No one from his company could betray him, and yet she knew exactly when and where to find him in a place where he was in such desperate need of help he would accept any help. Still, what other options had he? He gritted his teeth and holstered his knife before extending his hand. Deal. The B. Owned closed the distance between him and accepted his hand. Deal. She repeated, and then suddenly Harry felt the unpleasant feeling of being squeezed through a tube as he was getting side-apparated away. After schooling his face back into something a little more neutral, he broke the hug, luckily not having to stun someone this time, and asked if she remembered what had happened. It came soon apparent that this was not the best question to ask as the already pale Potter girl glanced from the girl on the ground to covered body that was laying a bit further away on the ground and immediately paled even more. He really should have thought it through a bit longer. Using a white sheet had not been a good idea. Recognizing what was about to happen, Harry quickly made a semi-complicated motion with his wand and caught the conjured bucket with his other hand. It was none too soon, because as soon as he handed it over, the red-headed girl started to empty the contents of her stomach into the bucket. While not really so squeamish as other people, Harry still did not really feel like watching someone puke her guts out, so he turned away and pulled a hand mirror from his pocket. John, he said, and moments later a haggard-looking face appeared on the screen. What is it, sir? He said somewhat tersely. I am a bit busy right now. To prove his point, Harry saw the image disappear for a moment and heard a loud explosion on the background. When he was back on the screen, Harry saw the man had a new cut on his face. I completed my objective, Harry said before asking, what is the situation with you? Intel was correct, John said shortly. Primary target is here along with 3 golden masks and 24 silver masks. He paused for a moment and then said, Dumbledore and his follower have also shown up. Harry made a sound of annoyance, but he could not say this was unexpected. He was just glad they hadn't show up here. What is the current status? 2 torched stores, unknown amount of victims, at least a dozen civilians are down, unknown if they are alive or not. 2 members of Team 2 are down, but managed to active emergency portkey. Team 1 is still fully active. Several of Dumbledore's followers are down and at least one was hit with a AK. Roughly half of the silver masks are down and 1 golden, one of the male Lestranges if I am not mistaken. As he listened, he allowed the information to filter in his mind. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort were there. They should be able to fight each other to a stalemate. And then you had 2 unknown Inner Circle members and a dozen non-Inner Circle Death Eaters against all 5 of Team 1 and 3 members of Team 2, John, and whoever Dumbledore brought with him. Understood. Contact me if there are any changes. Potter out. As soon as John's face disappeared, Harry said the next name. Chong, and just like before, a face appeared. This time it was the face of a woman of Asian descent. Her name was Ming Chong and she was 3rd member of the original trio of instructors he had hired. The woman was a similar age as the Bells, and Harry knew from experience that she was a more than capable duelist. Sir, she greeted with a brief nod. Are you already done? Harry nodded. Yes, what about you? Any sign of the enemy? The woman shook her head. Nothing yet, sir. Are you sure this information you have received is reliable? Harry furrowed his brow at hearing this, but answered regardless. So far it has been correct with both me and Bell, but there is always chance some of it could be wrong. He was silent for a moment before he decided on a course of action. You will stay there with Team 4. If an enemy shows up after all, I want you to contact me immediately. Potter out. As soon as her face disappeared, Harry spoke in the mirror again. One-way audio only. Chong, John, Team 1, Team 2, Team 4, Team 5. 2 seconds later his mirror flashed blue, showing it had made contact with all 22 mirrors he had attempted to contact. He then, taking in account that most of them probably had their mirrors in their pockets, said in a loud and clear voice. Listen up. This is Potter. Team 4, you are to stay with Chong. Team 5 make your way over toward Diagon Alley and assist, but do not engage Voldemort. If all Death Eaters are restrained, then I want Team 5 to return and take the team with the most remaining able fighter with you. I will also come to engage Voldemort personally, but Team 3 will remain here unless orders arrive. I repeat, Team 5 reinforce Team 1 and 2 for as long as necessary and return with help when all Death Eaters are dealt with. Potter out. At that he lowered the mirror and pocketed it again. Then he realized he made his second blunder around Rose for the day. It seems she heard him when he said he would go after Voldemort. To put it mildly, the way she was looking was a little worrisome. It wasn't the wide eyes, or the skin that was so pale that some might mistake her for a vampire, nor was it the small amount of vomit on her chin. No, it was the sheer amount of terror in her eyes as she said, "Why, you are going up against him." Harry frowned at and wondered if it was the previous experience that caused her to act like this or if there was more going on. Regardless, he didn't have time to stay and find out. Voldemort was out there along with Dumbledore. This was a golden opportunity. He may not practically like Dumbledore, but there was no denying his strength, and not even Dumbledore was stupid enough to give Voldemort a second chance, so assisting him now so that it will be a 2-against-1 fight should be his best choice. "Look, I will be fine," he promised, knowing that that probably was a lie. Even 2 against 1, one does not go up against Voldemort and come out untouched. "Do you have your wand?" And no, security has all our wands. Again, Harry felt the strong urge to face palm at hearing this, but he managed to control himself. At least this explained why Alex didn't defend herself with her wand. He also gave himself a mental reminder to remind both of the girls that were here to never ever give away their wand unless they could do controlled battle-oriented wandless magic. He sighed and removed from the holster around his leg his third wand and held it in front of Rose to take. What do I need to do with your wand?" Due to the current situation, Harry's mind was more or less set on battle mode, and despite his earlier show of affection, he really did not have any more time to coddle her. "Your best friend," he said slowly and clearly while pointing at Alex, "is lying there unconscious and defenseless. She needs someone to look after her." Rose, seemingly understanding what he meant, nodded and took the wand. To be honest, the black girl really did not need protection, considering everyone here was apparently wandless except his people, but he also knew she needed something to do right now, something to focus her attention on instead of allowing her thoughts to wander. He gave Rose's shoulder one last comfortable squeeze before turning around. The sight that greeted him caused another spike of annoyance to rise from within him. It looked like a good portion of the room had assembled around him. Heck, the only reason why they probably weren't closer was because the 3 he had sent out to calm the masses had all 3 raised a magic shield of some sort. The 3 shields clearly stopped anyone from passing, and together they didn't leave any room for anyone to pass. "McGrath," he said, addressing the male that was a few years older than him, "what is going on?" The man did not lower his wand as he turned his head to face his employer. "The crowd got a bit exited when they saw you, sir. We thought it was best to stop them. Otherwise they might trample the injured." Harry made a sound of annoyance as he gazed at the crowd, which seemed to get even more exited now that they saw he had their attention. Seriously, they had just been attacked by Death Eaters and they were gapping at him like some kind of animal in a zoo. The only difference being that there was a shield charm between them instead of bars. Harry took a deep calming breath, non-verbally casted a sonorous on himself and said, "Listen up. You have just been attacked by Death Eaters. Another attack is currently going on and I am going there to assist. I will now give you 2 seconds to move out of the way, or I will count you as an accomplice of the Death Eaters and I will act accordingly. 1. He raised his wand threateningly at the masses and small sparks of magic sprang from it. TW. That was all that was necessary as the people quickly made way from him. He had to admit it had been satisfying to do this after being gawked at like that for years. He just hoped this wouldn't come back to bite him in the ass on a later date. "Lower your shield," he said to Glacé, who was upholding the middle shield. As soon as she did, 2 people rushed forward, and just moments before Harry was going to blast them away, he had warned them. After all, he recognized who they were: Sirius and Vance. Well, technically not Vance here, but screw technicalities. He sighed and lowered his wand. "Let them in. Bring your shield back up as soon as I leave." Don't lower it for anyone save a healer, a or own of our own. Understood, sir. Harry nodded and left the confines of the magical barrier. For a moment he stood still, briefly glancing around, daring anyone to disregard his warning, but fortunately no one did, and as such he quickly strode through the room and came upon the last two members of his team. Boot. Still no oars. No, sir, maybe they are preoccupied with another attack. Harry shook his head in disgust and turned to the last member of the team, Bark. Most of them were stunned, sir. The man replied. Half of them also carried a large number of wands. Stunned. Harry thought in disbelief. Death Eaters weren't exactly known to be merciful. So what was up with that? Then it came to him what might have happened. When this is over, I want your memory of you seeing their faces. He ordered before adding. For now leave them stunned and collect all the wands. He then turned to Boot. I want you to contact the Aurors and explain the situation to them. After getting another affirmative and feeling his team had received enough instructions and training to function on their own, Harry stepped through the flow and said, Leaky Cauldron. As soon as Harry stepped out of the roaring green flames, he knew he was at the right place. The pace was unnaturally utterly deserted and sounds of combat could be heard in the distance. As he quickly made his way over toward the barrier that separated Diagon Alley from the pub, he was surprised that the stone barrier was no longer there. From the looks of it, someone had casted a blasting curse on it, and it had actually had worked. Harry idly wondered what kind of spell had been used. Surely there must have been some kind of protection against them being damaged. After all it would take was some kind of drunk who forgot the combination and lost its patience. He mentally shrugged. It did not matter right now, and unlike before, he could not afford to let his thoughts wander. After steeling himself for a moment, Harry fully entered the alley, wand held forward and eyes scanning for any threat. He didn't have to look long, however. With the alley deserted like this, he could scan the alley in one fine sweep. He saw Death Eaters, his people and people of Dumbledore's cult, all firing spells at each other. Why were those idiots firing spells at his people? Harry shook his head in annoyance. Those people shouldn't even be here. Seriously, he knew from experience that not even half of them could put up a decent fight. Most of them probably didn't even have any training outside of their Dada lessons. What was Dumbledore thinking? Did he expect a housewife to win against an inner circle Death Eater just because they fought for the light? Or a simple ministry employee? Or a store owner? At least they had all the common sense to stay behind cover. Heck, the only people currently not behind cover of some sort were him, the unconscious Death that laid on the ground, and the two combatants that were in the middle of the alley locked in what truly was an awe-inspiring duel. Voldemort and Dumbledore were ducking it out in the middle of the alley. Only second of seeing it was enough to make him remember why those were hailed as two of the strongest wizards of the last century. The power they were throwing around should be respected, should be feared. A sane person should stay as far away from the duel as possible or get caught in the crossfire. Not that this mattered to Harry. No, it did not even cross his mind as he aimed his wand at the back of Voldemort. Avada Kedavra, he muttered as he allowed the dark memories of the man fuel his spell. It was a risk using a unforgivable verbally in broad daylight like this, but as he couldn't do this one non-verbally, and this was Voldemort after all, he would risk it. Besides, nobody could have possibly heard him with all the combat going on like this, and if he missed, then there were many green-colored spells anyway, and if he hit, then well, it was Voldemort, and no politician was stupid enough to lock him up after killing him. The green cursed sword, and as if having eyes in the back of his head, Voldemort stepped to the side and positioned himself in such a way that he now could keep track of both Harry and Dumbledore. The curse meanwhile kept flying straight and nearly hit the other combatant, but he managed to sidestep it. Having completely missed the fact he was nearly responsible for killing the leader of the light, Harry had his eyes firmly locked with the blood-red ones of the one who was feared above all in this country. Hello, Voldemort. Long time no see. He said nonchalantly, but while his tone was relaxed, his stance never wavered. Harry Potter. The snake-like man hissed in contempt. You were supposed to be Death. Well, what can I say? Harry asked as he broke eye contact for a moment and locked eyes with Dumbledore. He looked clearly surprised, but at least he didn't seem shocked. When Harry made a head motion toward Voldemort, the man nodded, much to Harry's relief, as he hoped the much older man understood his unspoken message. He then turned his eyes back toward Voldemort's and continued. The reports of my death have been greatly exaggerated. Then, as if by some unspoken signal, all three combatants sprang into action. Voldemort was the fastest as he cast a killing straight at Harry, who countered by conjuring a slab of solid stone. The curse impacted and the slab shattered in 100 little pieces, and Harry quickly jabbed his wand at the remains while they were still in the air and banished them toward his enemy. Dumbledore meanwhile had fired a powerful binding spell at the currently occupied Dark Lord. The man probably have similar if not better magical senses, as Harry felt the magic approach and turned toward what he perceived the bigger threat. Upon seeing the spell coming, the man immediately raised a protective wall of magic to protect himself, but this did not stop Harry's scrapple attack, which impacted seconds later. This was something Harry had noticed when fighting Voldemort in his own universe. The man almost never dodged. Heck, if he moved during a duel, it was by means of apparition. Harry wasn't sure why any sane person would handicap themselves like that, but it did not really matter to him. In fact, it was more a blessing than anything. His lack of movement was probably one of the main reasons why his team back home had been able to beat the man. The man in question meanwhile did not look amused, as his face was covered in small cuts and bruises, but they only remained there for seconds as they healed in seconds, much to Harry's bemusement. Seriously, did every strong enemy he faced had to have accelerated healing? Ignoring how hypocritical that last statement of him was, Harry was about to taunt the man about drawing first blood when his mirror activated and the voice of John was clearly heard. All teams, this is Bell. All enemy forces have been defeated. Sans main priority. Team 5 return to previous assignment. Team 1 join them. Team 2 bind and secure all enemy combatants. Upon hearing this, Harry risked it and activated his magical eye to quickly scan his surroundings for confirmation. What he saw confirmed it. No more Death Eaters were active. No more Dumbledore people either, for that matter. Had his people taken them out too? Or had they fallen to the Death Eaters? Mentally shrugging as it did not really matter and giving himself another mental reminder to throw a party when they returned from their first job well done, Harry focused his full attention back on Voldemort. It seems your servants have lost, he said. Are you ready to follow them? Not even waiting for a response, Harry fired a high-powered blasting curse at the man. What happened next was not something he had expected. The man literally backhanded the spell away. You have got to be kidding me. Harry thought in disbelief. Seriously, he could pull off something similar with minor hexes and spells, but one does not backhand a freaking high-powered blasting curse. The man sneered cruelly at him. You understand nothing, Harry Potter, he said as he turned to the warily looking Dumbledore for a moment, but the time will soon come when you will understand. And when that time comes, I will be waiting. Until then, he said with a mock bow, and with near silent crack of apparition he was gone. Harry stared at the place where the dark wizard had left from in a state of disbelief. What the hell was that? He mentally screamed. Voldemort does not retreat, does not surrender. So what the hell was that? Merlin. The fight hadn't even really started yet, that was a mere warm-up, so why did he leave? And what the bloody hell was he talking about? I understand nothing. What did that mean? Harry briefly shook his head and took a deep breath. So what if his plans hadn't go as he expected? He was still alive, so he needed to prepare for the next confrontation. Accept, adept, and move on. He thought absent-mindedly as he heard someone approach his position. John, he acknowledged. Sir, do you still want me to go ahead as planned? Harry thought about it for a moment before he nodded and pulled an empty vial from his back pouch before putting his wand at his head and pulling a memory from it and into the vial. My memory of what happened at the ministry, he said as he handled the vial over. Supply her with your own memory of what happened here. Yes, sir, the man replied as he accepted the vial and stashed it in his own back pouch. Do you still want me to tell her to bug off and wait until you contact her? His boss nodded. Yes, use those exact words. She will understand. The man nodded again and left to do his assignment. Moments later, Harry was approached by someone he rather not deal with right now. I believe we have much to discuss, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said in a tone that made it clear he wanted some answers. Yes, I believe so, he replied. Harry Potter was not in a particular good mood as he stared ahead of him blankly, the fingers of his left hand tapping on the table in front of him as he ignored the sound of people taking around him. He was at Grimald Place again, in the kitchen waiting for the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to start. He really did not want to be here, but at times like these he couldn't afford to lose the likes of Dumbledore as his allies, even though the rest of his people were of the more questionable quality. Still, if there was one thing Dumbledore's cult had over his company, then it was their contacts. They might s.k. at fighting, but they were far more widespread and as such should be able to gather more accurate intel more easily. So for now he would grit his teeth and sit here. Of course it wasn't the fact that he had to be here that had put him in such a bad mood, well, not entirely anyway. What did, however, were the events of the day before. He had ked up. He had ked up badly. Not only had he allowed Voldemort to live, but he also had been completely wrong in what the Death Eater's third target was. He could still easily see the headlines of last night's Evening Prophet. He who should not be named has returned. Minister of Magic assures the situation is under control. Harry Potter, hero of the ministry. Rumors of an order of Merlin for savior of several pureblood heirs. Attack on Diagon Alley. Dumbledore to the rescue, hero or vigilante. Those three articles he had expected. Hell, he had more or less been responsible for the exact contents of one of them. However, it had been the last one at the bottom of the front page that had been unexpected, and definitely not unexpected in a good way. Harry Potter orphanage torched. Still no sign of the children. Suffice it to say he had not slept at all last night. Even before he had read the article, his head was already in turmoil from his earlier confrontation with Voldemort, both from the cryptic words he had sprouted and from his unexpected retreat. But then he had seen the prophet and he had more or less spent the rest of the night brainstorming just what the man was planning. So yeah, he was not exactly in the greatest of moods, and that was not even counting all those people in this room that kept pestering him. At some level he was lucky he had grown up at the Dursleys. He had had to learn how to ignore stupid people's action there. He sure as hell couldn't have laughed at them in that house, but still it was pretty annoying. He was just lucky that the Potters hadn't arrived yet. He was pretty sure they would be a lot more persistent than the others. It was then that the door opened and several people entered the kitchen. Among those were the two Black and Potter parents, the four oldest Weasleys, and Dumbledore himself. For a moment Harry had hope that someone wouldn't make his already annoying headache worse, but as he expected, that was not to be. 2 seconds, that was all he got. 2 seconds of blissful silence as everyone turned to the door to see who had entered. Then he was spotted and a loud exclamation of, "Harry!" followed. He was tempted to shout, "Lily!" back at her in the same tone of voice and seen how she would react, but it would probably only make his headache worse, so he decided against it. Instead he merely said, "That is my name, yes. Thank you. I was almost forgotten it if you didn't shout it every time you saw me." His remark actually stopped her dead in her tracks, and Harry figured he knew why. If there was one thing he had learned from his encounters with Luna Lovegood, then it was that quite a few people stop and think if you reply to them by saying something rather random, but on the surface actually seems somewhat relevant. Dumbledore coughed somewhat uncomfortable and said, "Let's take a seat everyone. Lily, I am sure you can talk with Harry after the meeting." Someone reluctantly everyone took a seat and Dumbledore spoke up again. "Good morning everyone," he said with his trademarked grandfatherly smile. "So good everyone could come at such short notice. I hereby officially open this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix. As you can see, we have a special guest with us this morning. Considering his part of his last night activities, I have requested he joins us in today's meeting," he said before adding, "Of course I am sure many of you are also curious about young Harry's whereabouts these last few weeks. Well, young man, what do you have to say for yourself?" Harry did not have to turn his head to know who had said that. Seriously, who did that woman think she was? He decided to just ignore her and directed a question toward the esteemed leader of the Order of the Phoenix. "Why did Voldemort take those orphans?" he asked. Dumbledore looked uncomfortable for a moment, opened his mouth to say something, but then abruptly closed it again. He repeated this action several times until he finally spoke. "I don't know exactly," he admitted. "I doubt he wants them as future Death Eaters, and as orphans they have little value as hostages. The only thing I can think up is that he wants to use them for a ritual of some kind." While that was surprisingly forthcoming, Harry thought before realization struck, and what he questioned was part of the subjects covered in the unbreakable vow he had Dumbledore make when he just arrived. Perhaps that was what he was doing before he spoke, trying to go against the vow. Now, if you don't mind if I also have some questions for you, Harry. Harry shrugged. You can ask if you want. I will give you the answers I deem necessary. Dumbledore nodded. Although he didn't look very happy, he said. Fair enough. Where have you been these last few weeks? Hidden away. He replied with a perfect straight face. Having dealt with both teenager and politics for decades, Dumbledore was not one to lose his patience easily, so while giving the younger boy an indulging smile, he said. And may I ask where? Harry shrugged again. Telling people one's hiding place kind of defeats the point of having a hiding place, doesn't it? He asked rhetorically. Are you saying you don't trust us? One of the Order members who Harry could not identify asked. And people say there is no such a stupid question, Harry muttered softly before returning to normal speaking volume. Unless each and every you swear a unbreakable vow not to harm me, directly or indirectly, then I would trust you blindly, but now. Not a chance. You can trust us, you do know that, don't you, Harry? Lily Potter asked as she tried to make eye contact with the 17-year-old, but he was still staring at the unknown member. When he eventually did turn toward her, his eyes were cold. You of all people really have no right to say that, he said in a chilling tone. Not wanting the situation to escalate and having seen Lily's face, Dumbledore spoke again so that the attention returned back to him. Okay, while I agree that you can trust us, after all you went through, I can understand it is difficult for you to trust too easily. Perhaps you can tell me in a more private setting. No, Harry said bluntly and without hesitation. I have gone to great lengths to ensure that safe house is secure, and I will not carelessly go around telling people where it is, especially not someone who trusts someone with rather questionable loyalties. Dumbledore was silent for a moment, carefully studying the much younger male before he seemingly came to a decision and made a small nod. Very well, he said, suddenly sounding a lot older. I will respect your decision on that, and I hope that in the future I have gained enough of your trust that might be willing to tell me. Now forgive an old man for being curious what caused you to have to hide away. Harry thought about whether he should answer for a moment, but then came to a decision. I had a little run-in with vampires loyal to Voldemort. This little bit information caused several people to gasp in shock, and Harry had no doubt a lot of questions would have been fired at him if Dumbledore hadn't spoken up. That's most troubling to hear, he said. Were you badly injured? Harry made a little bit motion with his hand. Some physical injuries, he said. It was a bit of an understatement, but if he told them about his true extent of his injuries, then anyone with even the most basic of medical skills would probably ask some pretty uncomfortable question. I also suffered severe magical exhaustion. That, among other things, was one of the reasons why I did not return to Hogwarts. I see, Dumbledore said as he stroked his beard. I assume you do require any more medical assistance? He questioned, upon which he received a shake of the head in the negative. What can you tell me about those vampires you encountered? What were their numbers? Did they allude to who lead them? Harry shrugged. The vampires I encountered numbered in the few dozen, but you don't have to worry about them anymore, he said, and luckily it did not take a genius to figure out what he meant, so besides some disbelieving looks, no one interrupted him. Their leader, on the other hand, is a very big problem. Why? Dumbledore questioned, as he feared the worst considering all the rumors he had heard. Their leader, a vampire who calls himself Laurent Desmarais, is an ancient one. This time there were no gasps of shock, no exclamations of disbelief, just people looking at each other in questioning ways. The only two in the room who seemed to know what he was talking about was a pale Dumbledore and a grim-looking ex-Auror. Are you sure, lad? The aforementioned Auror questioned sharply. I am sure, Harry said, for once not blaming someone for not believing him. I saw him myself, even talked to him for a couple of minutes. Believe me, if you saw what I have seen, then you wouldn't be questioning me right now. You saw what he was capable of. Harry shrugged. He could move at speeds faster than my eye could track. He has far above human strength. He has accelerated healing so strong that it allowed him to stand in the middle of magically conjured fire without any problem. The same fire I had used to destroy all the other vampires. And that were only the abilities I have been able to witness. This time the exclamations of shock did come and Dumbledore had to fire a powerful firework spell to get everyone's attention again. You said you spoke with him, right? How would you describe him? Prideful. He did not seem happy to be in the servant role at all. Harry began. He also did not seem too fond of mortals in general. He did seem to have a great respect for power as he offered me a position amongst his ranks despite his apparent dislike for mortals, after he saw me take out all the vampires he had with them. This in turn also showed me he held little regard for those below him. How did you survive the encounter? Harry grimaced briefly and decided this was definitely not going to be a moment for the truth. After I depleted a majority of my core and realizing just what I was facing, I decided a tactical retreat was in order and I apparated away. A wise decision, lad, Moody said as he turned both his eyes to him. It's better to live and fight another day than die some pointless death, especially when you had the intel you did. What I am curious about, however, is how Mr. Potter knew the attacks were going to happen. A order member stated, and as Harry turned to him he noticed it was the man who had given Toby up. How do you think? Harry asked rhetorically, while not able to keep the sarcasm out of his voice. Perhaps the same way you did. Snape told you. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and prayed for patience, but luckily someone else already rebuked the clueless fool. He means he has a spy of his own, obviously. Vank no Black said before turning to Harry, if you do not mind, I would like to talk with you for a moment after the moment. Harry nodded and offered the woman a faint smile. He had a few ideas what the woman wanted and decided to just agree. Of course, I have nothing else important to do anyway, he said as he expertly ignored the crushed looks of two other order members. So you knew about the attacks and choose not to inform anyone? The same man as before questioned in a tone that Harry did not practically like. Correct me if I am wrong, but your little order hasn't informed anyone either, have they? The man blustered for a moment and then snarled, at least you could have informed us of the attack of the ministry. That way people who actually have experience could have dealt with it and no one would have had to die. Harry did not even bother hiding the derisive snort that came out of him. My spy informed me that the attack was well known throughout the Death Eater ranks. If Snape did not tell you, he is either a very crappy spy or perhaps he isn't as loyal as some of you think he is. His word had the effect he had expected. A lot of blustering and yelling and Dumbledore calming everyone down by saying he trusted Snape. Seriously, it was kind of sad how predictable those people were. Harry decided to move things along as he said, why did you people attack mine? This question seemed to perk Dumbledore up as he said, so you are the owner of Hydra Enterprise after all? Harry nodded. He had been seen in the ministry along with a security team. The truth was as good as out anyway. I am, he admitted. Our side needed competent fighters. Hydra Enterprise was the answer to that. Considering he insulted a majority of the room with that last statement, Harry was surprised no sounds of outrage had followed his statement. Perhaps they thought he just meant more competent fighters instead of what he meant. So why did you people attack them? We were not aware of their allegiance, Dumbledore admitted. All I know about your company is that it has been protecting suspected Death Eater homes ever since it was founded. With Voldemort around, I did not have much time to make a decision and I decided that they needed to be subdued and the mess could be sorted out after the fighting had ended. Harry nodded. That was actually a somewhat reasonable explanation. He knew that unknowns on the battlefield were dangerous and with Voldemort around any decision had to be made fast. Still, they could have used some common sense. According to my spy in the Death Eater ranks, a lot of the weaker Death Eaters were utterly terrified of the one who calls himself Lord Riddle and were willing to pay good money for protection. I saw an opportunity and I took it. So you protected Death Eaters? That same annoying guy from before asked. Harry shrugged. Unlike you people, I run a company that is run on money. So what if I protected some weaker non-important Death Eaters for a few weeks? With the money I earned during that time, I could drastically expand the company into what it is today. So your people are only in it for the money? Harry shook his head. No, he said, for once being completely truthful. There are few people who would willingly put their life in danger even if you pay them if they don't believe in what they do. But on the other hand, due to me paying them, they don't have to find a job and as such can actually spend the time fighting in the war and training for it. How many of you besides the couple of oars you have, can say the same? This actually caused the room to fall silent for a moment. The truth was Harry hit closer to the truth than many were comfortable. They were proud of they were doing, but most of them had to admit at least to themselves that if those people hadn't shown up the day before then things may have been even worse than the single death they had suffered. Then perhaps you people can join the order. Almost mechanically Harry turned to whoever asked the stupidest question of the day, and considering some of the other questions that had been asked that was saying something, and to his surprise he saw that it Arthur Weasley. In his universe he had liked the man, he really had, but the man was also another example just how messed up their society was. He had been part of the ministry, head of a department which was working closely with Muggle items, yet he hadn't even the faintest idea how most of those things worked. It was kind of sad that despite being a blood traitor, he still managed to get himself a job which was clearly way more suited for any Muggleborn or half-blood out there. I don't think that is a good idea, Harry said as diplomatically as possible. Alliance and exchange of information, yes, but a completely fusion, no. Oh, the redhead man somewhat subdued. And why not, young man? His wife said in such a tone that clearly stated she expected a damn good reason. Because your security is leaky, because most of your people are incompetent, because your people don't understand what needs to be done, because you have no real discipline, because you people are too reliant on a single leader, and because you make some of the stupidest plans to date. Harry thought on the top of his head, but knew better than to voice that out loud, so instead he said, because if a spy infiltrate either one of our organizations at least the other one isn't compromised, but if we were to merge then a single spy can bring us all down. While this was definitely not the true reason, it was the truth, and thankfully it was enough to shut the woman up. So what were the Ministry's and the Goblins' reactions after yesterday's events? He questioned, as unfortunately he hadn't any reliable sources there yet. Bill Weasley, eldest son of the Weasley family, spoke up at that. There has been a lot of talks among the higher-ranked goblins. Of what exactly I am not sure, but it seems High Command isn't as unified as they once were. Other than that, things seem to be still relatively normal. Harry nodded. And the Ministry? Minister Fudge has shown to have a surprising number of people backing him. Although a lot of people still blame him for what happened, surprisingly a larger number supports him. Harry raised an eyebrow at hearing that. Death Eater sympathizers. Or was this the work Blaze's mother, the Mrs. Fudge? He thought, as he was sure that Fudge couldn't build up such a support base on his own. Harry then addressed another issue he was curious about. What are your plans for the students? I beg your pardon. Dumbledore questioned, sounding nonplussed. Your students, Harry repeated. Voldemort has shown having no qualms attacking minors, and from what I have seen, if Hogwarts get attacked, or if they get attacked while at home, then they have no chance whatsoever to come out of it alive. It was blunt, yes, but in this case the truth had to be said. He had trained Alex for weeks and she was barely in the shape to go toe-to-toe with Death Eaters, let alone all the others who haven't received any training at all. Dumbledore looked thoughtful for a moment. On one hand, he rather kept children as far away from the war as possible, but on the other hand he wouldn't always be there, nor would the children always be behind the wards of Hogwarts. What do you suggest, Harry? Harry looked thoughtful for a moment before he said, if you continue to allow Hogsmeade visits, then I recommend you implement a test of some sorts for those who wanting to go. They must be able to sustain a magical shield for at least a full minute, must be able to identify the 3 unforgivable, and must be able to do a stunning spell and hit a target that is at least 10 meters away. Also, there must be trustworthy people in the village who can fire a Patronus. I also recommend you start planning alternative escape plans if the cast is ever put under siege. Lastly, I recommended teaching the Patronus charm to as many people as possible, and possibly ask Professor Flitwick if he is willing to start teaching people how to duel. Dumbledore remained thoughtful for a moment and then nodded. Yes, I think most of your ideas hold merit. In fact, I think I will implement a mandatory course that teaches students how to at least do a shielding spell and a stunning spell. That way, if they are ever attacked, they at least stand a chance. He said somewhat somberly, and Harry had to give some respect to the man. He may not like the idea of his students involved in the war, but at least he did not stuck his head in the sand and say they are perfectly safe. After that, they continued discussing future plans and what thought Voldemort was going to do for a full hour longer. During that time, they also hammered out a tentative agreement between the Order of the Phoenix and Hydra Enterprise. It basically stated they would assist each other in fighting, but would not interfere in each other's work. It also stated that one of Harry's instructors would come by every Sunday evening for a 4-hour training sessions for any Order member who was interested. In exchange, all the Ministry employees the Order held would write up daily rapports of what happens within the Ministry, and Harry's elf would pick them up every morning. Harry stood in front of a closed door. He hesitated for a moment, but then raised his hand and knocked. "Go away," a somewhat muffled voice called out. Harry sighed. He really was not looking forward to this, but he had promised it to her mother, and even if he hadn't, he probably would still have done it anyway. So, ignoring common courtesy, and the small voice in his head that was telling him this was not a good idea, he slowly opened the door and entered. Without even realizing what he was doing, Harry immediately scanned the room. Most people who would have seen him doing this and knew of his general past would probably write of his behavior as a result of the war, but that was not true. While the war definitely had made it worse, Harry had developed the habit of being aware of his surrounding years before that. Both at Private Drive and at his primary school, he had always needed to be aware of his surroundings, knowing where the threats were and where potential escape routes were. Once he had swept the room, he took a moment to look around a bit longer. The first thing he noticed was that the room was surprisingly feminine, not girly, but still clearly a room occupied by a member of the fairer sex. The curtains were closed, so it was a bit harder to see, but Harry could still clearly make out that the room color scheme seemed to be dominated by purple with some touches of white and pink. The furniture was pretty much what one could expect of a bedroom of a student. There was a comfortable-looking bed with a nightstand, a desk with a chair, a wardrobe, presumably filled with clothes, a couple of photos spread throughout the room. The only thing that was a bit abnormal was the bookcase, which filled one side of the room entirely. All of these observations only held his attention for a brief moment. What, or should he say whom, truly captured his attention, however, was sitting in front of her bed. There sitting was the person both the Black parents were worried about. Worried enough to ask a person who might relate better, if he wanted to talk with her, and Harry had to admit they had good reasons to be worried. That person was, of course, their daughter, Alexandra Black. A girl who had recently taken the life of another human being, and by the looks of it, she was taking it hard. The girl was still dressed in what he guessed was her nightwear, barefooted, sweatpants and tank top, that combined with her unkempt hair made Harry think she had either just rolled out of bed, or the more likely option, she never went to sleep. He mentally shrugged and sat down next to the girl who had hidden her face away in a pillow which laid on her pulled up legs. He wasn't sure how long he would have to sit there, but his gut was telling him that now was not the time to speak first. Luckily for him, he did not have to wait long, as a moment after sitting down, the girl lifted her head and turned to him. "I told you Harry," the girl said in tone where emotions could be heard all over the place. Harry almost did not hear her, and it was with even greater difficulty that he managed to suppress the wince that wanted to appear once he got a good look at her face. She had tear stains running down her face, and her eyes were red and puffy, while the bags under her eyes showed she must have barely slept. "Hey," he said softly, making sure to make eye contact. This act caused quite a bit of self-loathing. The pain in her eyes, the pain that could have probably have been prevented if he had just been a couple of seconds faster, would probably star in his nightmares for the next few days. Still, now was not the time to think about that. This room already had one emotional wreck, no need to add another, so with the best reassuring smile he could muster, he spoke. "I won't ask a stupid question and ask if you are all right, but if you want to talk, then I am here for you. I can't make all your problems go away, but I know it helps if you talk with people who went through similar things." Single quote, single quote. Alex said nothing in reply, and while he did not show it, Harry was getting worried. To be honest, he expected a somewhat more violent reaction from her, especially considering what happened the last time he saw her before the events of the ministry. Still, he decided to keep his mouth shut for now. He had given the offer. Now it was her choice to open up or not. He wasn't sure if this was the best course of action, but if she did react even remotely like him, then if he pushed her to speak, then she would only clam up. So they sat there, both now staring in front of each other. Harry wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he sure as hell knew that now was not the time to check his watch. Then, just when he was going to give up hope that she would speak, the younger girl actually spoke up, although her voice was a whisper that Harry could barely hear. I am just as bad as them, aren't I? It didn't take a rocket scientist to figure out to who she was referring to. Why do you think that? Harry asked in an equally soft tone as before. The question wasn't really for his sake. He knew exactly why she thought she was as bad as the Death Eaters, just as he knew she was nothing like them, but she would need to come to that conclusion herself. Just telling her would not work in this situation. I killed someone, Alex said in a somewhat bitter tone. You performed uncontrolled wandless magic while you and Rose were in danger, which resulted in someone's death. That is far from murder. Upon hearing this, her face snapped in his direction and Harry turned to face her. I killed someone, she nearly shouted, and if it wasn't for the privacy ward Harry had erected before entering, the whole house would probably have heard it. I ended another person's life. How does it matter how it happened? I was responsible. It was my magic that did it. A blind man could see the guilt that dripped off her face as fresh tears started to appear in her eyes. Acting on impulse, Harry put his arm around her shoulder and pulled her in. She didn't resist, and moments after her head made contact with his chest, he heard a soft sob. As he gently stroked her hair, she seemed to calm down somewhat, and as such, Harry tried to get through to her again. You said you were as bad as them, Harry began, causing the girl to stiffen. But do you think most Death Eaters will be overcome with guilt every time they kill someone? You didn't even do it intentionally, yet you feel guilty for killing a man who wanted to kidnap you, and you think you are the same as them. I see it happening over and over, the girl suddenly muttered against his t-shirt. Every time I close my eyes, I see my hand rise and. Another loud sob was heard as she couldn't even finish the sentence. Harry continued to gently stroke her hair as he gave her a moment or two to gather herself. It's not your fault, Harry whispered. Those people came after you, not the other way around. If you still had your wand, then I am sure you would have dealt with him, but those cowards attacked you while you were unarmed. They were the ones who forced your magic to defend you. It's not your fault. But I wanted to harm him, she admitted after several seconds of silence. I wanted to hurt him so badly when he told us we would live because we still had some uses. I could feel my magic, it felt so raw, so powerful, and I just wanted to use it to stop that man. Harry was silent for a moment after hearing that. While far from perfect from what he heard, her wandless magic had been a lot more controlled than he had expected. Instead of magic protecting the caster, she had actually directed it. That was unexpected considering her earlier non-existent skill in the art, but then again, one can pull off truly extraordinary feats if one is pushed far enough. You understand what would have happened if you hadn't stopped him, right? She lifted her head from his chest and made eye contact again and briefly nodded. I think so, but that still doesn't make what I did any easier. And that is exactly why you are nothing like those people. You know what they would have done to you, and yet you still regret your actions. Now that he had eye contact again, Harry could see that while she still did not completely believe him, she had started to accept that maybe she wasn't what she believed she was after all. Life isn't fair, Alex. There isn't always a right and a wrong choice. Sometimes the lesser evil has to be chosen. You haven't seen what I have. You haven't witnessed what Death Eaters do with their prisoners. I have, and I know what would have happened to you and Rose if you hadn't stopped him. Regardless of what anyone thinks, you did the right thing. How? How can killing be the right thing? Before the war had really started in my universe, a man told me, dark times lie ahead of us, and there will be a time when we must choose between what is right and what is easy. Those words can be interpreted in different ways, but I always thought he meant doing nothing and rolling over when he talked about what was easy. Then what about what is right? The girl asked, sounding like she was desperately looking for more answer than just the question she had asked. No one can tell you what is right, Harry said. The right thing to do is to do what you believe is right. I know it might not sound too helpful, but that doesn't make it any less true. In the end, you have to ask yourself what you are willing to do to prevent what would have happened if you had taken the easy way. I think I understand what you're trying to say, but all I needed to do was stop him. I didn't have to kill him. Harry shrugged slightly. Maybe not. Maybe you could have stunned him and he would have been sent to Azkaban, but what would have happened if he escaped and continued what he was doing before you stopped him? What if those people weren't capable of defending themselves? For all you know, you saved countless people suffering a similar fate as they wanted to bestow upon you. He observed the gray eyes that spoke of great conflict for a moment before he lost sight of them as Alex laid her head on his chest again. I need to think, the girl mumbled. Could you stay here for a while? Harry nodded. Although the black girl couldn't see this and absent-mindedly restarted stroking her hair. I will stay here as long as you want, he said, not noticing the slightly reddened cheeks of the one he had promised it to. It was several hours later that Harry Potter could be found walking in the direction of an overly large manor. He was heading straight for Potter Manor. The upcoming confrontation with Lily and James Potter was long overdue in his opinion. Most likely this was going to burn some bridges, but as he told Alex only hours before, sometimes you have to do what is necessary. Speaking of the girl, she seemed to be doing slightly better when he left her. She had even been able to give him some last-minute information that would prove useful for the upcoming confrontation. Of course, he was under no illusion she was suddenly fixed. That would no doubt take time, and that is assuming she would ever get completely over it. For now, he had advised that for the next few days she drink some dreamless sleep potion and then see if she can sleep somewhat normally after that. He had also told her that if the memories really became a problem, then an experienced mind healer could, for lack of better words, lock those memories up. Once that happened, she would still be able to remember what had happened in the ministry, but not in the exact detail, more in the way as if she wasn't there and just read about it in the newspaper. Harry himself had been offered to have this done to him twice, once by Dumbledore along with all the students after the massacre of Hogsmeade, and once by Mrs. Dunbar along with his entire team after the rather gruesome mission to Greengrass Manor. He had declined both the offers since the very thought of someone meddling with his minds repulsed him, but that was him. Perhaps Alex would want it. By now he had reached the door, and without barely slowing down he opened it and entered. Immediately upon entry, an elf appeared. Barney, he said as he greeted the only Potter elf he had met thus far with a nod. Please inform your masters I wish to speak with them immediately. The elf said nothing and merely bowed before leaving again the same way he had come. Harry did not have to wait long, as minutes after the elf left he could hear two sets of footsteps approach him at a rapid pace. Moments later he could see their happy faces. Harry snorted at seeing that and knew that what he was about to say would no doubt wipe those smiles off their faces. So the moment they reached hearing distance he spoke up. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter and of age member of House Potter. For disgracing the family name I hereby challenge James Potter, current head of House Potter, to an honor duel. Harry was proven true moments later when they both stopped smiling. In fact, they stopped moving entirely as they were seemingly shocked by his statement. For once, Harry could not really blame them. What he had just done was not something that was done lightly. He would not say he understood the concept completely, but from what he understood, magical families were connected by magic, and at the top of a family was the head. A head was allowed to enter underage members in a marriage contract like James had done, but he was only head for as long as magic recognized him to be it. A member of a family can deem that their head is no longer worthy of that title and challenge him to an honor duel. What Harry just did was exactly that, a challenge to duel. The family magic itself would ensure it would happen. Either by compelling the current head to accept or to pass on the title if the head continued to refuse. Of course, there was a very good reason people weren't constantly challenging their heads for a bit of power. By challenging your current head to an honor duel, you were basically saying you will no longer accepted your current head as the head of your family. Magic will ensure that by the end of the duel the current head would no longer be your head. If you win you take over, but if you lose you will become a no-name. A no-name is a person who is permanently cast out of the house. Regardless of what they were before, their new social status will be lower than even muggles. In essence, they lose practically all their rights in a way that is not unlike the outlaws from the Dark Ages Harry had heard about in his history lessons. Former heads are a bit better off considering when they lose they receive the normal member status, but considering a head can cast members out, they usually end up as no-names anyway. By now the Potters seemed to have accepted what he said and both were looking devastated. James looked conflicted for several moments before he finally sighed. Very well, I accept. He said. Know that even if you are no longer allowed to carry the Potter name, you are still our son. Upon hearing this, Harry had to resist the urge to snort and shake his head. He was being underestimated badly if that man really thought his victory was already assured. Or he may be, but when it came to combat, that wasn't saying everything. While it was true the Auror Corps held some of Britain's most well-educated fighters, it was also true that Aurors spent a lot of time learning things not directly related to combat. Potions, interrogation procedures, proper arrest regulations, stealth and tracking were only some of the things Aurors had to learn. If you were to strip away all the non-combat classes of Auror training, you were left with a regiment that only took months instead of years. Harry would know since John had explained it to him in detail when they were discussing just what and more importantly what not to teach the security teams. That was not even mentioning the experience. James Potter might have fought in the First War, but that was already over 16 years ago. Harry, on the other hand, had fought in the much more recent Second War, and that was not even mentioning all the practice he had for those last couple of months. It was only 20 minutes later that 4 Potters and 1 other man could be found in the dueling room of Potter Manor. Harry had given Rose a reassuring smile when he had seen her, which she had returned somewhat uncertainly. She looked like she hadn't slept much either, but she looked to be in a better emotional state than her best friend. Before entering the room, he had briefly spoken with her as she handed him his 3rd wand back. He had apologized for suddenly disappearing like that and had told her what was about to happen. Upon hearing this, it seemed like she didn't know what to feel. In the span of mere second, Harry had seen on her face happiness, worry, resignation, and anger. Harry wasn't sure what that was all about, but decided to put it to the back of his mind for now. James Potter was more or less an unknown in the dueling department, so he couldn't afford to let his thoughts wander right now, not with the stakes as high as they were. It was then that the only non-Potter in the room spoke up. The man was an employee of the Ministry of Magic, a member of the Department of Records to be exact. For the sake of the honor duel, he really did not need to be here, but the law stated that if there was a change in head of house, then a member of the ministry needed to be there. Today, on the 22nd of December, I, David Green, head of the Department of Records, am here to witness the honor duel between Harry and James Potter. The challenge was issued by Harry Potter on the grounds that the current head of the House of Potter, James Potter, has disgraced the family name. This duel will continue until either duelist submits or is no longer capable of continuing. As he was saying that, a dictation quill was writing down each and every word that the man said on a piece of parchment that was laid out on a conjured table. Green then turned to James, who had donned a new set of robes. Supposedly they were dueling robes. Harry wasn't sure how exactly they were different from normal ones, as he couldn't sense any magic coming from them. Guessed they weren't enchanted, so they probably were just made of something a bit sturdier than regular robes. Duelist James Potter, do you understand what is about to happen, and are you ready? The Potter head nodded and pulled out his wand. Then Green turned to Harry, who had donned the same attire he had worn when he went to the vampires and had worn just the other day. Duelist Harry Potter, do you understand what is about to happen, and are you ready? Harry nodded. Of course, he said as he gripped his already drawn wand more tightly. Green looked once more over each combatant and nodded satisfaction. He wouldn't bother asking them to bow. This was an honor duel after all. Asking someone to show signs of respect during one was a bit foolish. He raised his hand and, after keeping it there for a moment, quickly lowered it and exclaimed, "Then duel." Wanting to see just how serious his opponent was taking this duel, Harry waited a second to see James's first spell and was disappointed with what he saw. A single stunner headed straight at him. Resisting the urge to show just how ineffective that attack was by slapping it aside with his bare hand, Harry sidestepped the spell and quickly leveled his wand at his opponent's offhand. A wordless bone breaker curse later, and the sound of bone snapping could be heard, which was shortly followed by a scream of pain. You would do well not to underestimate me, Harry said coldly. Harry knew he could and probably should have ended it there and then if only his choice in spells had been different, but he had chosen against it. At some level he owed those people a debt for taking him in when they didn't need to, and Harry hated to be in debt to other people. This was especially true when it concerned people that he wasn't particularly fond of. So he would give him this warning shot, which in his mind made them more or less even. A more vindictive part of his mind, however, was relishing in the man's pained face. Not only for what they put Rose through, but also for tarnishing the memories he had of his parents with their actions. Well, it looked like he got the message across at least, as he saw a very shocked-looking James cast a pain-numbing spell on his left arm. Not seeing the point at prolonging this any longer, Harry cast a volley of stunners, one directed straight at him and one directed to each side of the man. Instead of dodging like Harry had hoped, James took a more solid stance and raised a shield. Harry didn't wait for him to finish, however. The moment he took that stance, Harry knew he wasn't going to dodge, so before James even raised a shield, Harry knew what he was about to do and immediately followed up his stunners with a bombarda. The combination of the stunner and the bombarda impacting on the shield was enough to drastically weaken it, and when Harry fired his second stunner volley, he was forced to drop to the ground as his shield was obliterated and he couldn't jump to the side due to Harry's two other stunners. As James lay there on the ground and didn't immediately get up, Harry couldn't help but feel dissatisfied at the level of his opponent. For all his faults, hadn't this man at one point defied Voldemort thrice? If this was truly the extent of his skills, then the years hadn't been kind on him. Harry made a sound of annoyance and fired a fairly powerful banishing charm at the man on the ground, which caused him to go flying against the wall at the other side of the room with a groan of pain. You know, at some level 1, I'm glad my parents died when Voldemort attacked our home, Harry said as James tried to stand up. I may have grown up in that hellhole, but at least I didn't grow up to see my parents turn into the likes of you two. Harry W.H. James began, but Harry was just beginning, and as such he mercilessly fired a bone-breaking cure at the now standing man's right leg. Being in no physical state to dodge, James fell down in a scream of pain as another one of his bones broke. I was a guest at your house, so I held my tongue, but what kind of ked up parents are you? Harry said as the volume of his voice slowly rose. Do you even realize how you treated your own daughter just because she was in another house? Do you? I. The man in question gasped as his son looked down on him in utter fury. I didn't. If anything, this seemed to only piss Harry off more. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself down before he did anything really rash, and leveled a glare on the downed man which was so intense that even Severus Snape would have felt some pity for James. Do not take me for a fool. I am neither deaf nor am I blind, Harry nearly hissed. While that behavior was pretty bad, I have seen worse, and Rose had others she could rely on, so I didn't do anything. But now that you have entered her into a marriage contract, I can't say how utterly and completely disgusted I am with you people. Then Harry fired the spell that ended the duel. A high-powered banisher which, even though the target was already leaning against the wall, was more than powerful enough to knock the man out. Harry barely acknowledged Green as he announced that the duel was over and that Harry was now the new head of the House of Potter. Instead, his attention was focused on the second, and only conscious, person responsible for his ire. And you, he spoke venomously as he directed his attention on the Potter whose face was as white as a sheet and speechless. You are a teacher at Hogwarts. Not only that, but you are a Muggle born. How could you even for a second condone a marriage contract between Ronald Weasley and your own daughter? Lily tried to speak, but no words were coming out. Her emotions had been all over the place ever since her elf had told her Harry had returned. She had been so happy when she heard he had finally returned, but then he had challenged James to an honor duel. Lily wasn't even sure how she felt when she heard the words. Not only was there no real good outcome of the duel, but the very fact that Harry challenged James to an honor duel was a difficult pill to swallow. Then the duel had happened, and Lily had only been able to watch in mute horror as Harry defeated James like he was a first-year Hogwarts student instead of the auror he was. If that wasn't enough, Harry finally started to lose the composure he normally held and started to yell out some cold hard truths. Yes, truths. Not even in the confines of her mind she could refute what he was saying. She and James had been horribly toward their only daughter, and for what? Just because she didn't fit the perfect light image that had made them so famous. Merlin. Had she really craved for fame so much that she had neglected to care of her own flesh and blood? Then Harry turned his attention to her and asked a question she really could not answer. When Albus had suggested it, it had been so much sense, but now. She felt sick. What kind of monster had she become that she had entered her own daughter in a marriage contract? Harry had had enough. Nothing to say, huh? Doesn't really matter anyway, he said as he tried to regulate his breathing to a more even state. After he calmed down somewhat, he added in somewhat more formal tone, as your head of house I hereby inform you that both your and your husband's access to the Potter family vault has been revoked. Also when you see your friends the Weasleys do tell them that the marriage contract between the House of Potter and the House of Weasley will be dissolved shortly. Harry then sheathed his wand and turned to Rose and with a somewhat softer expression he said, I am sorry you had to see this. The girl shook her head as her eyes moved to the mess that was her father. You don't have to apologize, she said, just could you allow them to remain in the house? Despite what they have done, they are still my parents. I don't want to see them homeless. Harry nodded. The thought of kicking them out actually hadn't crossed his mind yet, and if she didn't want it, then so be it. Perhaps they would learn from this, and if not, he could always kick them out later. Unbeknownst to the others, Green had made his way out of the room and was on his way to the flow. In his hand he had the piece of parchment that the dictation quill had been writing on, and if there was one thing the man was sure of, then it was that a certain someone would be very interested in this piece of information. She knew this was not real, knew that this couldn't be real. This had happened months ago, and yet here she was again, unable to do anything but watch. Watch as her best friend got dragged in the room by the hulking bodies of Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle and get thrown to the floor. Watch as the girl known as Tracy Davis got kicked in the face as she tried to stand up. Watch as she is holed under the Cruciatus curse for nearly half a minute. Watch as Malfoy gives his disgusting house purification speech to the barely coherent girl on the ground. Watch as Tracy turned her eyes away from Malfoy and towards her. Watch and see the betrayed look on her face. Watch as she stretched a hand out toward her and begged for her help, and finally watch as a green flash of light permanently snuffed out the life of a girl whose only supposed crime was that she wasn't born to two purebloods. She wishes she could close her eyes, but she could not, as her body wasn't obeying her. She wishes she could wake up, but despite knowing she was in this same dream yet again, she couldn't will herself to wake up. It was not like she didn't think she did not deserve to be tormented by the memories of the past. No, it wasn't the memories that made those dreams so bad. It was what she knew what was going to happen now, the moment the memories ended, but Nightmare did not. So still unable to move her body 1 inch, she watched as her nightmare left the realm of memories as the lifeless body of the 17-year-old girl on the ground suddenly in almost eerie fashion rose to a sitting position. Her eyes no longer held the look of betrayal nor the somewhat mischief one she normally wore. No, now her eyes were hollow, lifeless, then her lips parted and like with her eyes, the sound that came out of her mouth sounded hollow. That however did not stop the feeling of self-loathing she felt at hearing the words that were spoken. I thought we were friends, so why did you betray me? Why didn't you stop them? Didn't we promise to look after each other? Then Tracy's face morphed and now in her place was that of her sisters. Are you going to betray me too? After Mom and Dad died, you told me you would always be there for me, but didn't you promise her the same? Perhaps you sold Mom and Dad out too. No, this was wrong. This wasn't Astoria. Her sister did not know the truth. She did not know what her older sibling had done to keep her safe. How red she was willing to stain her hands, if only to keep her safe. What vow she had sworn upon her parents' death. What kind of deals she had to make to ensure she wouldn't get involved. Meanwhile, in the real world, the sleeping form of Daphne Greengrass was twisting and turning in her bed. It was then just as it turned 9 o'clock that her alarm started blaring and she immediately shot up wide awake. For a moment she looked around disoriented, before she realized where she was and she allowed herself to lie back down. Was this her punishment? To be haunted every night by the memories of her past? She moved her head to the side and her gaze fell on the block calendar that was hanging on the wall. She groaned as she spotted the date. December the 25th, Christmas Day. Not a day many of her housemates celebrate as most celebrate Yule, but for the Greengrass family it had always been a day for family and celebrations, that is until this year. No, this year this wouldn't be day for the family, or to be more precise it couldn't. How could it be? Both her parents were dead because they refused to serve the Dark Lord. At some level Daphne resented her parents for that choice. If they hadn't done what they did, then perhaps she wouldn't have been forced to make that impossible choice back then. Seriously, she had just been an above-average 17-year-old witch who was home for the summer vacation before her last year when she witnessed the Dark Lord himself kill her parents in cold blood before giving her an ultimatum: serve him or the Greengrass line ends that day. Despite her sister not being there that day, she knew that man, that monster, was more than capable of fulfilling his threat. By Maeve, what kind of choice had that been? Pledge her loyalty and by extension the Greengrass wealth she inherited to the very man she just witnessed kill her parents, or more or less sign the death warrant of her little sister, her last remaining family. So with seemingly no other choice, she had pledged her loyalty there and then. Of course, the Dark Lord, being the monster that he was, did not find that enough and put her through a series of tests to see if she truly supported the cause. Daphne mentally snorted at the mere thought. Of course she did not support that pureblood supremacy nonsense, but to keep her sister safe, what other choice had she? Turn to Dumbledore. The Ministry. The latter was already mostly in the hands of the Death Eaters, and with the former her chances of keeping her sister alive would only decrease. Then a third option appeared, and it came in the form of none other than Harry Potter. She would have never have expected this when she first met this new version of Harry Potter, but as time passed and she continued to observe him, she got the feeling he might be the one who could actually go up against Voldemort and win. Still, trying to seek him out for help as he was then was folly. As far as she managed to observe, while strong and having fought as some kind of war, he was just a single 17-year-old wizard who may or may not know about Voldemort being alive. Now, however, things had changed and she had learned some rather interesting things about Potter. The only question right now was, should she support him now that she knew what she now knows, or would she have a better chance remaining with the Dark Lord? Giving information to Potter that basically every Death Eater knew and thus could not be traced back to her was one thing, but she got the feeling that sooner or later she would have to take a side, especially considering the latest orders she received from the Dark Lord. Meanwhile, in a completely different part of the country, one of the more famous magical families in the country was having breakfast. They were the Fudges. The Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, his wife Mrs. Marina Fudge, and his stepdaughter and 7th-year Hogwarts student Blaise Zabini Fudge. The aforementioned girl was silently munching on a piece of toast as her thoughts were focused on her last meeting with Harry. That idiot had allowed his emotions to rule his action instead of allowing logic to guide his action. Then again, it was not like she couldn't understand his actions. In fact, she had a certain level of respect for them. But couldn't he at least have discussed it with someone, preferably with her? She was sure she could have come up with an idea that wouldn't have alienated certain people. On the other hand, perhaps his rash action was a blessing in disguise. With headship over the Potter family, Harry now had considerable more wealth to his name, which he could use to strengthen his Hydra enterprise. She was also pretty sure that beside the manor, the Potters also owned several other homes with strong wards protecting it. Then there was the political aspect to consider. She was brought out of her musings when she heard her mother suddenly spoke up. "Cornelius dear, are the rumors I heard true?" "What rumors, my love?" the pudgy man replied. Resisting the very strong urge to gag, Blaise turned to her mother, curious what she was up to now. She had the strong feeling whatever it was, she was not going to like it. "There have been rumors that young Harry has taken the position of the head of his family from his father." The minister nodded thoughtfully. Yes, those rumors are indeed true. From what I have heard, young Harry was quite dissatisfied with how his father treated his sister. Her mother hummed thoughtfully. He is very young to be a head of a family, don't you think so? Blaise's eyes gained a sharp look as she heard that question. That seemingly random question was as subtle as a hungry vampire in a blood bank, but considering whom the question was addressed to. The man didn't seem to have noticed anything, and he seemed to genuinely believe his wife was just interested in some rumors. Yes, he is quite young, isn't he? The man agreed, but considering it is either him or James, I am sure young Harry will do a better job. Oh, I am sure he will do well considering who he is, but I was thinking considering his age he might need some help. Huh, sweet Merlin, was she some kind of mass-murdering psychopath in a past life and was being punished for it now by having such a oaf as stepfather or something? Blaise thought in annoyance. Of all the man her mother had married, this man really was in a class of his own when it came to stupidity. One should wonder just how someone like him ever got in such an influential position. Then again, none of her other stepfathers had been practically bright and yet were either considerable influential or just plain rich. After her father's death, it seemed her mother did no longer care for the personality of her future spouse and was only interested in if she could exploit him for her own benefit. Blaze could admit at least to herself that having her mother as the sole parental role model in her life as she was growing up might have resulted in some less than desirable personality traits, but at least she managed to curb most of them as she grew older. I am saying that despite that I am sure young Harry is quite capable due to the way he got himself headship, he has no one to guide him in to become a proper head of family. Perhaps it is a good idea to invite him over from time to time. I am sure between the two of us we can impart to him all the knowledge young Harry needs. While Fudge looked thoughtful at hearing that, Blaze could not hide the widening of her eyes. She knew her mother had plans for Harry. After all, she had ordered her to befriend him, but it seems whatever her mother wanted, she did no longer trust her to fulfill her role as she was now getting personally involved. This could turn out to be very bad for her, and for Harry. Unbeknownst to the fact that he was on the thoughts of several people, Harry Potter was currently in the biggest room of the main building of Hydra Enterprise. He was sitting at the head of a long table almost equal in length to a house table of Hogwarts. He was not alone, however, as he had John and Dora Bell on his right and Ming Chong on his left. Not only the instructors were at the table, however, as the rest of the table was also filled with a good majority of his employees. The reason why the majority of his company was assembled in a single room was not because Harry had to make some kind of important announcement, it was not because they were going to hold a meeting discussing strategy. In fact, it was nothing of the sorts, they were simply here having breakfast. It was an idea Ming had given him. She had suggested having a Christmas breakfast for all those interested as a sort of bonding moment for the employees. While some didn't show up stating that they wanted to spend the day with their family, most of them were willing to come the 2 hours that was allocated for this activity. Harry had to admit, it felt nice to see all those people sitting there at the table. It's been a while since he had seen such a large number of his employees in one place, and it really brought home just what he had built up in those few months he had been here. Seeing them eat and chat happily with their neighbors also really brought home that they were all unique human beings and he was responsible for each and every one of them. Merlin, now that he had time to think about it, that was really a daunting thought. Going from being responsible for the safety of his 6-man team to being responsible for the safety of his several dozen of employees. Harry gazed at the ring resting on his hand for a moment. At least he was back in the possession of all 3 of his Hallows again. Not only that, but he also found this universe version of the invisibility cloak Hallow in the Potter family vault. He knew that Dumbledore still held the Elder Wand, so all that was left was this universe resurrection stone and finding out if 2 Masters of Death can exist at the same time and finding someone trustworthy to hold them. While it was not really necessary to have 2 Masters of Death to banish the soul of Voldemort after he was killed, but every available advantage that he could get, he would try to get. Harry's gaze then moved to the ring next to his Hallow ring. There on his right ring finger in between his resurrection ring and his potion detection ring was a simple non-enchanted golden band. He wasn't sure if it was due to it being Christmas, but as he stared at the ironically placed ring he allowed his mind wander and think back to the past, think back to what might have been if those thrice damned Pruitts hadn't done anything. He would have already been close to 15 months by now then, wouldn't he? Harry thought with a faint smile as an image he seen several weeks ago in the mirror of Erisay came to the forefront of his mind and his smile became a bit brighter. Harry was brought out of his thought when Dora, not knowing what her boss was thinking about, spoke up. "Sir, have you received any word from the director yet?" Upon hearing this question, Harry shook his head. "No, not since she had her aide deliver that message and give us the money for those Death Eaters we captured that held a bounty." "Do you think she is going to accept our offer?" Ming asked from her position opposite from the bells. Harry shrugged. "If she had infinite funds available, then I would say without a doubt, but considering what Fudge did to her department. In the end, it does not really matter. Either she hires us directly or we make money by cashing the bounties most of those Death Eaters hold." Harry then turned to John and asked, "Have you had time to look into what we discussed recently?" John nodded and said, "Yes, and I managed to find a relatively cheap piece of property. It's in Diagon Alley, but also close to Nocturne Alley, so it is the perfect place for use. That was definitely good news in Harry's opinion. He had realized that now Voldemort was back in the open, attacks on public places like Diagon Alley would probably be much more frequent. So to speed up response time, he originally wanted to have one security team always on site. Unfortunately, as John pointed out to him, if rich enough people complained about them being there, then he had no doubt Fudge would send orders to remove them. It wouldn't be the first time he had seen Fudge arrest someone without actual evidence. He could still clearly remember his second year, where the man arrested Hagrid because he had to be seen doing something. After debating the issue with his 3 instructors for a while, a relatively simple solution was thought up. They would look for a cheap empty building in Diagon and either rent or buy it. Then they would put wards around the building which, while stronger than most other stores in the alley, would not be so strong that questions would be asked. Once the building would be ready to be inhabited, they would reconstruct part of the building so that it looks like an actual store. In this part, normal household potions were going to be sold. The brewers Harry had under his employment already had made a surplus of potions anyway, so that choice had been easy and the extra coin would be useful. Harry also suspected there would be a pretty decent market for potions, as Hogwarts had produced very few good potions makers these last few years. The store, however, was only a front to hide the other things he was going to have built. First and most importantly, there was going to be a medical station, then there was going to be some room for a HES team to sleep. Harry was also sure to include a large flow grate so that if evacuation was ever needed, a large number of people could be evacuated at the same time. By doing things like this, then when Voldemort attacks and one of his teams responds, then they could always just claim they were defending the store, and not even Fudge was stupid enough to alienate all the store owners by punishing one for protecting his property, probably at least. In a completely different part of the country, another large group was eating breakfast. This group was located in the ancestral home of the Blacks, Grimmauld Place. The large group consisted of members of different families. There were of course the inhabitants of the home, the Blacks, and there were their guests, the Tonkses, the Vances and the Potters, and several other friends and colleagues they were close to. One of the guests sitting at the table was fairly uncomfortable. That person was Lily Potter. Sure, she had been invited, just like every other year, but after what had happened a couple of days ago, she wondered if she was even allowed to be here. The sound of laughter caused her to look at the direction of it, and she saw it had been her own daughter who was conversing with Alexandra was the one who had laughed. Normally, seeing one's child happy like that should invoke positive emotions within a parent, but for Lily it just increased the feeling of being uncomfortable. How long has it been that it had been due to her actions that she had seen her daughter smile? For that matter, how long has it been since she had seen her daughter happy like that? Ever since that duel, Lily had barely been able to sleep. The words Harry had spoken to her kept echoing in her head. As sleep continued to elude her and her mind not willing to move away from that subject, she had been forced to do a lot of self-reflecting. Just what kind of person, what kind of monster had she become? She averted her gaze from her daughter and moved her eyes to the person next to her, James Potter. Would she still have been such a terrible mother if she hadn't married this man? She wasn't blaming her past actions on him or anything. Her actions were her own and she was mature enough to admit that, but the question remained, would she have turned out the same if she had married someone more level-headed? While she loved him dearly, there was no denying that the man was practically the embodiment of the Gryffindor house. That, combined with her own personality flaws, allowed the treatment of her daughter to get worse at a dangerously escalating rate. But, as she reflected, she realized it wasn't just Rose she had treated badly. Remus Lupin, a fellow former prefect and more importantly at one time close friend. Now Trough. She hadn't seen him in years, and the last time she had seen him she had called him a dark creature straight to his face. By Merlin, how things escalated so far. Why had she allowed the fame to go to her head like that? Being a bit suspicious about dark things was understandable considering what she had experienced during the war, but she hadn't been just suspicious, no, it had been much more. She wasn't sure what exactly it was that had triggered it. Had it been the fame and her desire not to lose it that caused her to become what she is now? Was it the hatred for all things dark she gained due to the war and all the people she had lost in it? Maybe it was just a combination of multiple factors. Lily just did not know. but if there was one thing she did know, then that was that she couldn't continue on like this. Something needed to change. She needed to change, but after being how she was for years, how could she even start making amends? And what about James? She knew he took Harry's words just as hard as she had. He may even have taken the whole honor duel thing more badly than she had. After having lived in the magical world for decades, she was quite familiar with most of their customs, but she also knew that having read about them when she was in her teens and learning it from your parents as they raise you are two completely different things. She knew losing a honor duel, especially one as important as one concerning headship of a family, was a big blow to one's honor, but she wondered if she truly grasped just how bad it was. She also suspected it would be much harder for him to change. James by his very nature loved attention, and while she would not describe him as a glory hound, he definitely did not shy away from the reporters. There was also the matter that James' hatred for the dark probably even exceeded hers. Peter's betrayal also did not help things. Lily sighed and decided she needed to have a serious discussion with James, and soon. If things continued on like this, then she really might lose her children forever. Little Bobby Mason groggily woke up from the slumbers of his unconsciousness. His head was hurting, and was he standing? What? Why wasn't he in his bed, and why could he barely open his eyes? Merlin, his head was hurting so badly. Then slowly his other senses also started to work. He heard people talking in some kind of strange long. Why were they in his room? Then a strange smell entered his nose. Had he had another nosebleed? Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he manages to open his eyes. Huh, he was not in his room. He blinked again and his gaze became slightly sharper. He was indeed not in his room. He was in some kind of dark room filled with torches. His friends from the orphanage were there today, and him were standing in circles surrounding a pit of some sort with an older boy in it. Behind each of his friends were masked men holding them. Wait, masked man. Now it came back to him, those were the same man who had hurt Mrs. Pierce just before she told us to run away. What happened after that again? It was something red headed toward him, wasn't it? Those bad men had hit him with magic, right? Why? Why were he and his friends here? Had those bad men brought him here? It was then he heard something else. It was a cold voice that scared him. But it was someone speaking English, so at least he could understand it, although he had no idea what the voice whose speaker he could not see was speaking off. Blood of the innocent forcibly taken gives strength to the wicked. Wait, what? Then he felt something sharp placed at his neck. Wait, no. Please, someone. Anyone, hell. Then with one solid movement the knife moved, and after a flash of pain little 8-year-old Bobby Mason knew no more. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. Breathe in, breathe out. That was the mantra Harry had kept repeating in his head over and over again for the last 2 hours. Several weeks have passed since Voldemort's return, and Harry, having seen a glimpse of this Voldemort's power, decided he needed to drastically increase his training, and for that very reason he was currently sitting in a lotus position with his eyes closed. While that was not very special, it was the fact that he was floating several inches above the ground that showed he was definitely making progress. For wizard like Harry, who had already lived in the magical world for over 6 years, floating in the air by use of magic shouldn't be that impressive, and the fact was, it wasn't. It would only take a simple spell cast by his wand and he would be floating in no time. So to put it simply, it wasn't all that impressive, that is if a spell was cast by a wand. After seeing Voldemort backhand a blasting curse, Harry realized just how way out of his league he was in the wandless magic department. So every day since then, he had taken 2 hours to train in the art, and results were definitely showing. While it was not exactly the flying he wanted, it was far more than most of today's wandbearers were capable of. Harry breathed out again and slowly, without opening his eyes, moved his arms from his lap to a position horizontally in front of him. Then came the tricky part. Currently all of the magic flowing through his body was dedicated to keep him in the air like this, but that wouldn't do if he wanted to fight in the air without that fragile broom. As such, he was currently, for lack of better words, trying to split his magic. It was probably not the most correct term, but Harry couldn't bring himself to care about it. After all, it was not like he was going to write a paper about it. Besides, it was not like his mind hadn't better things to do than come up with better words. Right now it was trying to do 2 completely different spells at the same time, and by Merlin it was hard. It was like he was trying to look both right and left while keeping his head perfectly straight. But despite how hard it was, Harry did not give up, and slowly but surely red light started to gather in the palm of his outstretched hand. It was then, just when Harry thought he had succeeded in forming a stunning spell while still floating, that things went completely wrong. He wasn't sure what happened, but one moment he was floating there and about ready to fire a stunner, and the next he was lying on the ground, his hand stinging like hell and his breathing incredibly labored. Well, that wasn't pleasant, he muttered as he worked himself back into a sitting position after his breathing got a bit more leveled. It took a bit longer, but his hand too returned to feeling normal. He sighed and allowed himself a moment of rest as he leaned against the wall. He treasured moments like this as they were few and far in between. Ever since Voldemort had returned, he had been extremely busy. Besides his obvious increase in self-training, there were numerous other things that were occupying his time. The first was that ever since it became known that Voldemort was back and that Harry was the owner of Hydra Enterprise, quite a few had applied for a job. Most of them were almost immediately rejected as they refused to sign the contract each of his employees had to sign, but still a decent number remained and several new teams could be formed. Unfortunately, most of them were pretty weak and it would still take some time until they could take on higher tier opponents. Secondly, he still attended Hogwarts. He had weighed the pros and cons of going to that school and ultimately decided to start attending again when the lessons restarted in 1998. On one hand, he could probably find a better use for his time than spend it in a classroom, but on the other hand, this was Hogwarts, the one place where he, despite his numerous close encounters with death, felt at home. There were also various other reasons he wanted to be there, of course, but the most prominent among them was that Hogwarts, of all places in Britain, was not something that was allowed to fall to Voldemort. He hoped that with him being there along with Dumbledore, the Dark Lord wouldn't be so hasty to attack. Of course, there were also downsides. By Merlin, his fellow students could be nosy. His housemates at least had learnt by now that if he didn't want to talk about it, then they should stop questioning him. The Gryffindors and the Slytherins, on the other hand, well, they should be lucky he had a lot self-control. Of course, the student body weren't the only one who proved themselves to be a major headache. Ever since returning to Hogwarts, McGonagall had become a lot more hostile toward him. If she wasn't so damn good at her subject, then Harry would have stopped coming to her lesson too. He wasn't sure what was wrong with the woman, although he had his suspicions, but at least Flitwick and Babbling were still okay with him. More than okay, in fact, as Babbling had no problem continuing their Saturday sessions and Flitwick offered to duel him once a week to help fine-tune his style. Harry was a bit of two minds whether he should continue following those runes lessons. As he grew more and more fond of certain people in this universe, the chance of him wanting to return to his own seemed to shrink with each day. Yet on the other hand, he didn't want to completely close off that option either. The chance of receiving dueling lessons from a renowned dueling champion like Phileas Flitwick was not something he could decline, even though they turned out to be rather painful. Not just physical painful, but also rather emotionally painful. He had frozen up the first time he had aimed his wand at the half-goblin. This was due to what had happened the last time he had crossed wands with the professor, well, technically his alternative universe counterpart, but that was a minor detail. The fact remained that having his wand aimed at the man he had killed, and more importantly someone he hadn't wanted dead, had been rather painful. That was not even mentioning the fact that one should not under any circumstances lose focus for even a moment against a foe with such a high skill level. While no Dumbledore or Voldemort, Flitwick could definitely be considered a powerhouse on his own. That is not even mentioning the fact that he was one of the few wizards out there that Harry had faced that had embraced the same, always remain in motion, style of dueling that Harry himself uses and had been trying to teach to Alex. Thanks to this and his considerable level of power, he proved to be a formidable opponent to practice against. As for the staff members whose classes he didn't attend, well, most of them left him alone at least. There were some, however, who didn't seem to want to leave him alone when he was in the castle. You had Snape, who for some reason had started to follow him. Harry did not know if this was on his master's orders, either one of them, or he did it on his own initiative, but what he did know was that he was seriously freaking him out with the way he looked like he wanted to strangle him one moment and give him a hug a moment later. For obvious reasons, the later freaked him out a lot more. Luckily, he knew most of Hogwarts' secret corridors, so even if Snape started to follow him, he usually managed to ditch him in minutes. Then there was that by.ch Trelawney. He had dropped divination for a reason, so why did that woman go out of her way to look him up each and every day and tell him he was going to die soon? Although it was rather amusing when had finally enough yesterday and had retorted in a perfectly straight face that he thought he had developed an inner eye. The professor had been ecstatic at first and had told him to tell her why he thought he had. He had answered that he had a dream last night of the future. Now, seemingly even more exited, the professor had demanded to tell her what he had seen in that dream. That excitement quickly died down when Harry went on to describe his dream, a slightly altered, but still very gory recounting of what had happened to the counterpart of the woman. Harry had almost snorted in amusement as he saw all colors drain from the fraud's face as he continued his bullshit story. He knew he really shouldn't be enjoying it, but she was the closest thing he would ever get to tormenting the one who had given that damned prophecy, and who knows, perhaps when he returned to Hogwarts on Monday she would finally leave him alone. Last but definitely not least on the list of annoying staff members was his Dada teacher, well, former Dada teacher, as he hadn't went to a single lesson of her sign returning to Hogwarts. To be honest, Harry wasn't sure why Dumbledore still allowed her to teach. From what he had heard, she was even now maintaining her theory-only lessons. In another life, Harry might have cared enough to personally teach all those who were clearly not learning anything in that class, but unfortunately for them, Harry did not have the time nor the patience to teach such a large group. Their only saving grace was that Dumbledore had listened to Harry when he suggested giving mandatory lessons on how to shield and on how to cast stunners. Considering he didn't attend the Dada lessons anymore, Harry had hoped he had seen the last of the woman who he had been forced to obliviate several times since arriving in this universe, which also earned him a considerable amount of Veritaserum. Alas, it was not to be. As soon as he had missed his first lesson, she had tracked him down and had issued him a detention. Originally, the thought of just not going had crossed his mind. But then he realized that would no doubt result in headaches in the future, and he already had more than enough of those, so deciding to just skip a couple steps in their normal routine, Harry, after using his magical eye to check if his surroundings were all clear, pulled his wand and obliviated her there and then. Unfortunately, due to this, she tracked him down after each and every lesson he had missed. He really should look into a more permanent solution. A somewhat believable fatal accident perhaps, or maybe he could frame her for something. Besides pestering him as a professor, she would occasionally also pester him as a ministry employee. Apparently, now that Voldemort was back, the British magical people had to stand united, and as such it was his duty to publicly support their great leader, Minister Fudge. Needless to say, the toad-like woman lost a couple more memories on those days. Speaking of Fudge, that man was proving himself to be another headache. Days after he had taken over headship of the Potter family, the man had sent him a letter, invited him over for lunch. As much as he disliked the clearly incompetent man, he was still the Minister of Magic and could make his life unnecessarily complicated if he had declined. So with no small amount of dread, Harry had dressed in his finest robes and had headed over toward Fudge Manor on one of the last days of the Christmas holidays. The first thing he noticed as he stepped out of the flow grate was that his only welcome was in the form of a house elf. While he hadn't the highest opinion of the man, he had at least expected some guards standing by one of the entrances to the manor. Hell, this was wartime. Did the man really think no one wanted to kill him? The actual first meeting with the Fudges had been somewhat interesting. He had already met Fudge a couple of times in his universe, but this would be his first meeting with the Mrs. Fudge, and Harry was interested to see what kind of woman she was after all the things he had heard about her. When he did meet her, he couldn't deny that the woman was drop-dead gorgeous. To be honest, prior to meeting her, he had always thought those males who had married the so-called Black Widow weren't particularly bright, but now that he came face to face with her, Harry could see why men would fall for her despite her reputation, that in most of them probably were still idiots. But despite her beauty, Harry could not help but feel wary of her. Even without all the things he had heard about her, it were her eyes that had him on edge. It was not like they themselves were that special, although they did seem to glow a bit like her daughter, but it was that calculating look that was practically screaming she was looking how she could use him. To be honest, he wasn't comfortable with that look at all. He was first and foremost a fighter, and while he could use some common sense to come up with some long-term plans, he was not a politician. In situations like this where he wasn't sure if the woman was an enemy or just an opportunist, he was a bit out of his depth. Still, if there was one thing he was good at, then it was his ability to show no weakness and just bluff his way through a confrontation. So for the next hour he sat in an image of perfect calm as he participated in the dinner he had been invited to. The only major hiccup was that he perhaps was not subtle enough when he checked his food for potions, as Mrs. Fudge seemed to have caught him, but other than that everything seems to go fine. The conversations that were struck up were also somewhat enlightening in terms of why he had been invited. Fudge was mostly speaking about himself and his accomplishments while occasionally mentioning the proper people to associate with. His wife, on the other hand, seemed to be more interested in his past, or to be more precise, the difference between their universes. She also seemed to be rather interested in just how big his organization was. Harry, meanwhile, while dodging some questions and replying with half answers to others, used the time to try and convince the minister he would get a real popularity boost if he were to increase the bounties on the heads of the Death Eaters. Surprisingly, Marina Fudge had supported him on the issue, and at the end of the dinner Fudge had looked rather convinced. It made Harry wonder just who the woman was supporting. According to Blaise, her first and foremost priority would always be herself, but she also suspected she had Death Eater ties. If that was true, then why did the elder woman support him on something that would clearly affect them negatively? After that visit, Harry had visited Fudge Manor several more times, each time trying to influence Fudge to do something that would be beneficial for him. Unfortunately, he could not use his preferred method, threatening him at one point, so he was not always successful. This was probably also due to someone else advising, bribing him. Then there were of course also the Voldemort and Death Eater issue he had to dedicate quite a bit of time to. Not only had he had to make a couple of appearances as Lord Riddle to keep the fear alive, but now that Voldemort was back in the open, he had also had to respond to several Death Eater attacks. So far he hadn't encountered Voldemort again, but he did go up against several groups of Death Eaters. Several of those had been directed towards his potion store, which was running rather well. Lately Harry had been wondering why the man hadn't attacked himself yet, and just how many minions the man had, as he wasn't stopping attacks that were clearly ineffective. Matters of a more personal nature were also consuming quite a bit of his time. He had returned to tutoring Alex. She had defiantly improved since the last time he had seen her duel, but she also seemed to be somewhat afraid of her own magic. The dynamics of their relationship also seemed to have changed somewhat. At first he couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly, but after a couple of days he realized what it was. He wasn't sure why, but he trusted her enough to lower his guard completely. Don't get him wrong, he was not like his former Dada professor who practically trusted no one, but at the same time, due to his time at the Dursleys, he would usually remain at least somewhat guarded around people. In fact, the number of people that could boast that Harry Potter let his guard down entirely around them could be counted on a single hand, and that was taking in account the people who had already passed away. He had also started to spend some more time with Rose. While the Weasleys seemed to avoid him for some reason, the same could not be said for Rose. From what he had heard, both of two youngest Weasleys had harassed her several times since they heard of the annulment of the marriage contract. Harry wasn't sure what their problem was. From what he heard, they never had been in a relationship to begin with, so there couldn't be a problem there, and it was not like he had used some kind of underhanded method to annul the contract. He had even paid the fines that came with annulling the contract. Regardless of all that, they seemed to leave her alone if he was there with her, and it was not like he minded spending time with her, although considering just how little free time he had, this was probably not the best way of using his time. He doubted he would or could ever see her as a sister, but he did start to see her as family. It was a bit like how he started to see the Tonks family as his family after all the time he had spent with them after his 4th year. The only real problem with spending time with her was that she seemed to have become slightly clingy after his return to Hogwarts. Suddenly the door to the room he was in was slammed open, and Harry's eyes snapped to the direction of the man who was standing in the door opening. Upon seeing the frantic look in the man's face, Harry immediately stood up and asked, "What is it?" The man only said 4 words, but it was enough for Harry to falter for a moment as memories of one of the worst days of his life came to forefront of his mind. "Hogsmeade is under attack. Hogsmeade is under attack. But why? When he left Hogwarts yesterday, he was sure no Hogsmeade Day was planned for today, and without the students, the village had no really value. Harry shook his head, putting his current thought to the back of his mind and trying to surpass the memories that kept surfacing to the forefront of his mind. The why did not matter right now. The only thing that mattered was that this was another chance to take care of some Death Eaters. He drew his wand and casted an amplifying charm on himself. Attention everyone, he began as his voice could be heard throughout the entire building. All available teams assemble in the main hall and be ready for combat. This is not a drill. I repeat, all available teams assemble in the main hall. This is not a drill. Quietus, he muttered to lower his voice to a normal volume and then motioned for John to follow him. As they were walking toward the main hall, Harry asked, "What do you know?" Meanwhile, in a small magical village in Scotland, mayhem seemed to have broken out. Several buildings were burning and screams of terror could be heard throughout the village. For one Alexandra Black, this was a nightmare come true. She knew it. She just knew it. When Dumbledore had announced a surprise Hogsmeade visit this morning, she just knew things would go wrong. But she really wanted to spend a day out of the castle, and regardless if she went, other would go, and at some level she felt that after all the training she went through, she should be there in case things went wrong, and by Merlin they went wrong. The day had started normal enough. She had shared a carriage with Rose and Astoria, and the three of them had an early lunch at the Three Broomsticks. There they had encountered the male Weasley, who had pestered them for a few moments until Astoria had pulled her wand and had threatened to castrate him. The sight of him turning as white as a ghost was rather amusing, especially considering this was hardly the first time her friend had threatened him with it. Alex really wondered if she really knew a spell that could do that. It was when they stepped out of the inn that things went horribly wrong. One moment she was taking in the fresh air, and the next she saw a beam of magic just barely missing her face. Acting faster than her mind could process, she in a single move pulled her wand, went down on a knee and fired a bone-breaking curse at the arm of the one who had fired at her. It took her several seconds to realize that it had been her who had incapacitated the man who was cradling his arm and cursing up a storm. As she stared the silver-masked and black-robed man down, she realized that she hadn't even thought about it. She had just reacted in ways she had done countless times before in practice. Then she heard a scream and she finally realized what was happening. Death Eaters were attacking the village. She turned around to say something to her two companions, but suddenly she started to feel extremely cold, and an image of a decapitated Death Eater came to the forefront of her head. She gritted her teeth and tried to banish the image to back of her mind, but was only partially successful. She knew what was causing this, but as she did not know how to defeat them, she hoped someone else would, as really could use a clear head right now. Suddenly the ground seems to shake and a loud noise could be heard. Twirling around to the direction, Alex caught sight of something made her nearly drop her wand. Two giants, each at least 20 feet in length, were standing there with a club in their hand. Well, F.K. At the outskirts of the village, a dozen people seemed to appear out of thin air. One of them, one Harry Potter, was seriously pissed. Not only due to seeing the village burning, but also due to students being here. What was Dumbledore thinking? They had an alliance for a reason. Don't get him wrong, not announcing when the Hogsmeade Days are being held was actually a good idea, but why hadn't he contacted him for additional security? Harry slowly breathed out and reined his emotions into the best of his ability. He needed to focus now. He needed to ignore Dumbledore's idiotic actions. He needed to ignore memories past. He needed to be strong and lead his people. He quickly scanned for foes in the village. Death Eaters, Dementors and Giants. Why did it have to be giants? Stupid. Extremely strong, but most annoyingly they had magic-resistant skin. Harry made a sound of annoyance before saying, "Belle, take Team 2 with you and deal with those Dementors. Chong, you take Team 3 and stop those giants. Team 4, Team 5, protect the students at any cost." Having said what he needed to say, Harry took off on fast pace in the direction of the village. Just when reached the main road, he saw someone familiar laying on the ground face down that made his blood run cold. Well, the figure was very familiar, at least. He had decided not to interact with her in person in this universe. He wasn't sure exactly why. Maybe he was just a coward and did not want to face her counterpart after what had happened to the one from his universe. Or perhaps it would cheapen her death if he was going to be friends with her alternative self. He just did not know, but to see her lying there in her own blood definitely was an emotional blow. A quickly muttered spell confirmed what his heart already knew: the girl on the ground was dead. I am sorry, Morag, he muttered as a lone tear escaped from his eye. He then averted his eyes from her and he was about to continue toward the village, when he heard someone speak from behind him. You know, the resemblances is really uncanny. No wonder you managed to fool so many, you imposter, but if you really are trying to act like me, then you are grieving for the wrong redhead. In his 17 years of life, Harry Potter had done, seen and heard a lot of strange things. It was kind of ironic that after having grown up with people who detested freakishness in any form, he would go and encounter so many of the things they detested above all, but after all the strange things he had encountered, this one was definitely one of the weirdest. Coming face to face with an alternative universe version of oneself, yeah, defiantly weird. Then again, he also had seen his past self, back in his 3rd year. And speaking of weird things, there was that time he was told he was the heir to the 4 founders and he had to be with at least 5 witches. Oh wait, that had been a weird if not very pleasant dream back in 4th year, staring among others a certain French and Asian witch. Harry shook his head as his line of thoughts started to head in the direction that, besides rather random, was a bit out of place right now. Once his head was back on straight, Harry had to say he was sure if anyone saw the two of them right now, then they would make quite the sight. 2 people, identical yet at the same time very different. Both were the only son of Lily and James Potter. Both had the trademark black and unruly hair of the Potters and the emerald green eyes that was often seen in the Evans line, and of course they both had lightning-shaped scar on their forehead. But there were also some major differences. So for example, did Harry wear his fighting outfit that was mostly based on Muggle-style clothing, while his counterpart was wearing dark robes and had a scabbard attached to his waist and a golden mask that was often worn by Inner Circle Death Eaters stuck on his hip. There were also some other difference. Both, for example, had scars on their exposed skin, but other than the lightning bolt one, all of them were different. Harry also noted that there was something very different about the eyes of his counterpart. Besides that, he still had 2 of them. They looked haunted, empty, but also filled with rage. What the hell had happened to him since he had disappeared? To be honest, Harry had known his alternative self was alive for months now. He knew from the moment he could not summon him with his ring that he was alive somewhere, but he had always suspected the boy was locked up somewhere. He had never expected him to show up here. Did his appearance here mean he had joined the Death Eaters? By the looks of his mask, he had. Maybe it was because he was an alternative universe version of himself, but Harry just could not see it happening. The image he had created in his mind of his counterpart after all the things he had heard of him was one of a more arrogant version of the Ron of his universe, so he just could not see how someone with such a black and white view of the world would ever join the Death Eaters willingly. Then again, Harry thought, going by the scars and the look in his eyes, it might not have been that willingly. Harry hesitated for a moment on what to do. On some level, the very idea of dueling and possibly killing some kind of version of oneself was rather unappealing, but on the other hand, standing in front of him was still a man who was prophesied to, like him, be Voldemort's equal. If he was even remotely similar in power as him, then he really couldn't turn his attention away from him. Then a much darker thought entered his mind. This could very well be the one who had killed Morag, and if he did, he would pay. Screw the technicality that he hadn't known this Morag, or that the man in front of him was his alternative self. If he had been the one who put her in that state, he would suffer. So a servant of Voldemort, huh? I will admit, after all I heard about you, that is a surprise. Not only a follower of a Dark Lord, but also a South Avenue. How the mighty have fallen, Harry said with a frown on his face. His counterpart did not look amused as he narrowed his eyes on Harry and slowly drew his sword with his right hand before pointing it straight at Harry and saying, "An impostor like you has no right to judge me. You do know I never claimed to," Harry said before he was forced to apparate away as he saw his other self do the same thing moments prior. He reappeared several meters away and saw that the other Potter had reappeared close to his old position, and more importantly, from the looks of it, if he hadn't moved he would have lost his head. Oh, you managed to dodge that. Impressive. Then again, you were trying to impersonate one of the greatest wizards of all time, so you should have at least some skill. Harry snorted in contempt as his counterpart disappeared again and made a quick twirl with his wand and thought, Ignis Circuli. As Harry expected, the other Potter reappeared again behind him, seemingly intent on cutting him down, but this time he wasn't greeted by an empty space, but instead a wall of flames. The flames forced him to stumble back a couple of steps, and Harry, not wasting an opportunity, used the moment of unbalance to nail him with a full body bind. Another wave of his wand and a lowly muttered word brought the flames down. You have no experience in dueling, do you? Harry asked the young man lying on the ground. While his little apparating close trick was not bad, it was rather suicidal when used multiple times in a single duel. Due to being hit by a full body bind, his counterpart could obviously not reply to his statement, but the look of pure hatred in his eyes said more than enough. Harry was not impressed, however, and walked over to the downed figure. He then stomped down hard on his counterpart left hand, which was holding the man's wand. After a moment or two, he heard the distinct sound of a wand snapping, and going by the look of pain on his counterpart's face, he might have broken more than just a piece of wood. Harry then moved his gaze toward the sword in the other Harry's right hand. While he was not exactly an expert in enchanted weaponry, from what he could see at first glance it was just a normal sword, maybe goblin-made like the knife he owned, but other than that, normal. So, not fearing any repercussion, he raised his feet again and this time stamped on the other hand. After that, he kicked the now loosely held sword away, not really caring where it landed, as his full focus was still on the person he could have become if circumstances had been different. Then, with an almost casual wave of his wand, he lifted the effects of the spell around the downed figurehead, giving him back the ability to speak. Surprisingly, his counterpart did not use his newly regained use of his voice to shout in pain. Instead, he, in a way that showed the two Harrys might be more alike than most people would assume, gritted his teeth as he glared at Harry while muttering, "Bastard." If he was in a different state of mind, then Harry might have found the insult rather amusing due to irony of who had uttered it and to whom. He might even have felt a level of respect for acting so defiant while being completely under his mercy, but right now, moments after witnessing the death body of one of the people he had been closest to in his universe, those thoughts didn't even appear in his head. Instead, he placed one of his feet on his counterpart's throat and added slight pressure. Did you kill her? It was a short question that was asked, but the look in Harry's eyes made it clear to his counterpart that the imposter wanted a satisfying answer, otherwise his feet might do a repeat performance to his throat of what he had already done to his hands. For a moment, four green eyes were locked in contact. Anger, defiance, and another emotion that Harry could not identify were visible in the set of emerald green eyes of his counterpart, while the lone emerald one of himself held something more akin to cold fury. Apparently, his gaze was intimidating enough as his counterpart flinched away after only a few moments. Unbeknownst to both Harrys, it wasn't just that the standing Harry's gaze had been intimidating, it was also the magic that he unknowingly had started to leak as got more and more angry. The moment of weakness of the alternative Harry, however, lasted only moments, as seconds after averting his gaze he returned it back to Harry, a defiant look back firmly in place. So what if I did? The young man spat, causing Harry's eyes to narrow. She was weak. Those who are weak will suffer. Those who are strong are allowed to do what they want. Those who are strong are allowed to do what they want, and the weak should suffer. Harry repeated coldly, his attitude making it clear what he thought of that statement. I see, he muttered and slowly raised his feet that had previously rested on his counterpart's throat. If you truly believe that, then you know what will happen next, don't you? It took only a moment, but it seems his counterpart understood what Harry was about to do, and for the first time he could see fear as his counterpart quickly spoke. No. No. You are wrong. I am not weak. I am not weak anymore. I will never be weak again. Go away. No. Still with his leg raised in the air, Harry stared down at the man who seemed to be having some kind of breakdown. A part of his mind demanded that he just bring his foot down and kill the man who had killed the counterpart of his dear friend. Another part was wondering just what the hell was wrong with the guy, as even though he was no mind healer, he knew this couldn't be a normal reaction. Lastly, a very small part of his mind, a part that was so small his conscious mind barely registered it, was wondering if killing his alternative self was some kind of messed up form of suicide. Harry's moment of hesitation was broken when he heard an all too familiar howl, and without even noticing it he had already placed his feet back on the ground and had turned to the diction of the sound. What he saw there made him swear loudly. His mind did not even registering that what he saw shouldn't be possible. No, the only thing the sight of the new threat did was clear his head somewhat as the anger was driven away by survival instincts and the need to rapidly plan. For a moment he stared at the new threat and then glanced at his counterpart who was still chanting that he was not weak before he turned his gaze back the now rapidly approaching enemies. He made a sound of annoyance and retrieved what looked like two normal pebbles from his pocket. Activate, he muttered as he tapped on of the pebbles and it glowed a faint blue for a brief moment. He then apparated to the death body of Morag and placed the pebbles on her. He then used apparition again to return to his former position, not sparing the body another glance as he trusted that the portkey that was spelled to activate 10 seconds after the activation phrase to work. As soon as he returned to his former position he delivered a solid kick to the face of his counterpart. The young man's head jerked to the side and he fell silent. Harry honestly couldn't care less at this point just what kind of damage his kick had done as long as his other self was silent and he could vent a little. He then tapped his wand on the second and last pebble he had been holding and muttered the activation phrase again. After it flashed blue to show that the countdown had begun, he unceremoniously dropped the portkey and immediately apparated away. John Bell cursed inwardly as he saw another student fall to the ground after hit by a spell of some kind. Luckily the spell hadn't been green and John didn't see any blood from his position, so perhaps she was still alive. Lang, Thomas, cover me. He barked as he used his offhand to grab a portkey from his pocket. Once he was sure the two were indeed in a position from where they could protect him from each available attack angle, he made his way over to the girl who looked unhealthy pale and looked to be somewhere around his niece Katie's age. Thank Merlin she had already graduated and thus wasn't here. Once he was there he placed the pebble on her and waited the necessary 10 seconds for her to be transported to HQ in the able hands of his wife and the rest of the medical staff. Once she disappeared he jumped right back in the battle. The battle itself wasn't going well at all. While he had easily accomplished his and his team's assigned task of driving the Dementors away, securing Hogsmeade had proven to be a lot harder. If this was a straight-out battle with his people on one side and the enemies on another and nothing but a plain field as their surroundings, then John held no doubt they would have won by now, but unfortunately this was not a plain field and they were definitely not alone. It has been many years since he had attended Hogwarts, but he couldn't imagine he was ever so foolish as most of the students he had encountered thus far were. Seriously, if you are surrounded on all sides then you don't try to run away and hope that no one curses you in the back. At some level he could understand that the situation would be terrifying for those who had never seen combat before, but giving into your emotions and just run and hope for the best was just foolish. That being said, he had seen a couple of students who had actually managed to keep their cool. He had seen a trio of girls defending the three broomstick and trying to get other students to get in the building so they could use the flow there to escape. Due to the position of the inn and how it was already being used, Bell had ordered the two newest teams, the ones who had already been ordered to look after the safety of the students anyway, to secure a perimeter around it and assist the brunette, who bore more than a passing resemblance to a certain cadet Vance he remembered from instructing at the academy, the redhead Rosaline Potter if he was not mistaken, and the raven-haired girl. As he dodged around another curse, John seriously began to wonder what the rest of the teams were doing. As far as he knew, Ming and her team were still trying to get the giants out of the village. Once outside of the village they could probably be taken out without too much problem, but when they are still within the confines of the village no stronger area affecting spells could be used, and taking down a giant let alone two in the middle of the village wasn't a very bright idea either. Then there was his boss. Where was he? He hadn't seen him since entering the village, and the village wasn't that big either. Even if both of them were moving around he should have seen by now. Suddenly his previous thoughts didn't feel important at all anymore as he heard a familiar howl. One he hadn't heard in years and one he would be more than glad to never hear again. He quickly apparated toward the top of a nearby building and immediately crouched so that he didn't make too big a target. What he saw in the distance heading toward them via the main road was something that almost immediately made his blood run cold. Large wolves were running on all four legs toward them, but John knew from experience that those weren't normal ones. No, those were werewolves. Someone like him who had faced more than his fair share of werewolves in his years as Auror could easily spot the difference between a regular albeit dangerous beast and a cursed human. The only problem was that it was still the middle of the day and he was pretty sure the full moon wouldn't be there for over a week, so how could those things be werewolves? Maybe they weren't werewolves after all. Perhaps they were the results of illegal magical breeding, or perhaps someone had taken a regular wolf and had turned it into that or something. Or perhaps they were skinwalkers. To be honest, John doubted his latest idea. Skinwalkers weren't native to Britain, and from what little he knew about them, they would never serve Voldemort, so what the hell were those things? He shook his head. No, it did not matter what they were. Right now he needed to ensure those things wouldn't overrun the defenders. He could try and find out what they were after the battle. He was about to act and move until he saw someone else had apparated into the battlefield. The new figure was standing right in the middle of the main street and was facing the wolves. It took John only a moment to realize who was standing there, and as soon as he spotted the familiar figure of his employer, he apparated right behind him. Harry must have seen him using his magical eye, as he did not react in any way other than saying, "I take it you saw them too." John nodded and, without asking, posited himself so that he could watch his superior's back. "I see," Harry said as he pulled his knife from the sheath on his back and aimed his wand at the approaching group of wolves. "Inform the others about what is coming and get ready to move if necessary." John nodded and pulled his personal communication mirror from his pocket. Just as he made contact with the teams in the area, Harry started to unleash hell on the approaching threat. Unbeknownst to Harry and his teams, Hogsmeade was not the only place where fighting was going on. In one of the dungeons of the castle of Hogwarts, hidden behind a seemingly normal length of wall, was the Slytherin dorm. A place that was normally home to students who were practically raised from young age to see everyone around them as a potential asset or an enemy that needs to be destroyed. A place where they didn't have to look a united front like they have to do in the rest of the school. A place where the weak follow the strong, and lastly a place that had been in complete disarray for the last few hours. One of the people still in the dormitory was Daphne Greengrass. The raven-haired young woman was leaning against the wall, and every time she breathed in she felt a sharp pain. Even though that she still had a firm grip on her wand. After taking several more breaths to gather herself, she tried to push herself of the wall, but immediately her free hand shot to her side as feeling of extreme pain erupted from that area. As she, after several moments, removed the hand from her side and into range of her vision, she saw her hand was coated red with blood, and she knew that unlike some of the bloodstains on her robes, this blood was her own. She was started to feel a bit lightheaded, and regardless how much she tried, she couldn't keep her eyes open, and after fluttering them for several seconds, they finally shut down as she started to lose all strength in her body. She didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly she felt her arm being moved and slung over someone's shoulder. She tried to move her wand arm, but it felt like lead. She tried to open her eyes, but she could only open them far enough to see the vague outline of a familiar owned. Her body relaxed slightly at the sight of her ally, and she allowed herself to be dragged away from that place. "We need to get you out of here. You can't afford to be seen here anymore," she heard her companion say, and even in her current state, Daphne knew this to be true. She had done it. Her actions these last few hours made it clear she had chosen a side. No longer could she remain in the middle. For better or worse, she had picked a side, and no, she only hoped she hadn't made the biggest mistake in her life. It's hard to believe just how much can change in a single day. That was the single thought that was currently on the mind of one Alexandra Black as she stood amongst a large group of somber and darkly dressed wizards and witches somewhere on the Hogwarts grounds. Roughly a day had passed since the attack on Hogsmeade, and right now she and the group she was in was facing a row of closed caskets with pictures of the ones contained within atop of it. They were the ones who didn't make it out of yesterday's attack alive, and the group was here to honor them before they would be handed over to their family. Alex knew she should probably be listening to the speech her headmaster was giving right now, but to be honest, she had barely heard a single word he had said. She really meant no disrespect to those who had passed on to beyond the veil by not paying attention during a ceremony that was honoring them, but after what had happened those last 24 hours, she just had too many thoughts roaming her head to keep her attention focused on a single thing. 22 people had been killed during yesterday's attack on the village. Over half of those had been her peers. Another dozen or so people were as good as dead after the Dementors were done with them, and that was not even mentioning all those had been wounded, All those people dead and wounded, and yet people were saying it could have been much worse. At some level, she couldn't even start to fathom how things could have been possibly worse as she stared at the coffins, but the more rational part of her mind knew that those people were right. If things had went differently, it could have been much worse. She tore her gaze away from the coffins and glanced at the young man who, standing almost in front of the crowd surrounded on all sides by people clad in a familiar uniform. Standing there was none other than Harry Potter, the young man who without him things would have no doubt be much worse. She noticed she was not the only person in the crowd who was looking in his direction, and after that article that was on this morning front page, she could definitely understand why they were looking, but still, considering what was happening right now, couldn't they at least try and be less obvious? Harry, however, didn't seem to even notice that a large portion of the crowd had their attention focused on them, that or he was just ignoring them. From what she could see, he didn't have his attention on Dumbledore either. No, from what she could see from her position, he seemed to have his gaze fixated on a single coffin, but she wasn't able to tell exactly which one without turning her head in such a way that it would be obvious. What she did manage to see, however, was something that she hadn't expected to see. Maybe she was mistaken and it was just the result of the drizzle falling down from the heavens, but she could swear she saw some tears run down his face. Now, don't get her wrong. She didn't think Harry was some kind of emotionless machine who was incapable of showing any emotions. After all, after that moment in the room of requirements months, she could hardly claim that, but to actually see him shed tears. She had to admit that was not something she expected to see from the person who otherwise was always so strong. Was his presumed emotional state due to whoever's coffin he was staring at? Or was it something else? Perhaps he was feeling guilty that despite his involvement still so many people had died. Personally, she thought that line of thought was utter rubbish, but after months of knowing him, she had gained some insight in his personality, and while he never voiced it out loud, from what she gathered, he took people dying in battles he was involved in rather hard. She really hoped he in fact wasn't blaming himself for the fallen, as the truth was that if he and his people hadn't shown up, many more caskets would probably be there today. She doubted Rose and Astoria would have been able to take on those giants without the additional help, at least not without abandoning their position defending the three broomsticks. That was not even mentioning the large group of werewolves which was rumored to have attacked the village. According to the rumors, Harry had single-handedly stopped them from harming anyone. Even now, almost a day since hearing about it, she could barely believe it. Don't get her wrong, it was not like she didn't believe Harry couldn't pull it off, but it was more the fact that werewolves had appeared in the middle of the day with no full moon in sight. While she hadn't seen him in a couple years, she still had been close to her uncle, Remus Lupin, and after having found out about his secret, she had read up quite a bit about his affection, and as such she knew it should have been possible for them to be transformed. Still, regardless whether they were transformed or not, they had been stopped before they could have hurt anyone, and that was a thought that relieved her above all else. She wasn't sure just how bad it would get for werewolves if they managed to infect an entire village, especially if said village was filled with school children. So yes, she knew things could have been worse, but as she stared at the coffins, she couldn't help but think she could have done more to save them. Maybe if she had been faster, stronger, perhaps if she had resorted to lethal spells. No, she couldn't have done that. It had already been hard enough just using normal incapacitating spells with the Dementors floating around putting that image in her head. It would have been impossible to use lethal force even if she had wanted it. Unbeknownst to her, she had balled her hands into fists and was biting her lower lip as her frustration level rose alongside her current thought process. She knew she had come a long way since training with Harry, but why did she still feel so damn weak? Why, after training for countless hours, was she still too weak to protect everyone when necessary? It was also not just the attack on the village that was burdening her mind, however. After the attack on the village was over, she had been herded toward the infirmary. Her time spent there was a bit blurry in her head, but she suspected she had received some kind of sleeping draft as she had woken up this morning after a night of peaceful sleep. Unfortunately, that peaceful state of mind did not last long. As soon as she escaped from the clutches of the school healer, released after an annoyingly long checkup, she had been informed by a house elf, one which she really hoped had learned to never suddenly appear behind her like that again, that the deputy headmistress, Professor McGonagall, had called a meeting for all available prefects and heads. Filled with more than a little dread considering the use of available In the message she had made her way toward the room the message had indicated. Once she arrived there she truly hoped she had been early because quite a few people seemed to be missing. Rose was already there. Thank Merlin, but no Astoria. In fact none of the Slytherin prefects were there. Hell even the headgirl wasn't there. While she wasn't particularly close to the young fudge woman she did know from past experiences that the 7th-year Slytherin was always one of the firsts to arrive for a prefect meeting so not seeing her alongside her housemates made her feeling of dread intensify considerably. That feeling only seems to intensify when she laid eyes on her best friend after her initial sweep of the room. She may not have spotted it during her first sweep, but now she saw her for longer than a few seconds she quickly realized something was very wrong. She was clearly distressed, perhaps not on the same level as when she heard that she had to marry Weasley, but still it was clearly something big. Then she noticed the possible source of the redhead's distress as she saw what she assumed was today's newspaper clutched in the girl's right hand. Alex hadn't managed to pry any information out of the local healer before she left the hospital wing so she could only imagine what exactly the newspaper would contain. Sure she was in the middle of it all, but as it was complete chaos during the battle and they were quickly escorted away from it shortly after it ended, she had no idea just how many got hurt, or worse. It was then just when she was about to walk to Rose and ask how she was, stupid question, but she felt it needed to be asked. She noticed that Rose was not the only with a newspaper. In fact standing almost right next to her holding the paper in such a way that Alex from where she stood could see the front and the last page was her housemate Padma Patil. The older girl was seemingly discussing something with her Gryffindor counterpart, but Alex barely noticed that as she had her full attention on the photo that covered almost the entire front page of the Prophet. It was not some disturbing image of the aftermath of yesterday's attack as she originally had thought she would see, it was however clear why Rose was distraught. Heck, there was little doubt that it was that photo that caused the redhead's current emotional state. Well, there would be little doubt at least when her mind would accept what her eyes were seeing because right now it had a very hard time doing so. This was due to the fact that the picture showed something that as far as she knew shouldn't be impossible. The picture had two people in it. One was Harry and the other was Potter. Now normally the sight of Potter on the ground with someone's foot on his throat would no doubt invoke some serious positive emotions from her, but this wasn't just someone who was keeping Potter down. No, this was Harry. Harry who was brought to this universe because Potter was dead. If Harry and Potter were both in the same picture then that meant Potter was alive. This definitely stopped Alex short as a myriad of thoughts crossed her mind at a rapid pace. How was this possible? Potter was supposed to be death, never to be seen again, not seemingly randomly reappear years later on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Was the photo perhaps fake, something to raise the sales? No, not after what happened yesterday. After what happened the Prophet would have no need to create false articles so that must mean Potter was really alive. And if he really was alive, then what? Was everything going to be like it was before? The answer to that question she knew was simple. No, it was impossible for everything to return to the way it was before. If only due to the simple fact that Harry was now here. Harry, the head of House Potter. Wait, she thought as she suddenly realized something. Harry James Potter, son of previous head James Potter, is the current head of House Potter. She knew this as fact due to the fact that Harry had been able to dissolve Rose's marriage contract. But what exactly is Potter's status now? That was definitely a question that was difficult to answer. As much as she loathed to even compare Harry and Potter, her rational mind did understand that at some level Harry and Potter were the exact same person, so did that mean Potter and Harry shared the same title? This was definitely not something her pureblood training had covered. Rules and regulations regarding headship of a family that involve counterpart of different universes and people coming back from the death. Yeah, definitely useful information for the next generation to learn, who knows when it will be useful. Her throat suddenly felt dry as she realized something completely else. The prophecy, the one which supposedly spoke of the person which was prophesied to defeat Voldemort. She did not know exactly what the prophecy said, but due to her listening into order meetings she had a pretty general idea of what it was. The first time she had heard about it was just after Potter had disappeared. The term child of prophecy had been mentioned quite often during that meeting, and while they never said exactly what the prophecy was, the way some of the Order people kept saying all hope against Voldemort was lost gave her a pretty good idea just what the prophecy was. This was confirmed months later when Harry was summoned to this universe. Listening into that meeting had definitely filled in some of the remaining blanks, even though she hadn't realized it at that time due to having different things to think about, like the fact that Potter from another universe came to theirs and probably was going to ruin people's life again. But now she actually thought about it, she realized that if Potter was back, would the headmaster no longer need Harry to fulfill the prophecy? Then what? One had to be blind to see that Harry and the headmaster did not always got along, so would the man try and return Harry to his own universe so that he could have a chosen one who was more willing to listen to him? Alex didn't like where her current thoughts were heading one bit. She didn't want Harry to leave. Harry was her friend, her teacher, someone she knows she could rely on, and even in her head she wasn't even sure how to describe just what he meant to her, but she just knew she didn't want him to leave. She knew this might be selfish as Harry had practically been kidnapped to this universe, and she also knew that he had demanded that the headmaster find some way to send him back, but at some level she was grateful for the headmaster's action, or at least that one. She only hoped that Harry would stay here and not leave them. She was broken from her thoughts when suddenly the door was opened again and the one who had called the meeting, Professor McGonagall, entered the room. Almost without thinking, Alex took several steps away from the woman and did not stop until she felt the wall behind her. No one could really blame her for that reaction, as although McGonagall normally is already a rather intimidating, today she seems to be even worse. The older woman's normally stern look was still there, but it looked different, grimmer, colder. That, coupled with the obvious lack of sleep the woman must have suffered, made a rather intimidating sight, one that was more than enough to silence each and every student in the room. The professor, however, did not speak up immediately after the students had quieted down. Instead, silence reigned as the woman of Scottish descent took a moment to look the assembled students over. From her position, Alex could see the hard look soften a bit as relief seemed to spread the woman's face as she scanned over each unharmed student, and when it was time for her to make eye contact with the rather formidable woman, she could have sworn she saw pride there in her eyes. Finally, after several more moments of absolute silence, McGonagall spoke up. As I am sure each of you are aware, she began as she once more began scanning their faces. Yesterday Hogsmeade has been under attack by the Death Eaters. Suddenly the stern professor was interrupted by the female 6th-year Ravenclaw prefect as she said, I am sorry, Professor, shouldn't we wait for Zabini and the other prefects? Alex and several of her fellow prefects looked at the 6th year and seriously wondered what she was thinking. For one, it was never a good idea to interrupt the likes of McGonagall, especially so when she looked like she did now, but more importantly after what had happened yesterday, it really was not a good idea to put attention to the fact that some of them were missing. Instead of verbally replying, McGonagall gave the prefect a look that would make grown men feel like small children and continued like she hadn't been interrupted at all. Unfortunately, despite everyone's best efforts, there have been several casualties. An almost deafening silence followed that announcement. The various prefects exchanged glances with each other, and on most it was clear to see what they were thinking. They knew a war was going on. They knew people died in a war. They knew the village had been attacked yesterday by Death Eaters. They knew all those things and understood them, and more than a few of them had a healthy fear that something would happen to their friends and family outside of Hogwarts, but most of them hadn't been able to make that last connection in their head. After years of having been told that Hogwarts is the safest place on Earth, most couldn't even grasp that the war would involve them so directly. That was until McGonagall's words scattered their delusion. McGonagall allowed the teen several moments to process what she just had said before continuing. I understand this is difficult for all of you, but I am afraid as prefects you will need to remain strong these next few days. If you think you cannot handle that, then I will perfectly understand that, and I will try and find a replacement for you. One of the prefect hesitantly raised his hand after hearing that, and McGonagall nodded at him and said, Yes, Mr. Baker. What exactly do you mean by that, ma'am? McGonagall sighed somewhat tiredly at hearing the question, and it seems she needed a moment to find the proper words. As I am sure all of you already noticed, we are missing some people. This is not due to the attack on the village. I am afraid during the attack on the village there was another incident. This one involved the Slytherin dorm. Another brief period of silence followed that announcement. Although this time the looks on the faces of the prefects were quite different from person to person. Most of them carried confusion. This was Hogwarts. If something happened, then half the castle would know about it within a couple of hours due to the fabled rumor mill, but this was the first time they had heard anything. Others, however, ranged from mild smugness to worry and even a bit of anger. Alex herself belonged to one of those who were worried. While it was true she was not particularly close to any Slytherins sans Astoria, she did got along relatively well with most of her female year mates of that house. They weren't friends per se, but as she was a pureblood and a Ravenclaw to boot, apparently the only house most Slytherin considered to be at least tolerable, they treated her normally, and she in turn was more than happy to interact with people who didn't fawn over Potter like her own housemates used to do. So yeah, she was without a doubt worried, first and foremost for Astoria, but to a lesser extent also the other girls in her year. The silence was broken when one of the prefects asked what most of them had been wondering. Incident, ma'am. What are you talking about? McGonagall didn't answer the prefect immediately, and if anything this made Alex's anxiousness ever more profound. McGonagall wasn't exactly known for beating around the bush with her words, so her inability to form words didn't bode well. Finally, after what felt forever, but was in reality only a brief moment, the professor opened her mouth and sprouted the words neither Alex nor any of the other teens in the room wanted to hear. I am afraid I am not allowed to divulge information regarding that until the investigation is done. What the bloody hell is that supposed to mean? Alex exclaimed. Moments later, the black girl realized that due to her emotions running high, she had actually voiced what she was thinking out loud, and by the looks the professor was sending her, she wasn't happy with her. She was proven correct when the Scot woman rounded on her with a stern look. Ms. Black, I understand this is a stressful situation, but control yourself. This time Alex didn't back down at seeing the look on the professor's face. She was already prepared for it, and now she didn't suddenly come face to face with it. She realized that despite the woman looking rather intimidating after all the things she had seen these last months, it really wasn't that impressive. This realization caused her to return the stern look with a defiant one as she nearly growled. What? You tell us something happened with the Slytherins and suddenly you can't tell us anything. That is bullshit. We have a right to know what happened to our fellow students. Her mother would probably be complete and utterly appalled by her behavior, but she didn't care right now. She just wanted some damn answers already. If she had been a bit more mindful of her surroundings, then she would have seen the sight of her fellow students looking at her in various stages of shock. Never before had they seen anyone brave, foolish enough to raise their voice to the likes of McGonagall. She wasn't, however, and instead held her gaze firmly locked with the deputy headmistress. The woman in question did not get angry. In fact, her visage remained unchanged, but when she spoke it was clear she was not happy. Ms. Black, considering the circumstances, I will only deduct 30 points from Ravenclaw for your disrespect. I also want you to leave this room and clear your head. I am sure Ms. Potter or any of your other fellow prefects can inform you what this meeting was about when it is finished. Alex was about to retort, but seeing the look on the woman's face quickly realized arguing with her was a losing battle. That did not mean she was happy trough, and she showed it by stamping out of the room and slamming the door shut behind her. Childish. Probably, but right now she could not care about that as she was pissed and she wanted some damn answers right now. She decided to search for a copy of the Daily Prophet, perhaps she could find some answer in there. Now back at the present, Alex still had more questions than answers. If anything, the number of questions had only increased. Sure, she had learned some things. The Prophet at least had some information on yesterday's attack on the village. It wasn't much, but at least they had a list of those who had died. She was ashamed to admit that the first thing she had felt after reading the list was genuine relief. At some level she had known that relief was probably not what she should be feeling at that time, but she couldn't help it when she didn't find anyone she was particularly close to on that list. Unfortunately, that had been practically the only useful thing she had learned. Rose had joined her shortly after she had finished skimming the Prophet. The paper had been more or less useless besides the article on the attack on the village, especially considering there was no real information about Potter in it. Rose herself also didn't have any useful information to convey. she knew as little about Potter as she did, and the information McGonagall had told her was also less than useful. Apparently, whatever the so-called Slytherin incident was, it was bad enough that McGonagall called for a lockdown on all the houses. This, as far as she knew, had not happened in decades, and she only knew about it after reading about it in her prefect guidebook. Basically, when a lockdown is issued, all students are required to remain in their dorms until the lockdown is lifted. The only ones who are exempt are those who are escorted by a teacher and prefects. Alex wasn't sure why, but during the lockdown, prefects under the supervision of the headboy, who was an idiot, and the headgirl, who she was pretty sure was out of the castle, had to patrol the castle. According to Rose, McGonagall hadn't given any reason as to why. She had only told them that they had to look out of any student who wasn't in her common room and anything suspicious. The former was rather pointless in her opinion. She was pretty sure all common rooms only had a single entrance. So all you had to do was send all students to their common room, do a head count, and then station someone in front of the entrance if everyone was there. The later, if possible, was even worse. With everyone already on edge, it really was not a good idea to have students search for suspicious things. She had already heard Weasley mutter that he knew exactly where he would find those things, and it was not hard to guess what he was referring to. Then again, although she considered the whole thing pointless, at least she hadn't been locked up in her dorm today. That probably wouldn't have ended well considering her emotional state and her pent-up energy. McGonagall had also informed the prefects of another thing, and that was about the ceremony to honor the fallen before their remains would be handed over to their next of kin. The ceremony in question was the one she was attending right now. While the gesture was nice, she honestly thought this was a big mistake. The reason why she thought that was because although the ceremony was mandatory to attend for everyone, and for some reason none of the Slytherin students were there. This definitely caused some of the more narrow-minded students to become even more convinced that everything was their fault. Perhaps this was the true reason why lockdown was issued. She could easily see some idiot Weasley rile a crowd and try to inflict justice. In fact, she was pretty sure he was doing exactly that until just before the ceremony started, and the only reason he probably stopped was because someone had shown up that many had wanted to see ever since this morning's paper. Harry had shown up. Not Potter as she had feared, but Harry. He wasn't alone, however, and that fact alone was probably the reason he hadn't been swarmed. She hadn't recognized them, but going by their outfits and how they clearly stood around the youngest of the group in a protective manner, she could hazard a pretty good guess who they were, or more specifically who they worked for. Harry hadn't spared anyone more than a second glance and had taken a position at the front of the assembled people, the others never once faltering in their protective circle. From the looks of it, people were wondering if it was worth it to try and get past the somewhat imitating bodyguards, but before they could decide, Dumbledore had started his speech, and most had turned their attention to the old man. Now, after almost half an hour, it seems Dumbledore was finally done as he called for everyone to lower their heads in a moment of silence. Despite her current rather angry and frustrated state of mind, Alex was at least in a proper enough state of mind that she knew how disrespectful it would be to not to obey, so like the rest of the crowd, she lowered her head. "May you find peace beyond the veil." She silently prayed for those who had fallen before raising her head again. This action was mirrored by many others, and soon Dumbledore spoke up again, telling everyone not to despair, as death is not the end, as it is the beginning of something much grander. He spoke of choices and responsibilities, of nobility and sacrifice. Finally, he told the assembled people to return to their dorms and that Aurors would be arriving soon and might ask some questions, and he expected their full cooperation. Alex heard the words, but they didn't really register with her. They felt hollow, meaningless, inappropriate. Perhaps it was because Dumbledore hadn't even been there yesterday. Perhaps some part of her resented that the so-called leader of the light hadn't shown up during an attack that happened right next to the castle. She felt he really had no right to speak about the dead when he should have been there to prevent them in the first place. When she heard the last part of Dumbledore's announcement, she almost made an audible sound of annoyance. Especially as she knew that as prefect she was expected to ensure all Ravenclaws made it to their dorm. Why had she accepted the position again? Oh right, the private and very luxurious bathroom. She mentally cursed and was about to send one last glance at the one person who most likely knew exactly what the hell was happening, and was willing to tell her stuff like that. The sight that greeted her eyes was almost enough to bring a smile to her face. Harry was still there surrounded by his people. That on itself wasn't that special, but what was rather amusing was the fact that the headmaster seems to want to speak with him, but Harry's people didn't seem to want to budge. All in all, it made a rather amusing sight, especially considering she could clearly see the normally always calm Albus Dumbledore get rather agitated. Wait, something is off, she realized after staring at the scene for a brief moment. It took her several seconds longer to realize why her instincts were telling her something was wrong while her mind couldn't come up with anything before she realized it. Humans as a rule almost always look at new people approaching for a brief moment. Most people didn't even fully realize they did so. They saw or hear someone approach, spared them a brief glance, and then returned to what they were doing. She too was no exception to that rule, but unlike most people, she didn't immediately dismiss people after a moment. It had been stamped in her head to always be mindful of her surroundings, and after yesterday's attack she was even more alert. So it only took her a couple of moments for her to notice that the group Harry had come with missed a person. She didn't get to think long where that person had disappeared to as she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. Let it be known, it is not a smart idea to approach someone from their blind spot, especially if said person went through life and death battle just a day prior. Alex proved this due to, instead of thinking things trough, she acted purely on instincts. With other words, in a single move she pulled her wand and took a step back after making half a spin, then she immediately leveled her wand at whoever stood behind her. Luckily she realized what she was doing before she actually fired something harmful. She felt the blood rush to her cheeks as she realized what she had done, and she slowly lowered her wand again. Hi Katie, she greeted somewhat hesitantly after she had lowered her wand. The aforementioned Katie gave her an amused smile, seemingly finding her action rather amusing. Alex wasn't sure if she should feel insulted or relieved for that, but for now she was just glad to see her again. She had gotten along rather well with her fellow Quidditch player while she still attended school, and it was nice to see her in good health. So you're working for Harry now? Alex said as she gestured to uniform the former Gryffindor was wearing. Yep, the older female replied. My uncle recommended me for the job, and I must say the pay is pretty good, although I admit it is rather weird working for a guy that I thought was dead. Alex frowned at hearing that, and before she even realized she had opened her mouth, the words were already coming out. Harry is not Potter. Katie opened her mouth to reply, then suddenly closed it again. She tilted her head slightly to side and gave her a searching look that made Alex more than a little uncomfortable and almost caused her to fidget. Then after a moment Katie seemed to have found what she was looking for as she straightened out and gave Alex such a shit-eating grin that it definitely made her uncomfortable. I see, the former chaser said, her grin never once faltering. Alex's frown returned at hearing that. What was that supposed to mean? Unfortunately, before she could ask, Katie had already spoken up again. Anyway, while it is nice to see you again, I am afraid we will be leaving soon. Also, the boss asked me to pass a message on to you and Rose there, she said while giving a brief wave in silent greeting at the still nearby standing redhead. He would like to speak to the both of you at the place where you train. What about? Katie shrugged. No idea, she admitted. He only asked me to pass the message on if was held up by, and I quote, noisy idiots who can't seem to leave me alone. As she said this, she not so subtly gestured to where Harry and his group was standing. By the looks of it, the headmaster had finally made it past the people in front of Harry, but by the look on his face he was still rather frustrated. She then noticed one of the people there turned towards them and made some kind of hand gesture. Katie apparently understood what it meant as she said, well, that is my signal to leave. She then gave Alex a brief hug, which the younger girl returned. Stay safe, all right, the older female whispered. I heard you have been trained by Harry, and I have seen for myself how strong he is, but still be careful. She then broke the hug and Alex saw her give a brief glance to the only other group still standing outside. Oh, and good luck, you are probably going to need it. While Katie went and said goodbye to her other former fellow Quidditch player, Alex was wondering what the hell that advice was supposed to mean. A famous muggle once said, when angry, count to 10 before you speak. If very angry, count to 100. Clearly the man had never met the likes of Albus. I know what's best for everyone, Dumbledore. A very annoyed and pissed off Harry James Potter thought. Because if he had, then he would definitely know that would be hardly enough to calm down. Harry knew how to hold his calm. Years of having lived the Dursleys had taught him enough discipline to at least keep visibly calm, even though he inwardly did not feel that way. Admittedly, there were people who knew how to push him to the point of losing control, Snape and Malfoy to name a few, but all things considered, he was relatively well disciplined. After all, who could boast never once having snapped badly at people when they keep gawking at you like you are some kind of exotic zoo animal? Unfortunately, today he had another encounter with someone who, with words alone, managed to push him so far that he wasn't sure which urge was stronger: to yell at that person, to curse them to oblivion and back, or to just simply hit him. That person was none other than the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. Admittedly, this was hardly the first time Harry had wanted to inflict grievous harm on the old man. Dumbledore was strong, incredibly strong. He was arguably one of the strongest wizards alive right now, and that alone made him an ally Harry could not afford to lose, but by Merlin, for all his strengths, his personality was most vexing. At the moment, Harry really started to hate the position of power he was in. It was kind of ironic. Back when he had first arrived in this universe, he had felt a similar urge to the one he was feeling right now, and yet he could not act on it because he had little to no power in this universe. But now, months later, he had built himself quite a considerable power base, and yet he still could not act upon his impulses. The reason for that was, whether he liked it or not, he had people who were following his orders, and such he was responsible for them, and unfortunately, regardless how much he wanted to as responsible leader, he could not afford to alienate such useful ally yet. Once more, Harry realized that live as a team leader in the militia had been much simpler. Things were so much more straightforward back then. Get orders, follow orders in such a way that his team did not die, and don't piss of anyone who could make his or his team life difficult: healers, fellow team captains, and those elder council guys who gave out the missions. Alas, the time of him being able to let higher ups deal with the bigger problems had passed, and right now it was up to him to make the decisions, and the consequences that came with those decisions. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when he heard someone approach him. Turning his gaze to where he heard the footsteps come from, he saw that it was another student approaching him from the other side of the corridor he was walking in. For a moment his eye sharpened, and he got ready to draw his wand as he quickly asked her, "Ravenclaw prefect? No wand in sight. Doesn't seem to be able notice me due to the notice me not a threat." Tension left him as the prefect drew closer and Harry had finished his initial assessment. It was then that Harry realized he recognized the girl, although he couldn't place a name with the face. Her name he might not know, but Harry did know one thing, and that was that he wouldn't forget her face anytime soon. It wasn't because her face was particularly memorable or anything. In fact, the girl was the type of person you could pass in a crowd, and when later asked if you had seen her, you would most likely be unable to answer. No, that was not it. What made Harry remember her visage, however, was the absolute look of betrayal her counterpart had worn when Harry had last seen her. This was definitely not a person Harry wanted to see, especially not now. It reminded him way too much of his failures and his broken vows. During the war, he had made two major vows which he had tried to live by, but considering how contradicting they were, he had failed more often than he had wanted to. The first he had made when he was still at Hogwarts. It was shortly after the massacre of Hogsmeade. Things had changed back then. He had changed, and one close to him had seen it and had him make a promise. "Promise me whatever choices you decide to make, whatever path you decide to walk, make sure that at the end you don't have any regrets." It had been a rather vague promise. She hadn't asked him not to lower himself to level of his enemies, to only fight like a decent human should. No, she hadn't asked him to make a promise she probably knew he wouldn't be able to keep. Instead, she had asked him live his life without regrets. She had asked him to live his life in such way that at the end of the day he could look in the mirror and not be utterly disgusted at what he saw. For a while he had been able to uphold that promise. Even when he started to dabble in the dark arts, he believed he was doing the right thing. As long as he didn't give in to the allure of the dark arts and it would allow him to prevent another massacre, then would not regret his chosen path. Unfortunately, things changed when months later the one he had made that promise to had been killed, and he, in his pain and grief, he had tried to forget, to suppress everything about her, including the promise he had made. Instead, he started to live by another vow. A vow made just weeks after losing the only girl he could honestly say he had loved in a romantic way. It had been when he had first held the fragile form of little Teddy Tonks. He had vowed that he would make sure that innocents like him would grow up in a world peace, even if he had to turn into a monster to do it. Harry inwardly snorted at his current thought process. A monster was not something he would ever call himself. He had done things he had regretted, done things that were more than a little morally questionable, but compared to the actions of the likes of Voldemort or even the despicable acts of the Elder Council, no, he was not a monster, but there were definitely regrets. One of them involved that girl he had just passed. It was back when he had just started to do missions for the militia. He and his team had just finished a mission alongside a team that was led by Neville Longbottom. It had been a simple mission and no one on either team had gotten hurt, but then suddenly just before they were to return to HQ they were ambushed by a large group of Death Eaters, including among them was the infamous Bellatrix Lestrange. To Harry the situation was simple. They were outnumbered, horribly outmatched, and he could sense no anti-apparition wards. The only logical option was to retreat and live to fight another day. He was no coward, but you can't win if you were dead, and his first priority was the survival of his team, something he knew definitely wouldn't happen if they were to fight there and then. As such, he had ordered a retreat. Unfortunately, not everyone agreed with him. Longbottom, the short-sighted fool that he was, didn't want to leave until each and every Death Eater was dead. From the way he was staring at Lestrange, Harry had figured he meant one specifically, but that did not matter. What mattered was that the fool was willing to lead his team to sudden death, and Harry would have none of it. What came out of his mouth next was an order for the sake of survival for both himself and the team he was responsible for. He was not proud of what he was going to say, but as a leader he had to make a decision. "We are leaving, ignore the others." Single quote. Yes, in hindsight he could have forced the other team to come with him, but as he had no idea just how willing they would have been to listen to their leader, and every second diminished their chances of survival, he had made a call. His team had complied immediately, and the last thing Harry had seen before appearing away was the betrayed look on that girl's face while the sound of spellfire had filled his ears. He had known the moment he appeared on Evection Point B and no one from the other team had followed him that he had just condemned 6 people to their death due to an order given by him. It had been a hard lesson in what some called the weight of command. There were other times, of course, where he had put the needs of his own and his team before what was morally right, like the time he had taken down Flitwick. Harry sighed, coming face to face with someone who, for all intent and purposes, was him clad in Death Eater garb, and seeing the lifeless body of his former lover really brought back some thoughts he rather not think about. The war already caused him enough of a headache, he really could do without any additional ones. To make matters worse, it wasn't even the war that was keeping his mind occupied. He hadn't been able to sleep a single wink as there was way too much to do, and due to the fact that some of his actions weren't exactly what one could legal, he couldn't delegate those things, as regardless how loyal most of his workers were, Harry felt it was pushing it a bit far if he asked them to commit crimes. As such, it was completely up to him to take care of a large number of things that couldn't wait. Luckily, there were things that he could delegate. He had left John in Hogsmeade to round up their prisoners and keep the village secure in case of another attack. He had also left him in overall command of Hydra until he was done with his own errands. Harry had been really glad that the man hadn't asked any unnecessary questions when he had told him that. Besides John, he had also assigned the other high-ranked members of Hydra Enterprise individual assignments. He had sent John's wife, Dora Bell, to his potion store in Diagon Alley, as it was prime targets for attacks, and he rather had someone competent standing by there. Lastly, he had sent Ming Chong to the ministry with 2 simple objectives: gather information and buy time. It was more the latter than the former, as Harry was pretty sure the fact that there were 2 Harry Potters running around would come out sooner than later, and when it happened, Harry was sure Fudge or any other politician would try and use him against him. Perhaps even try to judge them as if they were the same person and as such were responsible for each crimes. Harry wasn't sure how he could counter that yet, so he had sent Ming to stall for time to interrogate his counterpart and find out how bad the damage was, and time to think about what he could do against it. Luckily for him, that woman had a way with words few people could match, and from what he heard from her this morning, she had managed to buy him some time, and after the hectic night he had had, that was really news he could appreciate. And what a hectic night it was. First off, he had to run considerable damage control for Daphne. Merlin, that had been a couple of nerve-wracking hours he had spent in the castle. It really had been a race against the clock, as he had to alter and plant evidence before the official investigation could start. Luckily, Daphne, showing that she was quite like Harry's former teammate Astoria, had, besides a similar ruthless streak, also seemingly the ability to make pretty solid plans in little time. Due to this, in a short conversation he had with her using his communication mirror, Harry was able to use her plan and adjust it in such a way that not only Daphne should no longer be a suspect, but also one of his enemies would probably take the fall for it. A memory charm here, some planted evidence there. It was almost ridicule how easy it was to frame someone else with magic, but then again he already knew this, considering what had happened to his godfather. Of course he was aware his actions weren't exactly foolproof. He was not an Auror and as such was not aware how exactly they investigated, but he was pretty sure most of the tracks were covered. After his time in the castle he was really starting to feel the mental strain, and if possible he would find the nearest place that was secure and sleep, but he knew he still had other things to do. One of them was retaliation against Voldemort. While he couldn't do anything elaborate against the Dark Lord at such short notice, he could at least show the lower tier Death Eaters why it was such a bad idea to follow the man. As such, he had donned his persona of Lord Riddle again and hit another Death Eater home he knew off. Harry knew that sooner or later he would need to strike a more significant target, or otherwise whatever reputation as Lord Riddle he had built would diminish, but he had no time for that last night, nor had he time for subtlety. No, last night job hadn't been a time for stealth. In this case, shock and awe would do better for his reputation than just another example of the man who can bypass any wards. Despite his current mood, a small smile graced his face as he thought back to yesterday's attack on the Death Eater home. He was pretty sure he had managed to pull the whole shock and awe angle pretty well, single-handedly obliterating the wards and then tracking down the owner of the home and finally hitting him with a flesh-rotting hex. Yeah, that will definitely make an impact on whoever came to investigate, and that was not even mentioning the rumors that would no doubt originate from the DMLE. For good measure, Harry had also left another message to be found. On his way out he had spelled out a message on one of the home's walls. Here lies a servant of the false heir, murderer of children, ally of beasts, enemy of all that is pure. He did not heed my warning and has paid the price. After that was done and he had apparated to safety, it was already nearing 5 in the morning, and Harry hoped that after going through the reports of those he had left in charge he could at least get a couple of hours of sleep, but as usual it was not to be. Even now Harry wasn't sure what the hell had happened when he arrived back at HQ. One moment he was about to enter the wards and the next, well, he wasn't sure what had happened. He had felt like his magic, for lack of better words, was being tugged into two different directions. On toward the wing where prisoners were temporarily secured, and one toward the basement where he worked on his runic array home. Needless to say, he didn't get any sleep that night, and the only way things could have gone worse was if the goblins decided to rebel. Yeah, he probably shouldn't tempt fate. The by.ch seemed to amuse herself by screwing with his life. Harry was brought out of his thoughts again when he noticed he had arrived in front of the entrance to the room of requirements, and without even realizing it he had already summoned the door to the room like he had done so often before. As he entered through the door he spotted both Rose and Alex sitting on what was most likely a couch summoned by the magic of the room. He had to admit he felt rather relieved to see them at least physically well. It was also rather amusing to see them look in his direction in both confusion and concentration. His notice me not charm forced their mind to ignore him as if he wasn't there, but by opening the door their mind also knew someone had opened the door. It was at times like this that those with the more disciplined minds could ignore what magic was influencing their mind to think and realize what was really happening. Harry. A hint of genuine approval passed through his mind as he heard his name hesitatingly being called. Seeing Trough a notice me not charm is not something many could do unless the one with the charm directly interacted with the person. Hell, until he learned to sense active magic he too usually had some serious trouble seeing Trough them. Come to think of it, that should probably be something he should start to teach soon. Harry briefly mused how he should teach that. His own training in sensing magic had been less than pleasant, and it was one of the main reasons why he hadn't even considered teaching it to anyone else despite how useful an ability it was. Harry mentally shook his head and decided to discard any plans for future training sessions. There were already enough things on his mind, he did not need to add any more, especially if it was not relevant right now. Instead of continuing plans for the future, he mentally cancelled his now useless notice me not charm, and with another mental command he used the room to summon a comfortable armchair directly in front of the couch where the girls were sitting. It took him only a few seconds to bridge the distance and allow himself to drop down on the chair. For a brief moment Harry closed his eyes and enjoyed the first time he could sit down in what felt like days. Of course it really hadn't been that long, but by Merlin so many things had happened in the last 24 hours that it was hard to believe that only a single day had passed. After a moment Harry slowly opened his eyes again and gave what he hoped was a reassuring smile as he took a moment to observe both the girls' expression. Relief, fear, anger, and annoyance. All emotions he expected to see, although the latest was probably more because he knew the person and not because it was expected behavior. There was also something else, something he couldn't identify. It was akin to the relief, but it was something more, something Harry knew had seen before, but he couldn't place it right now. After a few moments Harry decided to let it drop, maybe he would figure it out after a good night rest. He then decided to break the silence by saying, "It's good to see both of you okay." Rose smiled somewhat tiredly at him in reply, and even without saying a word Harry could clearly see the message it conveyed. Alex's face too softened for a moment, and again Harry saw that look in her eyes that his sleep-deprived mind could not decipher. Then it was gone and was replaced with a fierce scowl, and it looked that clearly stated she was both annoyed and making her way to anger. Just what the hell is going on? Why is no one telling us anything? Harry sighed. This meeting would probably go a lot faster if everyone remained calm, but considering just what had happened, that was probably asking for a bit too much. You are going to need to be more specific. A lot has happened and I have no idea what you have been told. Upon hearing his reply, she immediately opened her mouth to say something, but then seemed to reconsider as her angry expression changed into something else, and after a moment of silence she asked, "Do you know where Astoria is, and is she okay?" "She is fine and safe with her sister," Harry replied after a brief moment of thought on how to answer the question. Apparently he hadn't hidden his hesitation well enough, as instead of being relieved Alex frowned, and Harry noted that Rose too seemed displeased with his answer. "And where is that?" Harry shrugged and rattled of a sentence that seemed almost rehearsed. Daphne Greengrass, as head of House of Greengrass, deemed Hogwarts an unsafe place to be for members of her house. Therefore she decided to withdraw all members of her house from the school and move to a safer place. Although I am aware where that is, it is not my place to tell others where that is, considering the circumstances. While not exactly happy, Rose seemed to be relieved by his words, but the opposite seemed to be true for her fellow prefect, as if possible the black girl's scowl became even more pronounced. "What circumstances?" she nearly growled. "Does it have to do with the Slytherin incident?" Harry actually blinked at hearing that. "They haven't even told you what happened there." The look on both fifth years made it clear that they hadn't been told anything, and Harry could already feel the headache coming as he realized this would probably take a while longer than originally expected. "There are still some pieces of information I am missing, but from what I am to gather, Death Eaters in Slytherin, or at least those who are loyal to the Death Eater cause, received orders of some kind to attack the inhabitants of the castle while the professor's attention was diverted to the village due to the attack happening there." Single quote, single quote. "What happened?" Rose asked after a moment of silence. Again Harry had to think for a moment how to formulate his words. "They were stopped before they could even exit their dorm," Harry said before adding, "They were stopped permanently." Looks of realization passed through both girls' faces, and Harry only had to wait a couple of moments before the inevitable question was asked. Who? Who what? Harry asked Trough. He had a pretty good idea what was being asked. Who were involved in all this? Who was going to attack everyone and clearly had known about the attack on the village? Who stopped them? Harry thought about it for a moment before answering the first question by rattling off a list of Barry's 5th, 6th and 7th years Slytherins. An almost deafening silence followed after had told them the last name. Harry knew it was probably not an easy pill to swallow that so many of their peers would be capable of what they were planning to do if they hadn't been stopped. And they are all dead. Harry almost visibly winced at hearing Rose say that. To be honest, to Harry they were just more people that had to die because they were on the opposite side, but to someone like Rose, who was far more innocent and probably only started to grasp the horrors of war, they were people who had been just like her, fellow students who should have nothing to do with the war. Harry wasn't sure what to say. His outlook was born from experience, and it was not something you could get just by being told, and to be honest, while her viewpoint was naive, it was also somewhat of a relief to see that someone could still think like that even after being involved with at least 2 battles where people had died. Luckily, he didn't have to come up with anything to fill up the silence as Alex took that moment to speak. So, who stopped them? Harry frowned for a moment at hearing those words, both due to the question and the seemingly indifference to the death of her former schoolmates. Harry knew from experience that the black girl had quite a bit of steel in her spine, but to be able to put the death of her former peers aside like that was not something he expected yet, not after how hard she took her first kill. Perhaps he should take about it in private later. For now, he had an answer he needed to formulate, and to be honest, he wasn't sure how he wasn't going to answer this one. It was not like he thought they didn't deserve or couldn't handle the truth, but considering how badly things could escalate if the truth came out, it was probably best if the truth was known to as few people as possible. On the other hand, he absolutely loathed having people withholding information from him, and he rather not do that to people he was rather fond of. After a moment of thought, Harry decided to be somewhat honest. You have to understand, what I am going to tell is not known to many people. He began, hoping that if they were told that they knew more of the truth than most people, they would make the matter drop. After receiving nods of understanding that they understood the unspoken message that they should keep what they learned to themselves, Harry continued. Officially, the witnesses will no doubt say that it was Professor Umbridge who did it. If the Aurors search her room in the castle, they will prove that she is pureblood supremacist. They will also find out that the professor has been researching one half-blood by the name of Tom Marvolo Riddle and has come to the conclusion that that person and Voldemort are really one and the same person. Finally, when questioned under Truth Serum, the Aurors will find out that the professor found out about the plans of the Slytherins and has decided to stop them from sullying their noble family history by doing the service of a half-blood imposter at any cost. By the time he was finished, he had bewildered looks directed toward him. Harry could not really blame them. No doubt this was not what they had expected to hear. Harry knew this was risky, but he could not deny that he trusted the two in front of him, or at least trusted them enough to know part of the truth. Officially, so does that mean she is being framed? Harry shrugged. For that specific crime, yes, but just because she is being framed does not mean she isn't a criminal, and the only reason why she isn't in Azkaban right now is due to the protection she receives from Fudge, but even he can't protect when comes to crimes like this. But that is wrong, Rose began before Harry cut her off. Dolores Umbridge is too dangerous to remain in the castle in such influential position. She is without a doubt a Death Eater sympathizer and would most likely aid them if the fight ever came to Hogwarts. She is also still openly sabotaging your Dada education even now when Voldemort has openly returned. Harry sighed when the younger Potter still did not look completely convinced. Rose, this war is not good versus evil. It is not the morally righteous versus the wicked. I understand this might go against your sense of right and wrong, but the truth is, at the end of the war, what are more precisely who determined who is just and who is not as the victor. Again, Harry knew this was not something you learned by being told, but he felt it was necessary to be said right now. Maybe she was not yet capable of grasping the full message, but the first seeds in her mind were there. After a few moments seemingly in thought, the girl nodded her head seemingly in acceptance, but Harry knew better. No one would suddenly shift their views like that, but if the girl wanted to let the matter rest for now, then so be it. After all, there was still more to discuss. So who really stopped them? Let's just say it was an inter-house matter and leave it at that, shall we? But we leave it at that, Harry said now more firmly. You two already know more than most, and I think you deserve to know the truth. But if anyone ever forces Truth Serum on you two, then at worst you can prove Umbridge is innocent and the fact I know who the real culprit is, but if you know the full truth, then the repercussion can be far more severe. Neither girl seemed to particularly like his words, but both accepted it after several moments of silence, although one considerably more begrudgingly than the other. The silence did not last long, however, as the next question was already being asked. What about the village? What happened there? Werewolves during the day. You and Potter, what happened? Honestly, Harry began suddenly sounding almost as tired as he felt. I probably have more questions than you have regarding that attack. Apparently, not only his tone of speech had changed because going by the worried looks Alex and Rose exchanged and directed to him, he had also let the control over his facial expression slip. Harry, are you okay? I've been better, Harry admitted. Actually, he felt like shit, but anyone who knew him probably could already figure that out considering he didn't answer with the standard, "I am fine," answer. I just have a lot on my mind. That was putting it mildly. Besides all the things he knew had happened, Harry also had the distinct impression there was a lot more to the two attacks yesterday than he realized. It just didn't make sense otherwise. Too many things just didn't add up. The attacks, for one. Attacking from within Hogwarts while the staff was preoccupied with the village was a pretty good plan, but why were only the Slytherins involved? Harry knew for a fact that there should be Death Eaters and Sympathizer in all four houses. If all of them attacked at the same time, they could do considerable more damage. The attack on the village was also strange. According to Dumbledore's intel, Voldemort should have far more people and creatures at his disposal than he showed at the village. Why didn't the man send more people? Arrogance, perhaps. No, that was rather unlikely, but then what was it? Low numbers were usually used for distraction, but as far as he knew, only the Slytherin attempted to attack. Surely that couldn't be the extent of the plan, right? No, Harry knew there must be something more, but what was it? He was pretty sure his other self, the day-walking werewolves and the Slytherin students, were all pieces of the puzzle, but he just could not see how it all fitted together. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when he heard another question being directed toward him. Was my brother really there? Harry winced, but still nodded his head that yes, his counterpart of this universe had been there. And he fought for the Death Eaters. Another wince, more profound this time, and another nod. He attacked you. More like attempt to kill me, Harry thought, but decided not to voice that thought and nodded one more time. Where is he now? At Hydra Enterprise HQ. He and the other Death Eaters we have captured are held there until we will handle them over to the Ministry. You are going to hand him over to the Ministry? Alex asked as she opened up her mouth for the first while they were discussing the alternative. Harry. They will just set him free like all those other Death Eaters. Harry sighed. It was not like he wanted to hand his counterpart over either, but his choices were rather limited. Unlike the illegal organization, you parents are part members of Hydra Enterprise, aren't vigilantes, and as such are bound by the law. The head of the DMLE gave us permission to capture Death Eaters for their bounties, but we are not allowed to play judge, jury, and executioner. Single quote. If no one had seen him, then he was sure he could have secured his counterpart somewhere, but that hope had died when had seen that picture in the paper, reporters, how he loathed those vultures. Was their sole reason for existence, making his life more difficult. Do you know why he joined the Death Eaters? Rose asked. Do you honestly want to know? Harry asked. He knew the relationship between Rose and his counterpart wasn't the greatest, but he was still her brother, and sometime ignorance was really in bliss. Rose hesitated for a moment, and then she gave a brief, jerky nod. When it became clear to Harry that she really wanted to know why her brother joined the Death Eaters, he decided to be just blunt about, as there was really no easy way to say it. I do not know the exact reason, as I have not been able to talk with him yet, but according to the healer who took a look at him, he has suffered extensive physical torture and it seems they have attacked his mind. Single quote. What do you mean by that? A now distinctly pale Rose asked. Harry wasn't sure if she really wanted to know or if she just asked so that she didn't have to think about the physical torture. Regardless, he decided to answer her. The mental arts aren't exactly my speciality, so I don't understand it completely, but from what I am told, certain memories have been made stronger and will easier come to the forefront of the mind while others are more suppressed. I am unsure what the purpose this serves, Harry said before adding, also a thing to consider is that he still bear the cursed scar. Alex, who had also turned somewhat pale at hearing the fate of the boy she honestly could say she loathed, asked. What cursed scar are you talking about? In response, Harry tapped the now normal scar on his forehead. One is not touched by the curse of death without consequences. The scar is a link between the souls of Voldemort and the scar bearer, and it causes immense pain when in the presence of him, and when Voldemort feels strong emotions, so does the bearer. It is possible that Voldemort managed to use that connection for other things I am not aware he was capable of. And you have that scar too. asked Rose, who by now looked so pale it was probably good she was sitting down. Harry coughed somewhat uncomfortably at hearing that question. No, the link was purged from my body as a side effect of a ritual I performed back in my 5th year here at Hogwarts. You underwent a ritual as a student? Alex asked in surprise, and Harry could not blame her. Rituals were not something taught in Hogwarts, as it was one branches of magic where if thing went wrong they went really wrong, and was usually only performed by adults after months of study. The fact he was actually part of 2 rituals and was the result of a third was probably something for the history books. Ah, he said in agreement, the ritual strengthened my body to a level considerably above normal humans and strengthened the passive hearing factor of my magic to a considerable degree. That sounds really helpful in a fight, commented Alex with a strange gleam in her eyes. Do you think I can do that ritual too? Another uncomfortable cough followed that question, and despite the situation Harry felt his cheeks redden. Well, if you stayed true to your family motto then you should be able, but the ritual is part of a family grimoire, so I am not really supposed to talk about it. Alex's brow furrowed in confusion. Stay true to prank is to live, what is that supposed to mean? All embarrassment disappeared at hearing that question, and Harry had to resist the strong urge to face palm. Leave it to Sirius Black to change a family motto hundreds years old into something like that. I was referring to your old family motto, he deadpanned. Seriously, he thought it had been Azkaban who had made Sirius into the man he had known, but it seems this version wasn't exactly the most mature one out there either. Toujours pure, Alex said, sounding somewhere between a question and a statement. What does that pure blood stuff have to do with a ritual? Pure in this case does not refer to blood, Harry replied, and before she could say anything in reply he added, and like I said, the ritual was part of a family grimoire, and I am not going to betray the trust I was given when I allowed to participate in the ritual by telling others what it is. Then can you tell us who told you about the ritual so we can ask him or her? Harry shook his head and had to take a moment to control himself. That's not possible, I am afraid. That last of that line died in yesterday's attack. I am sorry to hear that, Rose stated, and Harry gave her a confused look at hearing that remark, causing her to elaborate. You must have been close to that family if they were willing to part with family secrets. It must have been hard for you to see them die even if they aren't the exact same persons. Single quote. Harry gave the girl a soft smile before shaking his head sadly. I wasn't close to the family, just one person, an orphan like me, and I wasn't close to her in this world either. I thought she would survive if she didn't interacted with me. Clearly I was wrong. Single quote. Neither girl seemed sure on what to say to that, but then Rose, bless her soul, said, I am sure whoever she was, she didn't die because her interaction with you. You aren't to blame for anything. Harry smiled faintly at hearing that, but it was clear to see for both girls that his smile held no mirth. She died because she stabbed herself, right here, he said as he pointed in the general direction of his lower stomach, because she was given a revulsion potion keyed to me. She bled to death alone and without being able to fight it. So believe me, she definitely died because she interacted with me. But revulsion potion doesn't work like that, Rose said as she tried to ignore the image her mind had conjured up. The drinker would ignore the one it was keyed to, or if it was very strong, maybe even attempt to do harm to those who they feel revulsion to, but the potion shouldn't cause them to harm themselves. Another mirthless smile followed that statement. If she had stabbed herself at any other place than where she did, then you were probably right that the potion didn't work as it was supposed to, but considering where she stabbed herself, the potion did exactly what it was supposed to do. Having said that, Harry stood up and said, as much as I love to stay and chat, I still have a lot to do. Be careful while in the castle. Tension will no doubt rise after the attacks, and there only need to be a small spark to ignite a fight. His smile turned a bit more genuine as he said his parting words. It really is good to see you two okay. I will probably be back tomorrow and will try to set up a secure line of communication with Astoria for you two. With those words and another smile he left the two girls. Both had a lot on their minds, but glad to have received some news even if not all was good. Remember the wind that blew through her hair as she practically plummeted toward the ground. Remember the sound of the fans cheering as she sped toward the little golden ball that would win them the match. Remember the anticipation, getting closer and closer to the golden ball, letting go of her broom with one of her hands and stretching it forward, Closer and closer. She had almost had it. The anticipation was building. Closer. Closer. Her fingertips could already touch the little ball. She caught it. Elation filled her as she raised her fist with the snitch in the air. They had done it. They had beaten the Gryffindor team. She had beaten Potter. They had won the cup. Gray eyes shot open and a wand was thrusted forward. Expecto Patronum. Nothing. No grand silver Y animal. No wisp of silver, just nothing. Gray eyes stared at her wand in frustration. Why was still spell so unnecessary complicated? Harry had told her he had been able to cast the spell when he had been a third year. So if Harry as a 13-year-old boy could do it, then why couldn't she do it? Okay. Admittedly, from what she had heard, no normal 13-year-old should be able to cast a Patronus. Heck, most of her mother's former colleagues couldn't even cast the spell from what she heard, but that little fact did not matter to her. Harry could do spell. He said he thought she was able to learn it, and as such she will learn it. End of story. Unfortunately, by the looks of it, it would take quite some time before she would be able to cast the spell that would protect her against those thrice damned foul creatures which kept showing her worst memory. The only saving grace in this situation was that she actually had more time than she knew what to do with. A scowl appeared on her face as she thought about exactly why she had so much free time. She could not believe what she had just been told. The ministry was closing Hogwarts. She could not believe the gall of the minister for deciding that. His own undersecretary was found guilty for murdering multiple students. He should have resigned in embarrassment, but instead of doing that, he decided to order the closure of the school until we can be certain no other teacher forms a danger for the young minds. Alex snorted in derision as she strode through the corridor. A scowl featured prominently on her face as her mind was still on the prefect meeting she had just existed. Her ears twitched as she heard someone's trying to catch up to her from behind her. She slowed her pace down and glanced at the approaching source of the footsteps. It was her best friend and fellow prefect, Rose. I can't believe they are closing the school, the redhead said as soon as she was walking alongside her. I can, Alex grunted. Mom and Dad always said that Fudge doesn't really think and just acts upon what he think his voters want. I bet he is probably just closing the school because by doing so not all of the attention will be directed to his undersecretary. Nope, it is a bit more complicated than that. A voice replied, but it was not the voice she had expected to hear, as unless her best friend had undergone some kind of magical change in the last few seconds. The voice sounded far too masculine to belong to the Hufflepuff prefect. In fact, she recognized that voice. She halted her stride and turned her head to the direction the voice came from. Her thoughts were proven right when she caught sight of a grinning Harry Potter standing there behind them. How did I not hear him approach us? Alex thought, while also wondering why he looked so happy. Especially considering how he looked just the day before when he met her and Rose in the room of requirements. Hey, he said as he gave them a somewhat lazy wave. I came by Hogwarts to give you two a way to contact Astoria, but then I saw you girls had a meeting with McGonagall, so I decided to wait for a bit. He then pulled two small wrapped parcels from one of his pockets and tossed them in the direction of the fifth years. The two Quidditch players easily caught the underhanded toss and looked at the identical package in curiosity, but before they could open it, Harry spoke up again. There are communications mirrors inside of them and written instructions on how to use them. Upon hearing this, Alex remembered something her father had mentioned sometime in passing. Didn't my dad use a mirror to communicate with others too while he was attending school? Harry nodded before gesturing them to continue walking. He had no desire to remain where they were, as sooner or later they would encounter a teacher and he rather not deal with them right now. So with that in mind, he slowly started to guide them outside. While walking in the middle of the trio of students, Harry answered the black girl's earlier question. Your father? Well, my universe's counterpart actually gave me the idea for it. I just altered it a bit so that multiple connections were possible instead of only between two mirrors. That sounds useful, Rose commented. Harry shook his head. You have no idea, he said before adding, even if we don't take in account the use for normal day use. Do you even realize how useful those mirrors have been for me when I had to direct multiple security teams in different places? If those mirrors are so useful, why don't you try to sell them? Rose suggested. It definitely sounds faster than using owls. Harry shrugged. True, but like I said before, it is a very useful tool for leaders during a war, and I rather not have Voldemort get his hands on it. Maybe if the war is over, I will put it on the market, but until then, I keep it to those I trust. Both girls nodded at that, admitting that his logic was sound, but Rose had still one more thing to ask about the mirrors. What about the order are you going to give the mirrors to? Harry did not even have to think about that, as he immediately said, no. His reply and tone was so absolute that Harry decided to elaborate before they thought he considered the Order the enemy. While it is true the Order is fighting Voldemort, Dumbledore has no real control over the action of the members of the Order. I have no doubt that if I were to give a bunch of mirrors to them, then several will disappear to Voldemort and even more will end up somewhere in Diagon Alley or more likely Nocturne Alley. Besides, the Order already has the Patronus charm for communications. While not as effective or as subtle as my mirrors, it still beats the Dark Mark. Patronus charm? Alex asked with a frowned brow. Isn't that a defensive spell against Dementors? What does it have to with communications? Normally you would be right that it is the defense against Dementors, but with a slight adjustment during the casting you can have your animal guardian deliver messages. At those words another moment of her past came to the forefront of her mind. That skeleton horse thing. That was a Patronus, wasn't it? Harry looked a bit bemused at her question, but answered regardless. Yes, that skeleton horse thing is my Patronus. Harry was suddenly cut off by Rose, who in a disbelieving tone said, You can cast the Patronus charm. But that is supposed to be a very advanced charm. Most adults can't even do it. Most adults can't do it because it is a very different spell than most Latin-based spells. They give it a few tries and give it up when they fail because they assume it is just too difficult, just like the rumors say. He said before giving his wand a flick, and without saying a word silver-colored thestral sprung from his wand. This spell is not difficult. I learned it when I was only 13 years old, and while part of the militia I taught it to each of my team members in a matter of weeks. I am sure if you too try to learn it, then you will be able to do it in no time at all. What makes this spell so difficult then? Harry hummed thoughtfully for a moment before he answered. Like I already told you once before, Alex, Latin-based spells are very intent-based spells. With the weaker spells you do it subconsciously, but more powerful Latin spells you truly have to desire it in your head to fire it. But the Patronus charm isn't based on intent. Rose asked. No, it isn't, Harry said with a nod in agreement. The charm is based on emotions. Positive ones, to be more precise. The easiest way to do the charm is to bring a strong positive memory to the forefront of your mind and use the emotions tied to that memory to fire the charm. It really isn't that difficult charm to cast. You just need to have a different mindset than normal. Of course, with Dementors floating around it is a lot harder, considering they bring up your worst memories while you try to bring up your best, but as long as they aren't too close by, it is definitely doable. By now they had reached the open doors that led out of the castle, and with a mental command Harry cancelled the animal floating alongside them. For a moment the trio walked in silence as the sun shone down upon them. Then the silence was broken as Alex turned to Harry and asked, What did you mean when you said it was a bit more complicated than Fudge being incompetent than usual? Well, for one, our dear minister didn't come up with this himself. From what I heard, he decreed the closure of the school shortly after being visited by the grieving father of our former schoolmate, one Draco Malfoy. It is not too far of a stretch to assume that that man is responsible for the closure of the school, nor is it a stretch to assume he did it on orders of his master. You seem to be in rather good mood considering Voldemort has Hogwarts practically given to him. Alex noted, and even when she said that, his smile did not falter. Well, I am in a good mood because I managed to acquire an unexpected, but most welcome ally. Harry said before adding, Besides, as long as Dumbledore is still the recognized headmaster of this school, Voldemort will not have an easy time entering the premise even with no one here. And even if he can somehow enter, I already knew he would set his sights on Hogwarts sooner or later, so I have made some plans that I can use in case necessary. Alex opened her mouth to ask what the plans were, but then thought better of it. If Harry wanted them to know, then he probably would tell them, so this was probably one of those the less they knew the better. Instead she asked, Well, what now? Harry shrugged again. Go home, enjoy the peace while it lasts, because I have the feeling it will not last much longer. Because of what happened to Hogwarts. Among other things, yes, Harry replied. You could say it is that, or perhaps it just that feeling in my mind that is telling me something big is going to happen soon. I have learned a long time ago not to ignore those feelings. Of course, there is also that ball Fudge is hosting. Ball. What ball? Harry hummed. I received an invitation this morning. Fudge is hosting a ball next Friday, probably to boost his fragile standing. Normally, I wouldn't be too interested in it, but the invention stated that Fudge would announce his plans on how he would cleanse the country of the threat it was facing. Considering how that was worded and what he already did to Hogwarts, I probably should show up. Do you think he is going to support the Death Eaters? Rose asked after connecting the dots on the fact that the threat was never specified and also knowing that many purebloods considered Muggle-borns and their Muggle influence a threat. I honestly don't know. Fudge will do what he think is best for him, and if has any common sense he will not bow down to Voldemort, but then again common sense does not seems to be his strong suit. Although on the other hand, in my invention there was also a not so subtle note clearly handwritten by Fudge mentioning that his daughter didn't have a date yet. What? Alex said in a voice that was clearly several levels louder than what a normal person could consider an indoor voice. She felt the blood rush to her cheeks when both Harry and Alex turned to her. Harry giving her a questioning look while Rose gave her a knowing smile that made her avert her gaze so she could hide the blush that was very visible on her pale skin. Seemingly taken pity on her, Rose drew Harry's attention by asking, "So are you going with her?" A look of distaste crossed Harry's face for a moment before it was gone again. At first I flat out rejected the idea. Harry began. Even I can see that me arriving with Blaze can be seen as a sign that I support that man, support he drastically needs, but on the other hand me going with his daughter can also be seen as the minister supporting me and by extension Hydra Enterprise. Also I need to consider that if I don't take her then he might feel insulted and turn against me. Merlin, I hate politics. Can't you just say you already had plans with someone else for that day? Rose inquired, and Alex, who by now had managed to control her facial expression, also turned to him. Harry's brow furrowed seemingly in thought. Doesn't that sounds a bit too convenient? I mean, what are the chances I would already have planned something I can't cancel or move on the same time as that ministry ball? Well, you do know that Friday is the 14th, right? It is. Harry questioned before adding, and that matters he said before he suddenly stopped and a look of realization appeared on his face. Ah, Valentine's Day. Rose nodded her head while looking rather serious, but inwardly she was smiling. Yes, Valentine's Day. So you could always say you had already a date for that day. Or you could compromise and still go to the ball so not to ruffle the feathers of that man, but with your supposed date, instead of with Zabini. Harry looked thoughtful at hearing the younger Potter's words, and upon seeing that Rose decided to press on. In fact, didn't you say you weren't even sure whether the minister would side with Voldemort? Wouldn't it be better that if you go you have someone with you who can watch your back, someone you known as a skilled duelist? Her shooting glancing at Alex while saying that proved that Slytherin would probably not have been a good house for her. Her expertly ignoring the death glare directed toward her showed she might not have done badly as a Gryffindor. Back in the present, a small smile appeared on Alex's face as she thought back on what had happened after that. Harry had actually asked her if she wanted to come with him to the ball. Oh, don't get her wrong, him asking her was not exactly the scene one would expect to see in one of those trashy romance novels, but to be honest, if anyone was expecting a scene like that, then they probably didn't know Harry very well. No, instead he had at first had made it very clear that if Fudge turned out to be a Death Eater loyalist, that this might very well be a trap, and even if it wasn't going with him would still point a pretty big target on her. When she had made a quip about his feat being probably a bigger risk to her Heath than anything else at the ball, he had given her an amused grin and had told her she was probably right, considering that the only lessons he had ever received on formal dancing had been given to him by her cousin Tonks. This had shut her up rather quickly, as while she had never seen her cousin dance, considering how much a klutz she was in everyday life, she really could not see her as a teacher for formal dances. Unbeknownst to her, Harry had a rather mirthful smile on his face at seeing her look. He probably could have pointed out that after Tonks' lessons, he had had the chance to attend several more formal and informal dances and could do several basic dances at a level where his dance partner at least didn't end up with broken toes, but he had to admit the look was rather amusing. When it apparently became clear to Harry that despite knowing about the danger she still was willing to go with him, Harry had given her a warm smile that had spoken of trust, and perhaps something more, and he had said, "Then I look forward seeing you in a dress." Single quote, single quote. Alex's smile widened as she thought of it. She had a sort of Valentine's Day date with none other than Harry Potter. If someone had told her she would do that a couple of months ago, then she would probably hex them or laugh in their faces, or most likely she would hex them to the ground and then laugh in their faces. Now things were different, and she was actually looking forward to next Friday. Telling her parents where she was going, not so much, but she couldn't have it all after all. As her mind was still filled with what she was going to do the coming Friday, she lifted her wand in front of her again and whispered, "Expecto Patronum." To her surprise, silver, a colored substance sprang from her wand. It hovered in the air for several moments and then it disappeared. Maybe this charm was that difficult after all. The black girl mused as she got ready for another try. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, Rose Potter was not having a good time. Shortly after she had been told that she had to return home, Harry had approached her and told her he wouldn't be returning to Potter Manor. He had also informed her that according to the law, he, as her head of house, was the one with the final responsibility regarding where she lived. He had then told her that if she wanted, she could join him at Hydra Enterprise HQ for as long as she wanted, as long as she signed a secrecy contract that is apparently mandatory for anyone to sign before they are allowed in the building. At first she hadn't been sure on what to do. She may not have had the best relationship with her parents, but at the end of the day they were still her parents, and she had the feeling that if she decided to go with Harry, then something would be severed that could never be quite whole again. She had weighed the pros and cons of each choice, and when the morning they were set to leave the castle came, she still wasn't too sure what to choose. No, in fact, she didn't come to a decision until the post arrived. It was not a message she received from an owl or something that influenced her decision. No, in fact, it was the fact she hadn't received anything from her parents since the attack that did it. Seriously, several days had passed since the attack, and yet she hadn't received even a small note from her parents. Heck, she had even received a letter from Mrs. Black asking how she was, and yet her parents apparently didn't find her near brush with death important enough to contact her. So when she hadn't received anything that morning, she had made up her mind. She had approached Harry, who had appeared when breakfast had just started, and from the looks of it was handing something which she hadn't been able to see to a select number of what she believed were seventh years. He hadn't seemed surprised when she had informed him of her decision, and he had just pulled out the contract he had mentioned before. He had given it to her and told her to read it through thoroughly, as the consequences of breaking the contract were rather severe. In the end, she had singed the magical binding contract, and as soon as she and Harry were outside of the Hogwarts wards, Harry had side-apparated her to the place where she would be staying for the foreseeable future. She had to admit she was rather impressed by the place. Potter Manor had been much and much bigger, but this place, even though it was apparently the headquarters of a company, still felt much more lively than her old home. Apparently she and Harry wouldn't be the only ones staying here, as several of the younger employees, those right out of Hogwarts, lived at HQ in exchange for reduced wages. Apparently there were also a couple of people here who were under the protection of the company and by extension the wards surrounding the building, but Harry hadn't told her much about them, only that Astoria wasn't one of them. The room that had been assigned to her hadn't been exactly her old room, but she could hardly expect that, considering it was meant as either a guest room or space for future employee, but Harry had told her he had ordered his elf, Toby, to bring her stuff from Potter Manor. The elf had worked fast, and when she closed her eyes that night to sleep, it was in a room that wasn't exactly hers, but still held some hints of familiarity. The next morning she had been woken by someone knocking on her door. When she went to open it, she came face to face with a familiar face. Katie Bell, former chaser of Gryffindor, had stood there. She had told her as Harry had errands to run, he had asked her to finish the tour she had received the day before. The tour had been interesting until they reached the point which had resulted Rose's current bad mood. Katie had told her she and several others had to attend lessons under her uncle, a man named John Bell, a former Auror who supposedly helped create the organization. Rose, not having anything else to do and still feeling a bit shaken up about how little she could do during the attack on Hogsmeade, had asked if she could join her and the others in training. That might have been a mistake. Training under John Bell was more difficult than anything she had ever done before, but it wasn't all bad. She had seen how strong her best friend had gotten under a proper instructor, and as such she would endure and she would show the world she was not just the puff sister of the boy who lived. While two girls were training to prepare for the future, a meeting was taking place that involved a whole different kind of preparation of the future. The meeting was held in small room which only furniture seems to consist of two armchairs which were facing each other and had a person sitting in both of them. In between them was a low table. On it were two photos. The sole female in the room picked on of the pictures up and studied it for a moment. "Those eyes," she muttered. "Succubus." The young man opposite of her nodded and the female gave the photo an last look before putting it back on the table. "So kill her if it looks like her husband joins up with the enemy and leave her alone if he's not." Again the male nodded and the female merely shrugged, seemingly not really caring whether she ended up murdering someone. She then picked up the other picture and gave the male a mocking grin. "Really? You think I need a picture for this one?" The male shrugged. "Well, you aren't the youngest anymore. I thought it might help you," he said with a teasing grin. The female mock glared at him as she replied, "Haven't I warned you before? Never ever joke around about the age of a lady." She then turned more serious as she tossed the picture back on the table. "Are you sure about this one?" she asked, gesturing to the picture now back on the table. "Don't get me wrong, I can do it, but killing him would be much easier than kidnapping him." The male shook his head. "No, kill him if there is no other choice, but for now he is far more useful alive than he is dead." "Well, if that is what you want, then you can consider it as good as done." Single quote, single quote. The male smile at hearing that. "It's good to have you back on my side." "What are you doing?" 16-year-old Harry Potter asked in tone that made it clear he wasn't sure if he really wanted to know. He was back at HQ after a rather hard assignment and he was currently standing in the doorway of the room of a teammate of his that had been hurt pretty badly during the fighting. The person the room belonged to and the one he was asking that question to, flashed him a smile before she returned her attention to whatever it was his possibly slightly insane teammate was doing. Knowing he was probably better of not knowing, but not being able to turn his attention away, Harry continued watching as Clara, his possible much older vampire teammate, used blood to draw what looked to be a reverse pentagram made of incredible detailed and very small runes. As Harry continued to observe her work, Clara suddenly spoke up. "Do you know why my race was never exterminated despite the threat we pose?" Harry shrugged, feeling a bit uncomfortable at the question. Sure, he had killed before, but the extermination of an entire race was something on a completely different scale. "Because you guys have those ancient ones," he said somewhat hesitatingly, as he had only recently learned that those things weren't in fact myths and one of them was the leader of Clara's coven. Clara actually stopped her work at that, and when she looked in his direction she looked surprisingly thoughtful. "Well, there is that," she said, trailing off a bit at the end. "But that is not what I meant, as there are far too few to really make a difference if you humans were really motivated in wanting to wipe us out." "Then what is it?" Harry questioned, feeling honestly curious as he doubted that unlike Death Eaters, vampires weren't protected from persecution by money. The Platinum B owned haired female didn't answer his question and instead asked a different question. "Why are we having so much trouble defeating the goblins?" Not sure what she meant with the seemingly random question, Harry answered regardless. "Well, there are a lot of them, and then there are those magical weapons and amour they carry." "Yes, those magical amours and weapons made by those beasts with no magical core at all," Clara replied as she resumed her work of creating runes on the floor she was sitting on. "They don't?" Harry asked, honestly not knowing, as his knowledge regarding goblins was very limited. A rather unladylike snort followed his reply, and Clara shook his head as she muttered, "No matter how much time passes, some things never change." She then continued in a more normal tone. "Has anyone ever attempted to teach you exactly what magic is?" Now that he thought about it, Harry realized that other than it is a supernatural force you are either born with or not, he really did not know much about the power. "No, they haven't," he eventually admitted after several moments of silence. "It's not really surprising they haven't," Clara commented in reply. "Magic is not something that can be easily explained. I have had centuries to study it, and I could probably spend months, maybe even years, lecturing someone on all the things I have learned, but as we are at war and you already have a limited lifespan as it is, so I won't waste my time trying to teach you the finer points of magical theory, but let me ask you this. Do you honestly believe only those with a magical core can utilize magic? With the way she phrased the question, Harry already knew that was a rhetorical question, but a human without a core is either a squib or a muggle, so how could they perform magic? Yes. Really? Then you are saying you need to have a core to be able to brew potions. Harry blanched. First goblins and now potions. Did the woman in front of him really have to question him on knowledge regarding his worst subjects? But now that he thought about it, he couldn't think up any reason why muggles shouldn't be able to make potions besides the obvious statute of secrecy. After all, other than lighting the fire with their wand, it had to remain in their bags for the rest of lesson, and as muggles hardly needed magic to start a fire, they in theory should be able to brew potions, right? No. No you don't, or at least I don't think so. He eventually admitted. Yep, you are right there. Potions can be created by anyone with both the knowledge and the access to the ingredients. Even we vampires are able to brew them, although most of us have pretty much shunned anything of our old lives. So what does all those questions have to do with what you are doing? Harry asked, referring to the question that had started the somewhat long if not strange line of questioning. Clara did not reply for a moment as she studied what Harry assumed was a finished runic array. After a couple of seconds she was seemingly satisfied as she stood up and moved to pick up a simple empty glass that had been previously standing on her nightstand. She then placed the glass roughly in the middle of the array, in which she drew a knife which she similarly to him had placed in an easily reachable position on her back. Then without hesitation or showing so much as a flinch, she slashed her own wrist and allowed her blood to drop in the glass. Moments later her vampire healing factor kicked in and the wound closed itself. My questions? Well, I am sure you have figured it out yourself. Any sentient being can use magic, maybe not in such a way as those with a core can, but never underestimate what one can do with proper knowledge. Could you teach me? You know what you know about magic. Clara glanced at him and Harry saw her looking surprisingly thoughtful. Well, like I said, teaching anyone everything I know would take way too long, especially considering the current situation, but I am willing to teach you certain things that should prove useful to you in the future. Harry had to admit the way she looked at him when she said that was more than a little unnerving, but there was no denying that the offer was tempting. Getting taught about magic by someone who was most likely older than Dumbledore. The only problem was that he could all but hear the "but" in her statement. Apparently she could read where his current thought process was headed as she said, I am willing to teach you, but I would like something in exchange, a donation to be more precise. As she said her last words, she gave a brief glance toward the half-filled glass of blood. Was that what she wanted? Did she want some of his blood? He had to admit that was definitely not an appealing thought. Clara did not drink her blood from a glass, and with what looked like a runic array on the ground, he assumed the blood in the glass and by extension the blood she wanted was going to be used in some kind of ritual, and considering the last time his blood was used in a ritual, yeah, definitely not appealing. You want my blood? Why? He asked, not even waiting for her to confirm or deny it. Well, I don't really need it. For what I am about to do, any blood will work, even my own. But if someone willingly gives it to me, its effect will be much stronger, especially if someone likes you does it. What do you mean if someone like me does it? Instead of answering his question, Clara asked him another seemingly random question. Do you know what all rituals require? Regardless of his anyone at a lack of straight answer, Harry answered, sacrifice. Something has to be given up for a ritual to work. Clara made a noise of agreement before adding, yes, you are right, but there is more to that than that. Do you sacrifice something of yourself? Do you sacrifice something of someone else? Does someone willingly sacrifice something of themselves for you? Those are all things that can drastically make a difference in rituals. Of course, what you need to sacrifice also vastly different from ritual to ritual, but of course you probably already know this, as I know for a fact you must have undergone some kind of ritual to have a healing factor on par with my own. Harry glared at her as she said those last words. He did not need to be reminded of the ritual he had undergone with Morag. Not only was it private, but also dragged up the memories of how badly he had screwed up, memories she had done his best trying to suppress. Getting the message that she was crossing into dangerous territory, Clara changed the subject back to the answer to the original question and continued. Anyway, like I said, not all sacrifices are equal. Blood, especially, can have a greatly different effect depending on who and how it is sacrificed. Blood of the enemy. Harry muttered as he remembered one of his worst memories. Clara, either not hearing him or knowing better than to make a remark about it, continued like Harry hadn't said anything. Normally, blood equals life, and giving it up for the sake of others is usually used in healing-based rituals, but for humans with a magical core it is different. Your people's blood is more powerful due to the magic coursing through your veins. You specifically are even more of an anomaly. You were touched by death and survived due to some kind of magic your mother supposedly managed to evoke, and even years later it still protected you. While I do not know how this is possible, there is one thing I do know, and that is that the protection is part of you and thus part of your blood. You were also bitten by a basilisk and healed by a phoenix, both highly magical beings, and even though you probably don't feel anything anymore, I am sure they have left a mark on your magic, and that is without even mentioning that you are a powerful wizard in your own right. So suffice it to say, if you would willingly give me your blood, the effects will be greatly enhanced. Harry allowed himself a moment to take all the information in. To be honest, he still wasn't sure on what to do. On one hand, he wanted that knowledge, but on the other hand, he hadn't even the faintest idea where his blood would be used for. He could ask, of course, but considering he didn't want to talk about the ritual he underwent himself, he felt like it was a bit hypocritical to ask others to explain what theirs do. Then again, she had said that blood willingly given was often used for healing rituals, and some of the runes he recognized would supported that theory. But as far as he knew, Clara wasn't hurt anymore, and he had no idea how a reverse pentagram would affect an array. So what to do? Be a hypocrite and ask about the ritual and possibly sour his relationship with Clara by not showing trust, decline her offer and don't give any blood, and again possibly sour the team's interaction, or trust her that she won't screw him over if he gave her the blood without questions. Neither of the first two options sounded very appealing, so the question remained, did he trust her not to screw him over? Surprisingly enough, he did. Clara, a vampire, someone who seems to have no real morals to speak of and had offered to turn him on more than one occasion, had made it on his rather short list of people he trusted, well, for the most part anyway. Due to his rather f***ed up childhood, the people he has fully trusted in his life could probably be counted on a single hand, and you would still have fingers over. So decision made, Harry nodded that he would do it. Upon seeing it, Clara beamed at him and nodded her head in the direction of the glass. Still somewhat warily approaching the glass, Harry drew his own knife and placed it in a similar position as Clara had done, but unlike her, he hesitated for a moment. This time it wasn't due to being unsure the ritual, but it was more due to the fact he wasn't suicidal, and even though his wound would close in a matter of seconds due to his accelerated healing, his mind still rebelled at the idea of him cutting himself there. After a moment or two, he managed to steel himself, and with one swift movement he filled up the other half of the glass. Once he was healed again, Harry stepped out of array and Clara retook her earlier position. She then turned back to Harry and said, I know you can already sense magic to some extent, so pay close attention to what is happening. She then turned her attention back to her array and placed both her hands next to the glass. What happened next was something Harry had never felt before. Normally, when activating an array, you push raw magic in the runes, but now it felt like the runes were draining something which felt similar to magic, but felt slightly different straight from the ground. What was happening? He then heard a strange sound. Beep. Beep. Beep beep. 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 Was that sound part of the ritual or something? Beep. Beep. Beep beep. 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 Merlin, that sound was annoying. Where was it coming from? In the real world, Harry suddenly shot awake due to a feeling in his hand. It took him a couple of seconds to realize he was in his bed at the headquarters of his company and not the one of the militia. Several seconds later, Harry realized that while he had been dreaming, his hand had made an instinctive swap toward the direction of the sound, and missed spectacularly. Instead, he had merely hit his very solid bedside table. Suffice it to say, it hadn't been a good start of the day for one Harry James Potter. The only saving grace in the situation was that for once he hadn't woken up after a nightmare, but instead just a normal dream that was no doubt triggered due to recent events. With a groan of dissatisfaction, Harry, after shutting down his alarm clock, moved out of his bed and stumbled toward the bathroom that was connected to his own room. Once there, he discarded his nightwear and headed into the shower stall. Once he had set the temperature to a level that was comfortably hot, he stepped under the shower head and for a moment he allowed himself to relax. One way or another, he had a feeling that today was going to be a very long day, so for now he would just relax. No Voldemort to worry about, no minister with unclear allegiance to think about, no thoughts about relationships past and future, just nothing. A good 40 minutes later, Harry could be found sitting behind the desk in his office using his left hand to hold some food Toby had brought him, while in the right he held one of the various reports that had been put on his desk by his subordinates to be read over. Despite all the downsides there were for being at the top of the hierarchy, there were definitely also some pretty good advantages. One of them was the fact that with his senior staff being competent at what they did, he didn't need to waste too much time running his ever-expanding company, and expended it definitely had. When Harry had heard that Hogwarts was going to be closed, he had asked John, Dora and Ming for suggestion on how to handle the situation. Ming had suggested that he should approach the 7th year students. While it was true working for the ministry often required more connections than skill for any other job, NEWTs were needed. NEWTs the 7th years wouldn't be able to acquire as long as the school remained closed. So with that in mind, she had advised him to offer them a spot in the company, and most probably would realize that Harry would be one of the few employers who would hire them. To Harry's mild surprise, quite a decent number of people were interested enough in his offer that they not only were willing to work for him, but they also signed the contract without any problems. As Harry scanned over the report detailing the progress made by the new recruit, Harry had to admit he was rather pleased with how much of a potential some of them supposedly had. Some of the names that he encountered stood out to him. Su Li, 7th year Ravenclaw and counterpart of his former teammate, apparently had also been trained at young age by her father to fight, as even without any additional training by John, she already could hold her own pretty well. Another name that sprang out was that of Cho Chang. She had also recently joined the company, and to Harry's mild surprise turned out to be the daughter of Ming. To be honest, when he had first met the woman, he had never made the connection between her and the girl he had been crushing on back in his 4th year, as he had thought the same last name was just the result of the Chong name being a common last name. But when he had seen the two together, he couldn't deny the family resemblance the two shared. But unlike her mother, Cho was not much of a diplomat, too emotional apparently, but instead Dora had taken an interest in her, as apparently the Asian girl already held some knowledge regarding the healing arts, and more importantly was a pretty competent potions brewer, not something one saw often in the recent generation due to Snape's teachings. Other than those two, there were several more the instructors had taken an interest in, but the vast majority would take some time before they could be sent out in the field. If worst comes to worst, however, they were at least already skilled enough to serve as a last line of defense. Besides an increase in costs, he had also a drastic increase in income. Ever since the attack on Hogsmeade, business had blossomed for Hydra Enterprise. Not only had several of the richer families requested he provided additional security, but there were now also several families who, for a far smaller fee, lived at HQ. Unfortunately, not everything was going smoothly, however. With his only spy within the ranks of the Death Eaters having betrayed them, and his current rather sour relationship with the Order of the Phoenix, he had no real information regarding the Dark Lord's future plans, and considering that not even Blaze could enlighten him on just what her stepfather was planning this evening, well, suffice it to say it was rather hard to plan for something he had no idea what it was. He put the paper regarding his new employees down and picked up another one from his desk. This one came from the one he had put in charge of his potions store. Apparently recently the sales has gone up by a considerable margin, and the stock was dwindling fast as they sold more than they brewed. Harry frowned as he read the note. Hydra potions had been nothing more than a front so that he could have a constant presence within the allay. He had never expected to make much profit with that part of his company. In fact, he knew for a fact that most of the potions that he sold there could be found cheaper in other stores in both Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, so why was business suddenly going so well? On one hand, it could be due to the fact that Hydra Potions was a branch of Hydra Enterprise just like Hydra Security was, so perhaps the popularity of the branches affected each other, but Harry doubted that. What was more likely was that people have started to hoard, and the cheaper potions stores couldn't handle the demand either, so the people went to whoever still had potions on stock regardless of price. The later was rather troubling for Harry. While the hoarding of potions wasn't that bad, the people there knew to always keep a minimum of stock reserved for the use of the company. The fact that people were hoarding, however, was worrying. He shook his head and hoped the people wouldn't do anything stupid as he put that paper also back on his desk and moved to the next. Harry sighed. A very long day indeed. Several hours later, Harry stepped out of the shower for the second time that day. This time it had only been a short one, and when he dressed he had chosen a different attire. It was a slightly altered version of what he normally wore into battle. He wore his dragon skin pants and jacket like normal, but instead of his normal t-shirt he wore a dress shirt and a tie. He had also not donned the two wand holsters around his arms nor the one around his leg. Also absent from his usual attire were the holster on his back where he usually carried his knife and the potions pouch he carried below it. What did remain of his usual outfit, however, was the moleskin pouch he wore around his neck. In it were his sheathed knife and the Elder Wand and the wand formerly belonging to Voldemort. Also stashed there were some of the potions he normally carried in his pouch. Once fully dressed he returned back to the bathroom and took a look at himself in the mirror that was hanging on the wall. After a few moments of staring he decided he was more or less presentable. He was clean shaven and his hair was short enough that it was manageable. His only dissatisfaction were the bags under his eyes that were clearly visible now he no longer wore glasses. Maybe he should have accepted Padma's offer back in his 5th year to learn some glamour spell after all. Oh well, as they say, hindsight is 20/20, and it was not like people seeing he didn't sleep much would hurt his reputation much. After all, he had already walked around Hogwarts like that. After another moment or two staring in the mirror he decided he was ready to go and made his way out of the building, but not before leaving some last instructions to some of his employees. Not 10 minutes later Harry stood in the entrance hall of the home of the Black family, Grimmauld Place, feeling slightly nervous as he waited on his date for this evening. To be honest, for the last couple of days he had been wondering if this really had been a good idea, and even now he still hadn't come to a decision. He had no idea what Fudge's next move would be, and while Alex definitely had the spirit and the skill of a fighter, she lacked the experience that one can only gain by actually fighting, not from practice duels. Of course, that was not the only reason why he wasn't sure if this was a good idea. He could not deny that he was attracted to her, and after getting to know her for a couple of months he had to admit he wouldn't mind actually dating her. But every time he thought about that he thought back to Morag, the girl with who he had his only other serious relationship with, and the way she died because she was with him. Could he really put anyone else in danger like that again? Could he put himself through the pain of potential losing a loved again? And most importantly, could he do this to Morag, moving on after that, like her death didn't mean anything to him? Harry mentally shook his head. Now was not the time to think about this. In fact, it would probably polite to actually pay attention to the man standing in front of him. Even Trough, his host, was looking more or less like an idiot. He wasn't sure exactly what it was about Sirius Black, but in his own universe Harry had always found it hard to take the man serious. Not being able to take Sirius Merlin, that was probably something the man himself would have said. No wonder it is impossible for him to take him serious. At some level Harry knew that Sirius wasn't all jokes and pranks and was definitely not someone one should underestimate. After all, as a teenager he had already shown he was fully capable of sending someone to their death. Then again, he really couldn't judge him on that, considering that while his godfather had sent someone to their potential death, he himself had personally killed that bastard after some enjoyable interrogation. Shit, his mind was getting sidetracked again, wasn't it? He turned his attention back to the Black Patriarch, who ever since had arrived here seemed to try and act like a stereotypical intimidating father. The effect he was probably aiming for, however, was pretty much ruined by the fact that the man grinning like a loon, yeah, definitely hard to take serious. It was when he heard the sound of someone descending the stairs that all previous thought left his mind. There, descending from the stairs, was one Alexandra Black with her mother following behind her, but Harry didn't pay the older woman any attention as he had only eyes for the younger one. As soon as she stood in front of him and the two made eye contact, Harry smiled at her and said, "You look great." This was not an exaggeration or mere formality either, as he truly meant it. While he had always considered her attractive, it was clear she had put some extra attention to her appearance, and it showed. Then suddenly their eye contact was broken when a bright flash forced both of them to close their eyes and turn away from the source of the flash. Blinking his real eye several times and suppressing his desiring to move his right hand toward the wand holster that wasn't even there, Harry turned toward the source of the flash and found Mrs. Black standing there with a camera and with a strange gleam in her eyes that gave Harry the impression they wouldn't be allowed to leave until she was allowed to take several more pictures. There really were no completely normal people in the extended Black family was there. It was a full 20 minutes later that Harry and Alex exited the flow grate where the invitation had told them to go to and were greeted by 5 people. 2 man and woman dressed in red robes identifying them as Aurors. It was the last person of the group, however, that drew Harry's attention. That person wore a hooded black robe, and while that was not very interesting, it was the fact that Harry could not see his face even trough he was facing him that put Harry on edge, and unspeakable. What in the name of Merlin was one of those bastards doing here? Harry was brought out of his thoughts when one of the Aurors holding some kind of long golden rod said in a bored tone, "Wand." Harry scrutinized the bored-looking man for a moment, and when he found no hostile intent he drew his wand from his pocket and handed it over to the Auror. The man accepted his wand and moved the rod over it. After a moment or two a narrow strip of parchment came speeding out of a slit in the base of the rod. The wizard tore this off and read the writing on it. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Been in use 6 years. Registered to 1 Harry James Potter. He asked as his eyes glanced to Harry's forehead. Harry merely nodded, and the man put his wand in a case with a number on before laying it away on a nearby table with numerous other boxes. "For security reasons we are keeping your wand here, sir," the man said as he handed Harry a slip of parchment with the same number as the one the case. "Return this to us when you are leaving and your wand will be returned to you." Harry voiced his agreement to this and led Alex, who had undergone a similar treatment with another Auror, away from their welcoming committee. As they walked away, Harry felt someone's gaze directed at him, but he didn't turn around to check. He had just smuggled 2 wands in. It was probably not a good idea to draw attention now by acting suspiciously. After a moment or two the duo exited the corridor where the flow grate they had arrived from was in, and entered a room which was roughly half the size of the Great Hall of Hogwarts and was already filled up with a decent number of people. "Let's go greet out host, shall we?" he asked as he offered an arm to his date for the evening. The Black Heiress didn't look to exit it at the prospect of playing nice with those politicians, but still accepted his arm, and together the two made their way through the crowd to the back of the room where the 2 adult members of the Fudge family were standing. As they were walking, Harry discreetly closed his real eye and used his magical eye to look around without needing to turn his head around. He was surprised when he not only saw a large number of people clad in the Auror uniform, but he also saw several of those thrice damned unspeakables. What the hell were those people doing here? He then spotted a familiar person who definitely spoiled what remained of his good mood. Lupin, he thought venomously as he saw the man whose counterpart had abandoned his son and the mother of his child just because he thought she deserved better. Bloody hypothetical cowardly bastard. Knowing he needed to remain calm here, Harry averted his gaze away from the man, but not before filing the question why Lupin was here away in his mind. Harry doubted the man was the type to be invited to events like this. As Harry's fake eye continued to scan the crowds, he encountered something so shocking that he actually stopped walking and his head snapped in the direction of where his magical eye had spotted the source of his shock. Alex, who had noticed Harry stopping, followed his line of sight. "Goblins," she muttered as soon as she caught sight of the trio of smartly dressed goblins standing there talking among each other. "What do you think they are doing here?" "I have no idea," Harry admitted as he averted his gaze so that it no longer would be blatantly obvious he was staring at those who caused him so much trouble in home universe, "but I have got the feeling whatever Fudge is going to announce is not what I am expecting," he thought before he said, "Let's move on. It's better to get this over with." After navigating through the crowds for several more moments, they finally managed to reach the pair of the beautiful bee. Owned with unnaturally blue eyes and the slightly overweight man that was with her, and just when he was about to greet the two, he saw 2 things that really made the top of the list of most shocking things he had seen this evening, and considering what he had already seen, that was saying something. There on one of the fingers of Marina Fudge was a ring identical to one of the rings he wore himself. While shocking, it was nothing in comparison to what he felt when his gaze fell upon the man standing behind the woman like some kind of bodyguard. Laurent Desmarais, the man who had left him to die in the fires of his own creation only months before. This was definitely not what I had expected, Harry thought as he locked eyes with the ancient vampire, and he suddenly felt a phantom pain in his chest where the man had stuck him and nearly killed him. As Harry stood there, he could only think one thing: long day. Forget about that, this was just going to be another one of those days. Embarrassed, that was the one word she could use to describe how she had felt at her parents' antics. Despite her mother wanting her to act like a lady like she herself supposedly was, she had acted more like a young teen giggling about a first date as she had helped her get ready for the night. And her father, well, he had never made a big secret that he wouldn't mind if she and Potter got together, so he and Mr. Potter really became a family, but as time passed it became obviously clear to anyone that that would never happen. So she guessed this was the closest thing he would ever get. Even trough, the relationship between Harry and Mr. and Mrs. Potter was practically non-existent. Curiosity had been what she had felt when she had seen those goblins. Over the years she had attended numerous ministry parties, but never had she seen any non-humans there except for the house elves which served the food and drinks. Fear. She had been afraid before in her life. In fact, in her 16 years of life there had been numerous times she had been afraid. Most notable were when Death Eaters had attacked Hogsmeade and that other ministry party, but what she had felt when she had locked eyes with the man standing behind the Mrs. Fudge was something on a completely different scale. She merely locked eyes with the man and she already felt like she wanted to be as far away from the man as possible. Luckily Harry seemed to feel the same, as they hadn't remained there long. Embarrassment had come back again, although to a significant lesser degree, when Harry, after seemingly needing a moment or two to get over his greeting with the Fudge family, asked her for a dance. It was not like she was embarrassed to be seen dancing with him. No, it was more the fact that she could feel a lot of people's gazes directed at her. Still, despite that, she could not deny she was enjoying herself, and for someone who claimed to having been taught by her cousin Tonks, Harry was an unexpectedly skilled dancer. Curiosity followed again when she noticed just how troubled he looked. Having known him for a while now, she recognized the signs that something was seriously wrong, and she was more than a little curious what that was, but on the hand she was enjoying herself, and a part of herself wanted to be selfish and just enjoy the moment. Another part of her, an almost subconscious part of her, had the feeling when the moment broke the last of the original trio emotions would come back. Eventuality, after several moments of silence swaying to the sound of the music, her curiosity overcame what misgivings she had with actually asking what she wanted to know, and said, "Harry." Harry gave a sound in acknowledgement that he heard her, but didn't exactly voice any words. That troubled look still on his face. Still, it was enough for her to continue, or at least she thought it was, as soon she opened her mouth, indecision whether she really wanted to ruin the moment with such a serious question reappeared, but as she had already opened up her mouth she had to say something. So she asked something which in hindsight may be just as bad as her previous question, but the question had been on her mind for a while, so it just came out. "What are you going to do after the war?" As soon as she finished the question she could feel Harry stopped moving for a moment before he returned to leading her around. "Maybe I will be summoned to yet another universe to fight another war," he replied, sounding a weird mixture of both being amused and bitter. "I'm honestly not sure," he continued after several moments of silence, now sounding more serious. "Back home the war never really ended. Even with Voldemort defeated, the goblins were still a major threat, and the ICW made it very difficult for any magical being from Britain to leave the country." Alexandra did not cringe when she heard him refer to his universe as home. No, she did not do that, but she could not deny that she had hoped he would come to consider this one as his home at one point. Her brain then caught up with the last thing he said, and she asked, "Did you want to travel outside of Britain then?" "Yeah," Harry replied. "Not only was our magical community more or less completely lost without any government and a completely destroyed economy, but ever since I was young I have always wanted to travel." When Alex heard the last part she got the feeling that Harry was leaving something out, but considering what she heard about where he had spent his youth she knew better than to make remarks about that. Instead she asked, "Is there anywhere specific you wanted to go to?" A small smirk appeared on Harry's face as he gave a single-word answer. "Vegas." Of all the possible answers he was going to give her, that was definitely not what she was expecting, and to be sure she understood him correctly, she said, Vegas. As in Las Vegas, America. Why do you want to go there? Harry's smile got somewhat broader as he replied. I'll admit the reason why I want to go there is rather childish. It kind of has to do with my aunt and uncle. What do you know about them? Not much. Alexandra admitted. From what she gathered, Harry's life before Hogwarts was more or less taboo, and Rose, to the best of her knowledge, had never had any contact with her aunt and uncle. After your parents' death, you were sent there and you didn't have the best of relationships with them. That is about all I know of them. Harry's look of amusement thinned somewhat as he said. Not having the best of relationships is putting it lightly. They hated everything that didn't fit in their narrow view of what they considered normal. And considering I was the son of a witch and wizard and showed signs of accidental magic, well, suffice it to say they didn't like me all that much, and they made sure that their son thought the same. Unsure how to exactly respond to the confirmation of what she had already more or less guessed, Alex remained silent, but the silence didn't remain for long as Harry continued talking. I don't remember the exact details, but years ago before I went to Hogwarts there was something about Las Vegas on the television that set my uncle off on a rant about all the freaks in that city. I'm honestly not sure how exactly my mind came up with the desire to one day go to Vegas after hearing it. Probably some deep-rooted desire to do something which my aunt and uncle would never approve of, or perhaps I just wanted to be with my fellow freaks. As Harry finished speaking, the bitterness was clear to hear to all who heard them. Fortunately for the dancing duo, while they held the eyes of many, few if any could hear them due to all the conversations being held in the room and the music that was being played. Alex did hear him, however, as did she see the look on his face. She berated herself for stepping on the very verbal landmine she had tried to avoid, but at the same time she was somewhat happy he had opened himself up to her regarding a subject she doubted he had talked about with many people. She also decided now that he had begun about it himself, maybe it was time to ask some more about it. What happened to them? Harry's frown disappeared somewhat as he replied. To be honest, I don't know. Shortly after I returned from my 4th year, I stayed with them for 2 weeks and then I left. I haven't seen them since. Something all 4 of us are probably more than happy about. What about you? What do you want to do in the future? Recognizing the change of subject for what it was, Alex didn't press and instead answered. Not sure. Before the war, one thought I wanted to become a warrior like my mother had been, but now. Real combat isn't quite what you had imaged it to be. Harry supplied. No, it wasn't, she admitted. I know it is necessary to fight right now, but after all I have seen, I am not sure I can do that the rest of my life. She felt herself get pulled closer as the music had turned to a slower song. I thought of becoming a warrior myself around my 4th year. The war and the actions of the Elder Council, however, quickly killed any aspiration of joining the ministry as a warrior. He said seriously before an amused smirk appeared on his face. Still, if you still really want to become a warrior, then don't worry about fighting too much. According to Tonks, for the first few years most of your time you will be spent removing drunks from the 3 broomsticks and the leaky cauldron. Alex wrinkled her nose in disgust at the thought. Yeah, she knew that whatever job she applied to she would probably start at the bottom of the barrel, but wasn't she allowed to maintain some level of delusion, or at least until reality slapped her in the face when she graduated? If she graduated, she mentally corrected as she remembered herself that Hogwarts was closed. At some level Harry had been lucky. He had skipped the entire hierarchy by founding his own company. Unfortunately, even with her rather generous allowance, she hardly had the funds to start her own company, nor had she an idea how to. Then again, she didn't have the faintest idea how Harry could have amassed the wealth necessary to start his own company. For some reason, she got the feeling she was better of not knowing. Tonks said that, she said after suppressing the image her mind unnecessary supplied of her wearing the red robes belonging to the Auror Corp and trying to toss an overweight wizard out of the 3 broomsticks, but before she could succeed the man started to puke, and not in the good direction either. Were you close to her? I spent the better part of the summer before my 5th year with her and her family. She survived the fall of the ministry, and she along with the other Auror remnants had to work under the Elder Council, so I saw her there on occasion. Feeling like she was missing something, Alex asked. But you knew her before then, right? You wouldn't have spent a summer there otherwise. Harry shook his head. No, I didn't know her until then. Let's just say it is complicated. Originally I was going to spend my summer at Grimmauld Place, but there were some Well, let's just call them complications, and Sirius requested if he and I could stay with Tonks and her family until those complications could be resolved. Harry smiled somewhat ruefully as he continued, "It was definitely one of my most interesting summer vacations." "I bet," Alex replied as she recalled some of the antics of her metamorphagus cousin. "Still, I just can't see myself ending up as an Auror anymore." "There is nothing wrong with that. Be who you want to become. You still have time before you have to decide, and I am sure even if you don't become a Auror, your parents will be proud of you." "Besides," he said as he leaned forward and planted a chaste key on her forehead, "it would be such a shame if you ended up looking like Moody." Alex felt her body heat up, but at the same time relax slightly as whatever feelings of anxiety she had felt before left her body as she felt safe and warm in Harry's arms. She locked eyes with Harry, and without even realizing it, she started to lean in closer. She saw Harry do the same, but before anything could happen, the moment was broken when a loud and no doubt magically enhanced voice announced that the minister would be giving his speech. 10 minutes later, the guests were gathered in front of a podium a slightly flustered Alex could have sworn wasn't there before, but considering what magic was capable of and the fact she might be a little bit distracted, that wasn't too surprising. On the stage, Fudge stood at the front looking surprisingly confident and with his wife at his side. Standing behind the pair was the same person which had stood behind them when she and Harry had went to greet their hosts at the beginning of the evening. Standing next to, but also slightly behind the Mr. and Mrs. Fudge was her former schoolmate, Zabini. She hadn't seen the girl since the attack on both the village and the one on the Slytherin dorm, and even though she had never really cared much for the head girl, she was at least somewhat glad to see that she was okay. Who she was not glad to see, however, was the boy who was standing next to her. For some reason, Potter was standing there. Her attention was suddenly diverted from the unwelcome sight when multiple things happened at the same time. Fudge started talking. She felt something change within her, and suddenly she was felt compelled to listen to the man, but at the same time part of her also felt like this desire to listen was wrong and she should fight it, and finally she noticed from the corner of her eyes that Harry, at the same time as she had started to feel the compulsion, Harry, who had been standing next to her, had abruptly moved his head to the side. She tried to follow his gaze, but was having some serious problem taking her eyes away from what some part of her mind felt was the greatest speech she had ever heard, but another part of her was rebelling and telling her this was wrong. Eventually she managed to fight the compulsion long enough to turn and saw what had caught Harry's eyes. It was a small group of people dressed in black hooded cloaks similar to that person that been with the Aurors that had checked them upon entering. Still fighting the desire to turn and return her attention back to Fudge, who was strangely enough now calling the goblins his allies, which would help him punish all the enemies of the state, it was rather difficult for her brain to figure out what was happening. She knew she had all the pieces. She knew what she was feeling wasn't natural. She knew Harry could sense magic to some degree. She knew Harry had turned to those cloaked and hooded people the moment she started feeling the way she did. It took considerable effort, but she managed to put all the pieces together in her mind and form the answer she already knew. But due to magic, her mind would not accept that answer before. Someone, probably those people, was magically affecting her mind and probably all the minds in the room. With that realization, it becomes suddenly considerable easier to tune out Fudge, who suddenly didn't sound all that impressive anymore despite the somewhat outrageous and near impossible claim that he was going to dissolve the Wizengamot so that he was able to fight the enemies of the ministry more efficiently. The question she had to ask herself: what to do now? She may know someone was affecting her mind, but how did that help her in this situation? She was still without a wand, and if Fudge was responsible for this, then she was surrounded by people loyal to him. She turned her attention to Harry and see what he was thinking, and to her surprise he had now turned to the stage in front of them. For a brief moment she thought he was listening to Fudge. She could not blame him if he was. If she had thought the man's previous two statements were outrageous, then the one he was currently sprouting, saying to prevent further treason like the one his undersecretary had committed, from this day forth each employee of the ministry had to sign a magical binding contract that made it impossible to betray the ministry. On closer inspection, however, she noticed he wasn't even paying attention to the man. In fact, his gaze seems to go over each of the persons on the stage except the male Fudge. From the look on his face, it looked like he was trying to understand something. When his eyes finally settled on Maina Fudge, it looked like he realized something as his eyes suddenly widened. His eyes then briefly moved to the person standing behind her before he turned to look at her. The rapidly changing expressions she saw when he faced her definitely did not comfort her. Understanding, anger, fear, and finally acceptance crossed his face. Alex, he hurriedly whispered the word and she could detect a certain edge of desperation to it. This effect was only strengthened by the fact that she could see his magical eye wildly move in every direction. Whatever happens unless your life is in danger, comply and keep your head low. Do you understand me? Whatever happens. She wanted to question what he was asking about. She wanted to protest against his order of not doing something while it was clear something bad was going to happen, and knowing the young man standing next to her, it had to something with him. She probably wanted to do a lot more, but her mind suddenly paused when she heard what Fudge said next. For his courageous effort spying on the Death Eaters and having to suffer the humiliation of a fake using his good name, I am proud to present Harry Potter with an Order of Merlin First Class. Her mind rebooted when Harry pushed something in her hands. Please take it, keep it safe. Her mind was still not working as it should as it tried to process all the new information, but her body responded in an almost automatically as her hand closed around whatever Harry had given her. It was then when she heard Fudge speak again she realized her mental cycle had shifted back to fear. As such, I am ordering the immediate arrest of the one claiming to be Harry Potter. Orders arrest him. Harry, much to Alex's surprise, did not try to fight, he did not even try to run. No, he merely stepped away from her, gave one last glance at the stage. Or more specifically, he looked straight at one of the people at the stage and then he raised both his hands in the air. I surrender. Barely left those two words his lips when a black-colored spell impacted his back, and much to Alex's horror, who was currently strongly thinking of going against his request, the crowd exploded in loud cheers when Harry's body fell slack to the ground. Alex watched helplessly as one of the strongest people she knew fell to the ground while people he had been trying to help were cheering for the man who took the foul imposter down. One of the dark hooded and robed people. An unknown amount of time has passed since then and Alex was back home, still dressed in her dress as she was sitting on her bed. Her mind a daze as she tried to process everything that had happened these last couple of hours. How had it all gone wrong like that? She could still recall being in Harry's arms. Everything was okay, but then in a matter of minutes her perfect evening turned into an absolute nightmare. Some part of her knew some other very important things had happened besides Harry's arrest. The dismantlement of the Wizengamot, employees needing to sign a contract of obedience, and the goblins supposedly allying themselves with Fudge. If all that was true, then Fudge could turn out to be worse than Voldemort. Still, despite those serious things, it was hard to think about anything but Harry. Why hadn't he fought? Even if he hadn't had a wand hidden somewhere, something she doubted, she knew he could still defend himself. Was it because she had been there? Had she just been useless dead weight? She clenched her fist in frustration. It was then she realized she had never let go of what Harry had given her. For some reason no one at the ministry had even questioned her involvement with Harry, and without even realizing it her hands had been clenched this entire time. From the moment she stomped out of the ministry to arriving home and telling her parents what happened, they immediately started contacting the oh-so-useful Order of the Phoenix, to where she was now, sitting on her bed. She opened her hand hoping that it contained some message that would explain Harry's actions, but that hope died when she caught sight of a simple golden band. She vaguely recalled Harry wearing it, but she could not understand what was so important about it that this of all things was what he gave to her to keep safe to just moments before getting arrested. Upon closer inspection, however, she noticed something was engraved in it. So she held it on a height level to her eyes and slowly turned it so that she could read what was written on it. HP. Never regret. Always remember, JP. Her dazed mind didn't get long to make sense of those words as the door to her room was suddenly slammed open and her frantic-looking father entered. We need to go now. What? Why? She questioned, but despite her confusion her body had reacted to the urgent tone her father had used and had already moved. She was standing next to her bed, ring in her left hand and wand snatched from her nightstand in her right. Order members are being arrested left and right. It is not safe here, we need to go now. Finally having a clear goal and having a reason not to think about what happened only hours before, Alex gripped her wand more firmly and followed her father out of her room. It seems Harry had definitely not been wrong when he said the peace wouldn't last. Lord Voldemort, self-proclaimed greatest wizard of all times and the man who was feared by many to such a degree that they didn't even dare utter his name, was gazing down on the first and only place he had ever called home. Hogwarts stood there in all its glory. It would only take him a 15-minute walk at best to enter the entrance hall from here, that is if the wards weren't there. That didn't mean they would stop him from claiming his birthright as the heir of Slytherin. Regardless of how powerful they were, by the end of the night he would be sitting behind the desk in the headmaster's office and he would once again prove that he was the most powerful wizard alive. There was no one nor anything that would be able to stop him. That fool Fudge was throwing another one of his parties, no doubt ordering many of his Aurors to remain in the ministry to keep him safe. The others. Well, let's just say the DMLE had received an anonymous tip from one of his servants, telling them about all those who are part of the infamous and more importantly illegal vigilante organization, the Order of the Phoenix. There was no doubt in Voldemort's mind that Dumbledore would try to rescue his people instead of doing the seasonable thing and try and stop him. So with both Dumbledore and his order and the ministry and their Aurors out of the way, there would be no one to oppose him. Well, there was one. Harry Potter. By Morgan, he had crushed one of them like the insect he was, and another one appeared. It was that he didn't believe in it, or otherwise he would be sure some higher power was mocking him. Then again, this Harry Potter, this so-called traveler from another world, was not at all like the spineless little boy he had taken great pleasure in breaking and converting in a pawn. While he wouldn't say he was even remotely as strong him, or anything like that, however, in mere months he did manage to gather a force that was strong enough to directly oppose his servants, a feat that could not be boasted by either the ministry or the Order of the Phoenix. He also had the strong suspicion that he was the so-called Lord Riddle. If he was, then he had to give credit where it was due. Many of his servants were terrified of him, not that it would stop him from painfully killing him, but he had to admit this world traveler had become a much more formidable enemy than he would ever had imagined. It was almost enough to do his own investigation in the ability to travel in between world, but in the end he had decided against it. While his plans would be so much easier if there were two of them, there was not enough room for more than one Dark Lord, even if it was some kind of version of him. Still, regardless of how much a thorn in his side Potter had proven to be, in the end he was just a minor pest, a pest that would die by his hand or join him as his servant. He was brought out of his thoughts when he could sense that his servants had managed to bring down the first couple of layers of the wards. That was good. Soon Hogwarts would be his, and after that the ministry would soon fall. Unbeknownst to him, while he was thinking up his diabolical, and rather stereotypical, plans for the future, the destruction of part of the wards triggered the results of someone else's plans, and deep in Hogwarts a semi-complicated runic array which had been connected to the wards of Hogwarts activated and played a pre-recorded message. Moments later a pair of large yellow eyes sprung open. In a completely different place a different set of eyes suddenly opened. Frantically the two emerald green eyes took in his surroundings as his mind was going over a mental checklist whether he was injured in any way. Mere seconds later Harry came to two startling realizations. One was that for some reason he couldn't feel the small amount of magic that he normally could feel in his left eye, and the second was that for some reason he was sitting in his armchair in his mindscape, or at least he was pretty sure it was his mindscape. It pretty much looked the same, only for some unexplainable reason the entire room was frozen over, from the bookcases containing all his knowledge to the armchair he was sitting in. That, however, was not the only thing that was out of place, as instead of the normal single armchair, a second one now stood across of his. What was even more shocking, however, was the person who was sitting in the chair. Untidy red hair, all too familiar emerald green eyes. There, sitting in the chair opposite of him, was the exact image he had seen months before in the mirror of her eyes. Jamie. Hello, Father. Blaise Zabini gritted her teeth in annoyance as she was forced to stand in support behind her parents at yet another press conference. It was hard to believe it really had come to this. She knew her mother was ambitious, and when she had decided to go after her current stepfather, it became clear she was up to something big, but not this. Oh, sure, it may look like her stepfather was the mastermind behind all of this and her mother was nothing more than a trophy wife, but she knew her mother. There was no doubt in her mind this was her work. Besides, anyone who knew Fudge for more than a couple days would know he could never be called a mastermind no matter how simple the plans were, yet alone planned to take over the country. Of course, officially there was still a ministry, so technically no one had taken over, but she recognized a front when she saw one. With no Wizengamot and all the ministry employees magically bound into loyalty, the minister, or to be more precise, her mother, who was constantly whispering things in that buffoon's ears, was the ruler of the country. By Merlin, the mere thought was maddening. Of all the things she had expected her to do, this was not it. She would be the first to admit she was not above manipulating others for her own gain. She knew that while she had decent grades, she could never be considered to be very magically powerful. She understood that, and to survive in Snake's Pit, she had used others for her own gain. Blackmail especially had been a favorite tool for her to use. With the powers her mother's bloodline had gifted her, it had been all too easy to learn things others were willing to go far for to keep secret. It had also been those powers that had led her to another useful tool, the so-called Marauder's Map. To this day she was still unsure who created the map, but she would be forever grateful to the Four, as it made her life a lot easier. Personally, she saw nothing wrong with what she did. She had never asked anyone anything illegal nor partially immoral. She just used what she had to compensate for what she didn't have. Before now she had thought her mother had been similar to her, only with a few less morals. She used people and cut ties with them. After that, by leaving them alone, her mother used people and cut ties with them, in a more permanent way. She thought she understood her mother's ways somewhat, but this went completely against everything how she thought someone like her should act. It just didn't make sense to her that her mother manipulated herself to the second most important position in the country. It would have been much safer to manipulate someone who in turn would manipulate the minister. Sure, it may sound overly complicated to some, but life is so much safer when you remain out of sight and the people don't even realize what was happening. The only reason she could come up as to why her mother hadn't taken the safer route was because her ambitions and pride no longer allowed her to stand in the shadows. This, she had to admit, was not a very pleasing thought. If her mother really had allowed her ambitions and pride overrule her rational thought, then when would she be satisfied, especially with all the tools she now had at her disposal? Blaze wasn't sure exactly how far her mother's influence extended. She knew for certain that she held a very strong influence within the ministry. She also somehow managed to gain the allegiance of several magical races. The goblins, the keepers of all the wizards' gold in Britain, she knew for sure. She was also pretty sure at least some of the werewolves' packs supported her. Then there was that man who she had been forced to stand way too close to during her stepfather's speech. This Laurent Desmarais. Going by his appearance, she had to guess he was a vampire, but for some reason her gut was telling her that man was no mere vampire. She had never met one before, but some part of her just knew that that thing, as it was hard to call him a man, was far more dangerous than a mere vampire, a true alpha. It was almost scary to think she managed to gather the support of all those races. Most of them hated normal humans and quite a few hated each other. Just what had her mother done in exchange? Of course, it wasn't only the magical races that had backed her. Harry Potter, the original one that had also showed up to stand in support of her mother. Looking back, she had to admit that the pieces had played their part really well that evening. The mind-altering spell work, of course, did a large part of the work, but all those on that stage had their parts to play. Even trough only her stepfather spoke, the other's role could not be neglected. She, her mother and her stepfather all standing together as the perfect family, appealing to all those gullible fools who couldn't get enough of that. Then there was Potter, the champion of the light. Him standing both there and more importantly next to her had appealed to a different group of wizards and witches, a group she knew from experience was if possible even more gullible than the average witch and wizard. If the four of them were the carrot that encouraged the people to be more accepting of the mental meddling, then Desmarais was without a doubt a stick. While no threat was uttered, one would be blind not to see what a dangerous individual the thing was, and with him standing in support, most people would at least subconsciously understand the message: obey, or else. She allowed a minuscule sigh to escape her lips and glanced at her mother, who stood silently beside Fudge. Perhaps some part of her had always known that her mother would one day go too far. After all, had she not recruited Harry to help her with her mother before she even knew about all this? Of course, there was also the fact that having Harry her ally one way or another had always been part of her plans from the moments she first used her powers to enter the young man's dreams. It hadn't been easy even with several years of practicing her heritage, as Harry's mind was one of the most disciplined ones she had seen, but at the same time his mind was very turbulent the first few weeks he was at Hogwarts, and she managed to enter several of his dreams, well, nightmares would be more accurate. Even Trough, she knew it was not real and she had been just a spectator when she had seen Bones lose her arm like that. Well, it was almost enough to disobey her mother and stay clear of the boy, but then she had seen his reaction, the power he displayed. She knew of her limitations, but she had never expected to see anyone even remotely close to her age, throw around magic on a level that wouldn't look out of place coming from the likes of Albus Dumbledore and the Dark Lord. To be honest, it had scarred the hell out of her, but at the same time a seed was also planted, and while at the time she hadn't realized it yet, she had known that one day she had wanted that power to be at her side. That had eventually led to her more or less blackmailing him into an alliance. She knew it wasn't ideal, but relying on trust wasn't really her thing, and she figured it would come when she proved her worth. Unfortunately, helping Harry hadn't been as easy as she had imagined. Sure, her succubus heritage allowed her to enter the dreams of others, and as she grew older she even learned to nudge them into a certain directions, but it was not the same as mind reading, and often it was hard to say where memories ended and dreams begin. One meaningful thing she did manage to do was convince Daphne to spy for Harry. That had definitely not been an easy conversation, in more ways than one. Eventually she had managed to convince her by citing the fact that if the Dark Lord would win, then eventually her sister would get involved too. She had to admit that had definitely not been her proudest moment. While she and Daphne weren't exactly friends, she and Tracy were probably the closest thing she ever had in the school, and to manipulate her like that definitely left a bitter aftertaste in her mouth. Perhaps that is why she had helped Daphne when she decided to cut all ties with the Death Eaters. Daphne aside, Harry was the more important issue right now. She had to find him, and she had to find him soon, because otherwise she got the feeling there would be no one to stop both the Dark Lord and her mother. Now the only question was, where was he and how long would he be kept alive? In a different part of the country, Astoria Greengrass was sitting at the table placed in the small living room of the house she had been living in for the last couple of weeks. To this day she still didn't know where exactly she was. The only thing her sister had told her when she had asked was that it was safe and that she couldn't go outside. From the corner of her eyes she glanced at her sister, who sat in opposite of her, her gaze steadily directed at the plate of food as she ate in a way that made her look like one of those Muggle robots things, not emotions, just the efficient devouring of necessary nutrients. She would have frowned at the sight if not for the fact that her sister had been like this ever since they had arrived here. Daphne had always been a bit cold, but this was on a whole different level. It was also clear to her that she hadn't been sleeping well. Astoria really wondered just what had happened to her sister. Not only was she like this, but she also wanted to spend most of her time alone. The one time she had entered her room, she had heard her muttered something along the lines of, "No more Avs," and she was studying a map of what looked like Diagon Alley. That had been the one and only time she had done that, as soon as her sister had caught sight of her, Astoria shuddered at the memory. It had been a long time since her sister had truly got angry at her. In fact, she hadn't shown a single negative emotions toward her ever since their parents had died. So for her to suddenly to lash out like that, well, that had pretty much confirmed something was really wrong. It had been several days after they had arrived that she gained some insight in what may be wrong when Harry Potter of all people had paid a brief visit. At first she had been worried that somehow their secret hiding place was already discovered, but when Daphne showed no visible signs of distress she relaxed somewhat. To her confusion, he had given her a wrapped package and told her her sister would explain how it, whatever that was, worked. He then told her he had also given it to both Rose and Alex. And with that he left, sparing only a moment to nod toward her older sister before he dissipated away. Her sister then had shortly and seemingly almost reluctantly explained the purpose of the mirror that the package had contained before she had left her to go to her room again. She had been amazed when she heard she held a way of communication as instantaneous as using the Flow network, but much more mobile. She did not stare at the mirror in wonder for long, however, as she immediately used it for what it was intended for, well, what it was intended for now that it was enchanted at least. She had first contacted Alex, the more level-headed of her two best friends, and what she learned from her was definitely unexpected, but at the same time it also gave her a clue what might be wrong with her sister. Apparently at the same time Hogsmeade had been attacked, the Slytherin dorm had also been attacked and several of her housemates had been killed. Alex couldn't tell her who had died nor who had done it, but at the very least Astoria knew her sister hadn't been in the village at the time it was attacked, so this so-called Slytherin incident was what most likely caused her to act the way she did. Now the major question was just what had happened and what was Daphne's role in it. That was not the only news she learned trough the mirror, however, as she learned that Hogwarts was closed and Alex was now living back with her parents while Rose, while apparently safe, was in a position where she couldn't reveal where she was. She learned something possibly even more disturbing when Alex contacted her several days later telling her about big changes within the ministry, the arrest of Harry Potter, the one she went to school with this year, and that she had been forced to move out of her house. This time she too couldn't tell where she was, but at the very least she could tell that she and Rose were together. Her Ravenclaw friend had seemed very distraught back then. Astoria just hoped she was doing better now. Unknown that she was on someone's thoughts at that very moment, Alexandra Black was in fact not doing well. She was suffering from a small case of magical exhaustion. Apparently dueling and trying to master new spells the entire day wasn't good for you. Who knew? Well, technically she had known. That was pretty much magical theory 101, but she couldn't help herself, she had to do something. Besides, tomorrow everything would be fine again, until she exhausted herself again, that is. As she neared the door to the room she was staying in, she did her best to hide any and all signs of discomfort that accompanied magical exhaustion. She did not want a repeat of what happened the first time her new roommate had seen her like that and had forced her to go to the local healer. One, Dora Bella, wife of John Bell, and an uncle of Katie Bell, and both were people she rather avoid. One was less than happy with her when she had shown up with magical exhaustion, and the other made Harry's first training session look like a fun way to pass the time. Not that she would ever openly complain about those two. After all, it were those two and one other she has yet to meet who in Harry's absence had opened the doors for the fugitive Order of the Phoenix members. Well, opened the door would probably be a bit of an exaggeration. Apparently there was already some tension between Hydra Enterprise and the Order of the Phoenix, and when the headmaster more or less assumed he would lead Hydra now that Harry had been arrested and voiced that thought, well, suffice it say that hadn't happened, and all the Order members seeking refuge here had been herded in one part of the building and weren't allowed to leave unless escorted. There were some exceptions to that rule. She herself was one of them. She wasn't sure if Rose had arranged it or someone else, but after only a few hours with the rest of the Order, someone from Hydra had picked her up and brought her to Rose's room, the room she was now sharing with her. Besides those exceptions, there were also some exceptions of people not allowed at all in the building. One of those was Snape. According to John Bell, no one wearing the dark mark was allowed in, regardless who they are. Someone else who wasn't allowed was Potter. According to what she had heard though the grapevine, the ministry had officially given everything Harry owned to Potter. This also included the ownership of Hydra Enterprise. She wasn't sure what Hydra's current course was now that they, for all intent and purposes, had become an illegal organization. To be honest, she had half expected the Aurors to arrive when she had learned they had barred the access to their new owner, but they never showed up. This may had something to do with the fact that Amelia Bones had shown up several days after the Order alongside 24 former Aurors and several more ministry employees, none of them willing to follow the ministry's new course. They had been directed toward a different section of the building, something several Aurors were not too happy with, as they had to listen to the orders of amateurs. At least Bones had been more reasonable from what she could gather. But then again, from what she could recall, Harry had once mentioned he and his company had already a working relationship with the woman. She snapped out of her thoughts when she saw she had arrived at her destination. She opened the door and let her eyes roam around the room for a moment to see if her red-headed roommate was in. It took only a second for her to realize several things. One was that there was no sign of her roommate. The second thing she noticed was, despite that she was not alone, the third thing she noticed and caused a scowl to appear on her face was the fact that she recognized the person sitting on her desk. "You," Alex hissed as she drew her wand and tried to level it, one the most unwelcome presence in her room. Unfortunately, the key word was try, as soon as she moved, the bee. Own too had moved. Faster than she thought was possible. The bee. Own had crossed the distance and had grabbed her wrist of her wand arm and yanked it up. Good reflexes, a bit slow trough. There it was, that exact same infuriating smirk. The very same smirk she had wanted to do nothing more than hex away when she had made eye contact just moments before she and Harry disappeared. Who are you? She questioned with narrowed eyes, before adding. And how did you get here? She asked, this time referring to the fact this supposedly one of the best protected buildings in the country, and she was pretty sure this girl was not supposed to be here. The bee. Own didn't reply and seems to preoccupied by staring at her chest. Alex's left hand balled into a first and she was about to swing it. Vastly physical foe or not, male or female, there were some things that just deserved a standard reaction, and that was definitely one of them. But then the bee. Own said something that made her pause. So I didn't imagine it after all. He really gave that ring to you. It took Alex a moment or two to process the words. Not only had the blonde's tone changed completely, but she also had not expected her to say that. But then she realized what the girl was referring to. She hadn't been staring at her chest, but at the ring which she wore as a sort of pendant around her neck. The girl then let go of her arm and smiled at her. My name is Clara, the girl said, seemingly completely at ease at what most would consider a hostile situation. As for how I got here, well, the simplest answer would be magic. Now then, Lexi, do you want to help Harry? What? You know where he is? Alex questioned, momentarily suppressing her desire to raise her wand and inflict serious harm. Even trough, that desire had only grown upon hearing how her name got butchered. At the same time, she also wondered where she heard the name Clara before. The bee. Own shrugged. Well, no, she admitted, but knowing him, he ended up in a rather crazy place. But I do know someone who most likely knows. The only problem is I can't get to that person, and because of that I need your help. What can I do? You need to convince your godfather to reveal her location to me. Uncle Remus. What does he has to do with Harry? You don't know. The bee. Owned asked, sounding rather amused. Remus Lupin is the liaison of the Mutts that have worn loyalty to Fudge. What? Why would he do that? Clara shrugged. Don't know, don't really care. All I need you to do is to convince that man and leave the rest to me. Alex crossed her arms. Even if this Clara was speaking the truth and this was really for Harry, she would not just believe her word that her godfather would do something like that. And if I don't comply? The moment those words left her, she knew she said the wrong thing, as all signs of amusement left the bee. Owned girl. The smile was still there, but it had become borderline bloodthirsty. My loyalty is to Harry only. He seems to be rather fond of you, so I am giving you this choice. Remus Lupin will give me the information I need. We can do it via the easy way and you convince him, or we do it the hard way. She said nothing more, but the unspoken threat was clear to hear. She narrowed her eyebrows at the bee. Owned and asked. This will help Harry. The bee. Owned nodded, the amused smile returning to her face. And if I convince Uncle Remus, you will leave him alone after that. Again Clara nodded. Fine, I will do it, but before that you recognized this ring, didn't you? She questioned as she held the ring up by its chain. Do you know the significance of it? Of course I do. Clara replied, now looking at her with look of both pity and amusement. What? Harry never told you? About his unborn son? About Jamie? Harry Potter, not knowing he was on the mind of many, was currently trying to figure out just what the hell was going on. This isn't real. You aren't real. You can't be real. Single quote, single quote. The young boy in front of him shook his head. Really, father? Denial. So unbecoming of you. To Harry's shock, after saying that, the boy's features then started to change. His red hair became darker and longer. His emerald green eyes changed into a different shade of green, and overall his entire body changed, and within moments a completely different person was sitting on the armchair. But it wouldn't be the first time, would it, love? A now distinctly female voice asked. Morag. He breathed in response at seeing the visage of his late lover, whose death had been one of the hardest for him to handle. The redhead didn't not show any visible reaction to his words. She merely looked at him with a look that, despite some part of him knowing this couldn't be real, still made him flinch. After all, didn't you try to forget about me and the promise you made to me? Just deny that all the time we had spent together didn't happen, even trough I shared my family's deepest secrets with you. What? No. I. Harry said, trying to respond, but before he could, the figure in front of shrunk down again and turned into yet another familiar figure. I guess it is because you are selfish like that, Mr. Potter. The person now bearing a perfect resemblance to the charms professor said. After all, who else but a selfish child would kill an innocent just for his own benefit? Flitwick's appearance changed yet again, and after a moment another familiar figure sat before him. Or kill me and all my brothers and sisters. Who else but a selfish mortal would value his own life more important than dozens of others? Enough! Harry exclaimed, his whole body trembling as he tried to control his emotions. What are you? How do you know all that? Claris's body morphed back into the first one that had sat in front of him, and when finished the young boy gave him a cruel smirk. Me. I am Death and you are about to be judged, he said before mockingly adding. Master. You know that expression, to stare death in the face? Well, whoever came up with that probably didn't mean for it to be taken too literally, and if he or she had, then they probably would not have expected Death to look like a little child. Sweet Merlin, he knew he always said that there was no such thing as impossible. But now the image of a boy he had only once seen in the mirror of Arised was claiming to be Death. As in the maker of the Deathly Hallows, Death, as in a higher power, Death. Impossible. No, scratch that. No freaking way. Sure, he believed in the existence of the soul, kind of hard not to when his own soul had been nearly ked out, and he was also pretty sure those souls moved to some kind of afterlife after their host had died. Where else did he summon their shades from? But to accept that there are higher beings out there, no, he would not accept that. If that was really true, then no matter how hard he struggled, there would always be things out there he couldn't overcome. Harry breathed out slowly to calm down and closed his eyes. He just needed to think this through. Even the most logic-defying things can be explained if one thinks about it rationally. He was in his mindscape, or at least he assumed he was. A figure claiming to be Death appeared before him, said figure changing multiple times in different people connected to his past and knowing things no one else should know. Slowly a conclusion started to form in his head as he thought about it. Of course he could be completely wrong, but this was the only conclusion he could come up with. Somehow someone was using some kind of mind magic to enter his mind, and what sat before him was some kind of representation of that person's will. That at least would explain why this Death knew things only he was supposed to know. The person had lifted the information straight from his head. Having come to that conclusion, Harry slowly opened his eyes and took in the figure of the smiling Jamie with a new level of contempt. Trying to physically harm him was one thing. Heck, trying to kill him was somewhat forgivable. This was war after all, but actually taking the image he had seen in the mirror of Arised, the image of what his son would have looked like if he had lived, and use it to confuse him, whoever did this was going to die. No, scratch that, whoever did this was going to suffer so badly they were going to beg to be allowed to die long before he would put them down. Suddenly, just as he was thinking about the most painful curses he knew, the Death started to laughing in a somewhat deranged way. Whatever Harry was thinking died down as he stared at the sight of a young boy cackling like a bad movie villain. Such an interesting mortal has assembled the pieces this time, Death said after he finished laughing. You are one of the few wizards I have met who has tried logic to try and deny I can't be real. In fact, most of you try to command me or beg I don't drag you into the fade. Single quote, single quote. This confined it for Harry. He hadn't said a thing, and yet this Death knew what he was thinking. So his mind was being read even at this moment. Of course I know what you are thinking. I am Death, one of the eternal aspects of Gaia. Do you really think reading the mind of a mere mortal is above my abilities, especially now that you are so close to my realm? As Harry listened, he slowly breathed out again. He needed to remain calm if we're to deal with this situation. Regardless who it was that sat opposite from him, he or she could still read his mind, and he had way to exit this place. He had already tried the normal ways of exiting his mindscape. So for now he would do the same thing he had done when he had first arrived. Follow the first lesson he had been taught during ADL and gather information first. He forced a smile on his face and used his training in the mind arts to calm his mind. So you are Death, huh? I have to admit you do not look like I expected. Death gave him an amused grin, and Harry knew it was probably because it knew exactly why he was asking this. All that what resides within the Fade, that what you refer to as beyond the veil belongs to me, as such so does this form. Harry snorted softly, immediately able to pick a hole in the story. Jamie has never existed in this world and Flitwick is not dead. Like I said, I am an eternal aspect of Gaia, neither time nor space matter to me. Or do you honestly believe just because there are an infinite number of Harry Potters in the multiverse, there is more than one death? More than one fate? Time? Do you? There was a simple answer to that question. No, he did not think there was more than one death. In fact, he did not think death existed at all. As for fate, well, despite him calling her a bi.ch on more than one occasion, he never actually thought it existed. Death barked another laugh. Well, that is rich. You who has been blessed by fate and has done what few can claim and actually gathered 4 of my deathly hallows, and yet you deny both my existence and that of fate. Despite his best attempts, Harry couldn't keep his face straight at hearing those words. Him, blessed by fate. What kind of nonsense was that? Even if fate did exist, then considering his life thus far, he was more likely cursed than blessed. Cursed. At the age of 1, you survived an attack that should have resulted in your soul joining my domain, but instead you survived. Not only that, but you nearly killed your attacker. Harry frowned, partially due to the fact that his mind had been read again, but also due to the subject that was brought up. Fate had nothing to do with it. My mother sacrificed herself to protect me. Death snorted and gave him a mocking smile. And how do you explain the fact that this universe's version of your soul survived without anyone sacrificing himself for him? Harry's frown deepened. That was in fact a question he had wondered about for some time. Of course, he also didn't like to be reminded that the Harry Potter of this universe and he were to some extent the same person. I still can't understand why you dislike him so much. He is you after all. Or is it just that you hate yourself? Death said, still with mocking smile on his face. Besides, his path is not that much different from yours. After he said that, he changed appearances once again. This time it took a form that greatly resembled Harry's own. There were some differences, however, such as the slicked back hair, lack of scar, and still having both his eyes. The most notable difference, however, was how he carried himself. Even sitting down and on equal height, it looked like Death was looking down on him. Harold Malfoy, now if you had disliked this version of your soul, I would have understood. He at last took a completely different path than you did. It took a moment for Harry to process the words. This was definitely not pulled from his mind. Did that meant this was really death? He blanched as he thought this. If this, Death, had been telling the truth, then was there really a version of him out there who carried the Malfoy last name? Merlin, his life was really f***ed up. No matter what happened, how could he feel anything but hate toward the Malfoy family? Anything is possible. You should know that, Harry Potter. One different choice, one different event happening is all that needed for you to walk a completely different path. Death said before adding. Harold allowed his hatred for his relatives and all the other muggles who didn't help him to consume him, and he gladly accepted the hand of friendship his future adoptive brother offered when he first met him. What happened to him? Death shrugged. Depends from universe to universe, but overall he was a rather impressive mortal. Not only did he gather all the pieces, he also passed my judgment and was one of the few magicals this last centuries that actually succeeding in wiping out all muggles. Harry was silent. What are you supposed to say when you learn that some version of you is not only a Malfoy, but apparently also committed genocide? Heck, how was it even possible? There was a very good reason why he had never tried to get guns for his people. While he would never voice it out loud, there was no denying he was afraid what would happen if the general Muggle populace ever found out about the secret magic communities out there. Harry shook his head. This was not important. In fact, he was probably better of not thinking about the fact some version of himself was somehow responsible for the death of billions. So, if it wasn't my mother dying for me that saved me, how did I survive? Because fate will always make sure prophecy can come true. So my parents' death was pointless. Harry's lookalike shrugged, looking totally unconcerned at the question. To some extent, yes. You have never and probably will never entered my realm as an infant solely due to the fact you couldn't have harmed Tom Riddle at that age. That doesn't make any sense. Harry rebutted. If for every choice that is made another world is created, then there must be countless out there where the Dursleys went too far. You mean they killed you? It was a statement, not a question, so Harry did not reply. Death did not wait for a reply either as he spoke again. Like I said, fate will ensure that a prophecy can be fulfilled. The moment you were old enough to hold a knife, you technically were able to fulfill your prophecy, so you were more or less on your own from there on out. As Harry listened, he could feel a really strong headache coming up. If this whole thing was a lie, then it was definitely one of the most elaborate lies he had ever heard. So me being blessed by fate means no matter what had happened, some divine being would have made sure I would have lived long enough to kill Voldemort. His lookalike made a motion with his hand that Harry interpreted that he was more or less right. For the most part, you are right. Usually, if a prophecy speaks of two individuals who aren't equal and will never be in their lifetime, fate will interfere even more. For example, you can sense magic, can you not? Have you never wondered why you are magically stronger than this universe's version of your soul? Harry frowned again, something he had been doing a lot these past few minutes. Half an hour. Damn, it was hard to tell the time here. I know I was born with more magic than most my age, but if that is fate's intervention due to me being so much weaker than Voldemort, then it really doesn't make any sense for me to be stronger than the other me. He said, going from sounding mostly sarcastic to mumbling those last few words. Doesn't it? Fate ensures prophecies can be fulfilled, nothing less, nothing more. You having lost what could have been an incredibly strong stupor base and having have to grow up in a neglectful family needed that boost. Your other self did not, so fate did not bless him with that. Harry gritted his teeth as his headache grew worse. Okay. So I am blessed by fate. You are death. Apparently I am nearly dead, as I said I was close to your realm and you are about to judge me. He summarized what he had learned thus far, while ignoring all the things that really weren't relevant right now. For now, it was probably best to move on. He wasn't sure how much more he could take. Death looked thoughtful for a moment before seemingly coming to a decision. Mere moments later, sitting where his counterpart had sat now, saw a girl probably around his age. He was pretty sure he had never seen her before, but still he could deny she felt familiar. Do I even want to know who she is? He deadpanned. This is the shell of Lucilla. Death answered now in the voice of a girl, and Harry couldn't help but noticed, unlike before, no last name was mentioned, and somehow Harry had the feeling he should be grateful for that. Especially after he saw those emerald green eyes staring at him. I assume this is more comfortable to look at. If not, I could always assume the shape of someone else. Your son with Ginny Weasley, Albus Severus Potter, for example. Merlin. She did not just say that, did she? Him wiping out all muggles and being an adopted brother of Malfoy was one thing, but having a kid with Ginny Weasley. And not only that, but calling his son, his flesh and blood, Albus Severus. What had that poor kid done to deserve that? Was he trapped in a marriage with that bi.ch, and had she cheated on him or something? He seriously needed a Minheller if he ever got out of this, or better yet, have someone completely wipe away his memory from this meeting with death. Seriously, in cases like this, ignorance really was a bliss. You are fine as you are. Now about that judgment. As I told you before, you are someone who is blessed by fate. Like fate, I too can bless mortals, but only if I judge them worthy and only if they pay the price. Of course, unlike fate, I am not allowed to directly meddle with those who aren't in or close to my realm. It is only when mortals contact me on their own that I am allowed to judge them. Unfortunately, not many know how to contact me, so to rectify that, I enchanted 3 items which, if collected by a single person, allowed me to give him or her a minor blessing. One that was enough to tie them to my realm, so that if situations like this happened, I could appear before them. You mean the Deathly Hallows? Those were the pieces you kept referring to. Does that mean the Peverell brothers summoned you? In this world it was them I blessed with the Hallows, yes. Death answered. They were interesting mortals, especially the youngest one, not at all like how that fairy tale portrayed them nowadays. Speaking of interesting mortals, did you know you have met one of the persons I have blessed in this world? He goes by Laurent Desmarais nowadays. Harry groaned and rubbed his forehead. That last piece of information definitely fell into the ignore for now and sort out later category. So due to me assembling the Hallows, you managed to make contact with me and will bless me if I pass your judgment. What does that even mean? No offense, but I have no interest in turning into a vampire. If he had, then Clara would have long turned him by now. I am death, an eternal aspect of Gaia. Time nor space are as relevant to me. Do you truly believe my powers are limited to merely anchoring a vessel to the mortal realm? Merlin, what kind of question is that? Harry thought. He was still more than a little skeptical that this was really death. Sure, he wasn't in complete denial anymore, with the way his life has been going thus far. Is meeting death really that big of a surprise? But that didn't mean just what kind of powers the being before him wielded. Seriously, if he whatever death was responsible for the creation of a bloody ancient one, if not all of them, and seems not to consider it a big deal, well, he wasn't sure if he even wanted to know how far out of his league he was. Yes, I am responsible for turning all of them. The first vampires. Death commented before a sneer appeared on her face. Cowards, the lot of them, willing to sell even their humanity just to remain out of my reach. She snorted softly. Lucky for them, they were an amusing lot and they got their wish, as did I, of course, but that isn't relevant right now. Now it is about you, your blessing and your judgment. Harry decided to ignore the fact that Death had again commented on something he had only thought and not voiced aloud, and decided to move on to the more important matters. You still haven't said what my blessing will be if I pass your judgment. Death tilted her head to the side. I can do a variety of things for you. She began. I could do something simple like wake you up from your coma. Wait, what? He was in a coma. Well, that was nice to know, Harry thought. Perhaps that explained why his mindscape looked the way it did. Of course, Death had already told him he was close to her realm, but still. Or I could reunite you with you little girlfriend, Spawn, and all you loved ones in the Fade. This too definitely got a reaction out of Harry as his eyes widened dramatically and his mind almost overloaded with thoughts going all over the place. Or perhaps you want me to move your soul to some point back in time and take the soul of a past you while you inhabit the body. You can do that. Well, neither fate nor time will be very happy with me if I do that. Death began, looking thoughtful for a moment before giving him a grin and a slight shrug of her shoulders. I doubt it is going to be a problem. After all, they still owe me a favor after that whole mess with the Dahaka and Kylina. What are you? Harry began, but after a moment decided he probably did not want to know. No, never mind. Anyway, you said you could do one of those things for me if I were to pass your judgment, but what will you actually do? Death shrugged. That is up to you to choose, but now this Harry Potter, this too will be part of your judgment. I only bless those who I want to bless. Your choice will play a big part in whether I will favor you or not. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. Thus far, this Death seemed to take great pleasure in screwing with his mind and apparently found some version of himself that had committed genocide worthy and was apparently responsible for the creation of the Ancient Ones, people she had deemed cowardly, but solely because she thought they were amusing she still turned them. How did those seemingly completely different type of people both pass her judgment? Exactly what is this judgment other than you judging my decision regarding what I want as your so-called blessing? Oh, it is simple. Death said with a smile. I am going to show you some things from the mortal realm and then I am going to ask you some questions, that's all. Harry got the distinct feeling that was definitely not being told the whole story. After all, if his mind was being read, then what was the point of her asking questions? Still, it was not like he had anything to lose, and he had to admit no matter how much he distrusted the whole situation, the offer was very, very tempting. Go ahead then. Death smiled, and with a wave of her hand, one of the bookcases suddenly changed into something that looked like a big TV screen. With another wave of her hand, the TV turned on and Harry blinked in a surprise when he caught sight of several familiar people. In fact, he recognized all the people on the screen. On one side, sitting on a chair looking so elaborate that it could only be described as a throne, was Marina Fudge. She, with a clear look of disdain, was looking at the four others in the room. The four in question were standing several meters from the throne-like chair, all with varying expressions on their faces. The first one Harry focused his attention was one very, very pissed-off-looking Alexandra Black. Behind her and holding his wand aimed at her back was Remus Lupin, The man seemed to be conflicted about something, and for some reason he was not looking straight ahead, but instead he was glancing to the side. Next to Alex was the pale figure of Clara. She, unlike the girl next to her, looked very composed, but Harry, having known her for months, could detect some hints that she was actually nervous. If she was, then no one could blame her. Beckhouse, standing behind her with a look of complete apathy, was Laurent Desmarais. Unlike Lupin, the man showed no signs of aggression, but then again, considering what he was, he really didn't need to. If he so desired, so then he could probably kill everyone in that room in a matter of moments, and at the very least Clara knew this, so considering the man was standing right behind her, well, it was a small miracle she was so composed. Harry turned away from the screen as his mind was trying to make sense of what he had seen. Was this real? What had happened? What had happened after he had been captured? He shook his head. He could not use any unnecessary thoughts right now. He turned to Death, with a look that basically said, "Bring it." Very well then. Let's begin, shall we? Sometimes you reach a point in your life when you realize just how utterly screwed you are. That one moment you find yourself in such an incredible bad situation that even after giving time to think, you can't come up with even a single solution that could improve it. For one Alexandra Black, that moment was now. Standing in front of Marina Fudge, the woman who more than likely was responsible for the capture of Harry, and with her own godfather standing behind her holding her at one point, was definitely not a favorable position to be in, especially not considering who was standing next to Rem, next to Lupin. By Merlin, how had it come to this? She was going to seek out her godfather because he supposedly would have been able to help rescue Harry, and more importantly, she was finally getting some answers that had been bugging her for some time now. From the corner of her eyes she glanced at her fellow captive. Just seeing her there standing all calm and everything was almost enough to make her want to snap at her. For the love of Merlin, did nothing faze that girl? Well, she could probably no longer call her a girl after what she had learned earlier. Crazy old ch would probably be a more appropriate thing to call her, in the safe confines of her mind, but then again, calling her that made her think back on that conversation she had with the vampire before they had confronted her godfather, a conversation that made her feel things that were really not helpful in the current situation. Wait, you mean to tell me you are also not from this world, and that you came from the same world as Harry? Alex asked in surprise while staring at the girl who she only moments before was mentally cursing for being absolutely crazy. Seriously, yes, she had agreed to help the Platinum be owned, but if she had known how Clara had wanted to reach her destination, she might have reconsidered. Well, not really. She would help Harry no matter the cost, but why did this girl, instead of using normal ways of getting around, drive around on a motorcycle? Don't getting her wrong, she had some fond memories of riding one of those things. It was one of the few times her father had spent time with her, and with her alone after all, but her father's at least flew, and it didn't go nearly as fast as Clara's. Seriously, she doubted her Nimbus could have kept up with the B.O.'s driving, and that was with her zigzagging through the traffic. They were just lucky no muggle or had stopped them, because she was pretty sure there had to be laws against the B.O.'s driving style. Suffice it to say, she had been more than happy when they finally stopped in front of a gate with in the distance some big house she didn't recognize. She could almost key the ground as she silently vowed to never get on a vehicle while the B.O. was driving again. It was then that Clara had said they were almost there and they had to make the rest of the trip on foot. After walking for several moments in silence, Clara dropped the bombshell that had caused Alex's current mood to go from hostile to utterly surprised. In response, Clara only gave her a look of amusement, a look Alex was beginning to think of as the B.O. girl's default expression. Still, despite her smiling visage, it was near impossible for Alex to figure out what the blonde was thinking. For all she knew, the girl was making fun of her in her head and was smiling because of that. I just told you that, didn't I, Lexi? Do I really need to repeat it? Alex balled her fist. She was really making fun of her, wasn't she? Still, despite the annoyance she felt at hearing that particular nickname, she decided now was not the moment to make a big issue of that. After all, walking next to her was someone from Harry's world. Getting information about that was going to be a bit more important than her own annoyances. But how? She questioned. How did you cross worlds and get here? She then furrowed her brows as she questioned. And for that matter, if you are a friend of Harry from his world, then why did you kidnap him on Halloween? Tapping her chin in a thoughtful manner, Clara replied. How did I get here? Maybe I used the quantum mirror. The what? Alex asked in confusion, not sure what to make of the statement that sounded more like a question than an actual answer. After sighing a bit too dramatically in Alex's opinion, Clara replied with, You have never watched television, have you? After sighing again and actually giving her a look that could only be described as pitying, Clara continued. How sad to see someone so ignorant. She wiped away a fake tear. Don't worry, I am sure one day, maybe in a couple decades, you will know what a television is. That confirmed it. The bee owned was definitely making fun of her, or was she just deflecting the question? Then again, Alex thought as she looked at the smiling face of Clara, there is also a good chance she is deflecting the question while making use of the opportunity to make fun of me. Okay, I don't have watched much television in my life. What has that to do with how you got here? Clara shrugged. Nothing really, I just thought it was a funny thing to say. Feeling the urge to cause serious harm returning, Alex growled out, Then if it wasn't that, how did you get here? For a moment Clara paused in her stride and her smile faltered, I am not sure actually. She admitted. Harry was looking for a way home and I was looking for him, but that alone shouldn't have been enough to drag me here. Her smile then returned as she cupped her own cheek. Maybe it is because the deep connection Harry and I share. She asked as she pretended to swoon. Ignoring the girl's last statement and understanding the girl basically knew nothing about how she arrived here, Alex asked her next question. Why did you kidnap him on Halloween? That wasn't me. Clara replied as she resumed to her previous pace, forcing Alex to catch up. I wasn't even here yet back then. It was my counterpart that took him back on Halloween. At hearing those words, Alex suddenly realized something. Wait, there are two of you? She asked, sounding slightly horrified at the thought. In her head she could already see it. Two versions of this girl annoying her at the same time. Nope, Clara replied with a carefree shrug, my counterpart died. Harry burned her alive. A somewhat awkward silence followed that statement. Alex wanted to say something, but she had no idea how to respond to that statement. Seriously, she had no idea how she would react if she met some otherworld version of herself, probably freak out a little, and she knew counterpart weren't the same persons, Harry and Potter, but still to hear the bee-owned speak so casually about her counterpart getting killed. How was she supposed to respond to that? Eventually, after several moments of silence, she managed to gather her wit and ask exactly what she wanted to know. And you don't have any problems with that? Nope, Clara replied before continuing on in a tone as if she was explaining something to a small child. My counterpart belonged to a group that tried to kill Harry, so Harry tried to kill them. He succeeded. They didn't. As she listened in silence to that matter-of-fact statement of Clara, Alex couldn't help but wonder if she was completely sane. The longer she interacted with the girl, the more she started pick on quirks a girl, looking only a couple years older than her, really shouldn't have. It was then another question rose in her head, a question she probably should have asked sooner. How do you know Harry anyway? I was on his team during our war against Voldy. Alex did not even notice what the girl next to him called the man most wizards and witches don't even dare to call by his name by such a ridicule's name. Instead, she finally realized why she had thought Clara's name had been familiar. She had heard it when she had eavesdropped on the Order of the Phoenix meeting that was held after Harry had arrived in this world. Harry had mentioned her. She had been his teammate, his vampire teammate. At realizing exactly what was walking next to her, Alex's eyes widened dramatically as her head snapped to the side to stare at the newly identified immortal while purely on instinct her hand went for her wand. A moment later she froze as she realized what she was about to do. By Merlin, after years of being told vampires are dangerous and evil, it was really no wonder she had reacted on instinct, but still she should have more control. Really, she had been walking alongside Clara this whole time, she shouldn't have reacted at all. Ah, Harry told you what I am, didn't he? Clara said dryly, no doubt in response to her action. He mentioned you once, Alex admitted before trying to change the subject as she felt rather awkward due to her reaction. So you were loyal to him because he was your team captain? At hearing that question, Clara suddenly stopped walking, and when Alex stopped and turned to see what was wrong, she was greeted by the same cold smile that she had seen some time ago. Only this time Clara's fangs were clearly visible, and without a doubt Alex knew she had said the wrong thing. Harry earned my respect, she hissed, all signs of her previous happy persona disappearing. He is the first mortal that I have respected since my turning. Do you know why? It is because Harry has walked the same path as me. One of pain and suffering. Despite that he did falter, he did not break down. I watched him as he grew from a naive schoolboy to a man worth following, someone I would even willingly fight against my coven for. So, child, do not dare to imply that I am merely here because he was my superior in the fight against Voldemort. For a brief moment Alex felt genuinely afraid, but then anger rose to the surface as she retorted, "What did you call me?" Some part of her knew now was probably not the best time for this, and more importantly it was probably a very bad idea to piss the Blood King Immortal in front of her, but something in the way the bee owned spoke just rubbed her the wrong way, and for some reason she felt like she needed to defend herself. I called you a child, Alexandra Black, a naive little child. Clara replied as even her fake smile disappeared completely. And I am not talking about something as superficial as your age. No, if I were to judge by age, then practically everyone would be children. No, I am talking about that look in your eyes. It is the look of one who has yet to see the true face of humanity. Alex wanted to retort, but before she could, Clara interrupted her. Don't deny it. I know you thinking your enemies are evil while your allies are all noble and shit. Let me guess. You think Harry is some kind of hero who will end this war and everyone will have a happily ever after. For a moment Alex frowned at the Bee-Own's open hostility. She wasn't like that at all. Sure, at one point she had a pretty black and white view on good and bad, but that was something she had grown out of years ago. And calling her naive. By Merlin, after all that happened this year, after what had happened at the ministry. She mentally shuddered as her mind supplied her with the memory of the headless Death Eater. No, she couldn't be considered naive anymore. Besides, who the heck did the Bee-Own thought she was to judge her anyway? She had never even met her, and yet she thought she knew what kind of person she was because of the look in her eyes. That was complete bullshit. She was not going to stand there and let herself be insulted by this Bloods King old bat. Without even fully realizing it, as her anger and indignation grew, Alex had straightened her stance and had even taken a step forward, and as she stood face to face with the vampire she venomously said, "You don't know me, and even if you did I couldn't care less about what some old crone like you thinks about me." Silence reigned for a moment as the Bee-Owned and the brunette locked gazes. The moment was broken moments later. A smile slowly returned to Clara's face. She then lightly shook her head and snorted. "Well, at least you have a spine. I still think you are a child, but at least you didn't let me intimidate you. Even though you probably knew I could easily kill you. You didn't back down. Foolish, but it is something I can respect." Thank you. Alex replied, somewhat confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Seriously, one moment she got the feeling the Bee-Owned was about to harm her, and the next she was sort of complimenting her. That confirmed it. The vampire really wasn't normal. She was brought out of her thoughts when the vampire spoke up again. "Don't worry about it," Clara said before her smile turned feral again. "And Lexi, call me old again and I will kill you." Her expression returned to normal as she continued. "Now let's move on. We have some mutts to meet." As Clara moved on, Alex remained standing there frozen still until she managed to reboot her mind and force her legs to move. She wasn't sure what it was exactly. The knowledge that Clara was a vampire already made the Bee-Owned rather intimidating, but that moment she gave her a death threat, it had felt like she was standing in front of that man that had stood behind Mrs. Fudge at that ministry party again. She felt like she stood before a predator who could rip her apart whenever she pleased. Terrified wouldn't even begin to describe how she felt. Was the blonde really just a vampire? When she caught up with Clara, Alex, both wanting to change the subject, but also genuinely curious, asked. "Back at headquarters you mentioned Jamie. Who exactly is he?" At hearing her question, Clara glanced at her for a moment, giving her an unreadable look before replying. "Normally I would say that is for Harry to say, but knowing him he will never willingly speak about it and bottle it all up. Not really healthy, you know. So I guess I can tell you, as Harry does seems to trust you. Why, I have no idea," she said before shrugging. Then again, Harry has always been a bit weird like that. Feeling a bit annoyed at what she perceived at yet another dig at her, and despite the situation slightly amused that the own deemed anyone weird. If anyone could be described as not normal, then it was her. Alex was about to reply when the own's next words stopped her cold. Jamie was the name Harry was going to name his son when it was born. Finding out that the owned came from the same world as Harry had been a shock, but that paled in comparison to what she felt at hearing those last few words. Shock, however, quickly gave way for other emotions, none particularly positive and none helping in the current situation. She also didn't want to give the vampire who was studying her closely any more ammunition. So, with considerable effort and tapping in the training she had received years ago, she used her occlumency training to calm herself. She knew she was not particularly good at the art, but she managed to push her emotions down for the moment, and hopefully her was also devoid of any sign showing what she felt. So Harry had a child while a war was going on? She eventually asked, wondering how that happened. From what she could gather, Harry was a rather responsible person, and for him to get someone pregnant in the middle of a war he was fighting in, it sounded unlikely. Well, that was because the two were idiots, Clara replied. Performing a ritual without extensively researching it beforehand. Like I said, idiots. Now Alex was confused. What ritual? And what did it have to do with Harry's late son? Apparently her confusion was clear to see as Clara asked. You have no idea what I am talking about, do you? She sighed theatrically after Alex shook her head. You probably don't know this, but all rituals demand sacrifice. Sometimes just a bit of magic that you will recover over time, but other times you will have to give up something more permanently. Tell me, little Black, does your family still follow the old ways? Have you been told why it's so important you remain pure until your wedding night? Alex wanted to grimace at hearing that question. Neither of her parents were pure-blood supremacists, and her father especially was pretty much against all the old traditions. Her mother, on the other hand, had in her seemingly never-ending quest of turning her into a proper lady, had talked on more than one occasion on the proper way to interact with the opposite gender. Those conversations were not things she was fond of remembering, but she didn't understand how they were relevant. When she said this, Clara gave her that look that made her want to punch her light out again, before saying, giving up something more permanently. Staying pure until the right moment. Really? You don't see the connection? She sighed. Really, and you call yourself a Ravenclaw? For your information, purity willingly given up can help create powerful magic, especially if the two share feelings, but at the same time rituals like these are dangerous. They are powered by the bond shared between the two participants, and more often than not unexpected things happen. In this case, the ritual neutralized all foreign magic, including their contraception charms. So what happened to the child and the mother? Alex asked, as she tried to understand exactly what she had been told. Clara scowled. The mother was given a revulsion potion keyed to Harry, and with a part of him being in her, well, let's just say it did not end well. At hearing those words, something clicked in her mind. She had heard this tale before. Only this time different details were given. Harry had told her about a ritual he had performed during his 5th year, and he had mentioned that the one who had told him about the ritual had died after being fed a revulsion potion and stabbing herself. No, not just herself, but the child that was growing in her. Alex felt herself get sick as she finally realized what Harry had been talking about that day. Controlling someone's mind with magic was bad enough, but to have someone kill their unborn child. It was utterly sickening. While she was thinking about that, she also felt her cheeks turn a bit red as she recalled that when Harry had talked about the ritual, she had asked if she could do the ritual too. At least this explained what he was talking about when he had asked if she had remained true to the Black old family motto. Alex shook her head. The memory of that conversation was definitely not helpful right now. Apparently, even the tiny movement of her head was not appreciated, as she immediately felt the wand that had been keeping her bay poke in her back. Alex balled her fist in anger. She so wanted to turn around and give her godfather a piece of her mind. By Merlin, it was taking all her willpower not to just say, screw it, and allow her emotions to guide her actions. Fortunately, even in her current state of mind, she knew full well what would happen if she were to act aggressive in the current situation. Not only was she held at wand point, But there was also another, presumably armed, witch in the room, and her only ally in the room, and she used that term loosely, was guarded by another man. A man who could apparently, without even raising a hand, keep someone seemingly as strong-willed as Clara from moving. Of course, that was not even mentioning the fact they had taken her wand away, and unfortunate despite her best effort, her skill at conscious wandless magic was still pretty much zero. She scowled again as she looked at the visage of the wife of the Minister of Magic. Lupin really thought that woman was the answer. Don't get her wrong. Rationally speaking, she knew that the man's actions weren't exactly bad. Tonight she had learned he was the leader of one of the few remaining packs not loyal to Voldemort, and she knew as leader he had to do what was best for his people, and apparently the man thought it was to follow that woman, and despite her dislike of the woman, some part of her had to agree that perhaps his choice was the lesser evil. After all, the light did not accept werewolves, especially not since their beloved boy who lived publicly spoke out against them. To follow Voldemort was to follow Fenrir Greyback, a monster in his own right, not for his power, but for his actions. And then there was the ministry led by Cornelius Fudge, a man supposedly married to a dark creature and the public ally of at least the goblins of Gringotts. That did not mean she would forgive the man for this, however. Seriously. It is for the greater good. For my people was nice and at all, but for the love of Merlin, anyone who didn't got his news from the Daily Prophet, but actually used their eyes, could see that that woman was bad news. She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard the only door in the room slam open. What happened next was a series of events which happened so fast that if she were to look back to this moment at some point in the future, she would wonder how in the name of Merlin she managed to pull off what she did. It was when Lupin to turn to the source of the sound that his focus on her wavered for a moment, and that was when she struck. Without even thinking about it, she rammed her elbow backward, hoping to score a painful hit. She felt her elbow connect and heard a grunt of pain. After that, she quickly spun around her eyes on the only hope she had of winning a confrontation with the werewolf, the wand he was still holding in his hand. As adrenaline coursed through her body, she made an almost desperate grab for the wand. As soon as she closed her hand around the wand, she noted just how loosely it was held. Why this was she did not think about as she yanked her hand back with all the force she could muster. In hindsight, this was probably not her greatest idea, as there was a good chance that the wand would have broken if two opposing forces pulled at it, but luck was with her as she managed to pull the wand out of Lupin's hands. The wand felt weird in her hand. Not at all like the warmth she felt when she wielded her own wand, but she paid it no mind. Right now her mind was clouded with her desire to take the man who was a threat to her down. She met a sweeping gesture with her newly acquired wand and cried, "Depulso." The banishing charm lifted her godfather of his feet, and while he was still airborne she aimed her wand at him and harshly incanted, "Descendo." The moment her follow-up spell hit, Remus was slammed into the ground. She then strode up to the dazed-looking man as she kept his wand aimed at him. Moments later she stood over him, and when her gray eyes locked with her godfather's green ones, she saw something that reignited her previous anger. He had a look of regret, a look that was really a bit too late. With some effort she managed to rein her temper in, and without uttering another word she cast a stunning spell at the downed man. Perhaps she could get him to explain his actions at some point in the future, but for now there were more important issues to deal with. It was then that she realized that she had actually turned her back on her enemies. Furiously cursing herself as she knew she had been taught better than that, she spun back around, her wand ready for action. What she saw then was definitely not what she had expected. Clara hadn't moved a muscle, and for some reason neither had her guard. Marina Fudge, on the other hand, was no longer in her throne-like chair. Instead, she stood in front it. Alex knew this was probably not because of her actions. The woman wasn't even looking at her. Instead, she was glaring furiously at the two new figures now standing before her. As Alex took in the duo, a small part of her was rather embarrassed. Not only had she turned her back to her enemies, but she had also missed the arrival of those two witches. However, the bigger part of her felt surprise as she recognized the two witches. One of them was the daughter of the very woman who was glaring at her, Blaise Zabini, while the other was the older sister of her friend, Astoria, Daphne Greengrass. How did those two get here? And more importantly, were they friend or foe? In a completely different place a couple of moments before, Blaze and Daphne had slammed the very door open which had given Alex the opportunity to subdue her godfather. Harry Potter was still sitting in his armchair, and sitting opposite of him was an entity that currently looked like a girl around 17 years of age, an entity that referred to itself as one of the eternal aspects of Gaia, death. "So what did you want to ask?" Harry asked, referring to the fact that apparently, death wanted him to answer some questions after it had showed him an image of Clara and Alex being held captive. In response, Death glanced at the screen for a moment before saying, "You two little friends are in a pretty bad situation, aren't they? Why do you think they are there?" "Because they were captured," Harry replied sarcastically. Seriously, a stupid question deserved a stupid, even though it might offend a being who might very well be so powerful that its power was beyond his understanding. Death didn't seem offended, however, as it currently female face smiled and asked, "And why do you think they were captured? Was it because they tried to help you?" "That is possible," Harry replied with a shrug. "Our Fudge had gone even more insane and is now taking all those who don't swear loyalty to him prisoner. Both of them are too prideful to bow down to anyone." Death hummed thoughtfully. "Yes, they are both quite headstrong, aren't they? Especially that cursed child. An interesting one she is. You have no idea what you did when you gave her your blood, did you?" "No, don't answer that. Is not important right now. I do wonder, however, are you not worried for them? They might very well die because they were trying to help you." "Worried?" Harry questioned. "Why should I? Clara does whatever she wants to do, and should she die doing that, then she will be happy. And Alexandra Black, she the daughter and sole heiress of the House of Black, as long as she does nothing reckless," Harry said before pausing for a moment as he glanced at the screen. "Or rather, nothing overly reckless. She will be more valuable alive than dead to any politician. Besides, I trained her. She is strong." "Such confidence," Death said somewhat mockingly. "Although in this case it might be warranted," she continued as she waved her hand at the direction television screen, and the picture started playing like it was some kind of movie. Harry watched with no small amount of pride as he saw an unarmed Alex take down Remus Lupin. He frowned, however, when he realized how easy she had taken him down. He may not have liked the man in his world, but even he would admit he was no pushover. So unless this world's version was so much weaker, which was doubtful as from what he had heard he was a leader of a pack of werewolves, the man had allowed himself to get taken down. His confusion only grew as the screen focused on two new additions in the room. What were they doing there? One was supposed to be still in her safe house, and the other, well, with him taken down, he honestly had expected her to out of the country by now. Confused, Death questioned as the image froze again. "You may not know this, Harry Potter, but your influence on the actions of the souls of this world are far greater than you realize. Let me show what I mean," she said, and with another wave of her hand the image in the screen changed and now showed what Harry recognized to be the living room of the Greengrass safe house. With another movement of the being in front of him, the image started moving again, showing a scene hadn't expect to see. To be continue. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.